Okay, me hit go live now again. Yeah, I've been talking this entire time, and the thing was just stuck on going live. You didn't hear none of the thoughts I was saying. Good morning. Good morning. What's up? I was actually here on time. I was just talking, and for some reason the screen was just stuck on going live. I had to refresh and then hit go live. Good morning. What's up, man? Welcome, everybody. Thank you for coming by. We're back at it again. Monday morning. Take my meds. What? Making these people think I'm on like some sort of antidepressants or some shit. They're taking on meds. What's up? What's up? Good morning. Hope you guys had a great weekend, 3-day weekend. I was wondering too if like the jury, if they're allowed to get, I mean, I don't know if they can, I guess they can do whatever they want over the weekend, right? Can they get lit? You think they were getting lit this weekend? Because I was thinking too, like if I was a juror and I had like a 3-day weekend, this trial was already kind of dragging, right, with the prosecution and stuff. After 3 days, man, I'm coming back. I don't remember much besides some of the highlights, maybe some of the key points. That's it. Everything else is like noise or like white noise in the background. The iCkEdMeL video, maybe some of the highlights from the timeline that they did on Friday. No, I'm not streaming on Discord right now, just YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. I do Discord when I'm on Twitch only. Can they get lit? You think they were getting lit the weekend? And then the other thing is too, do you think like the defense has like private investigators following them? It's Tuesday. It does feel like a Monday, but it's Tuesday. Good morning. Oh, Diggs. Okay. I was like, what are you talking about? Meds. Pre-workout, maybe. I went for a little jog this morning. I did a little jog and I did a little, some push-ups and some dumbbells and a little bit of sit-ups and a cold shower. That's true. People get loose lips. I wonder if they were out there getting, lit. Or if they're watching the trial at home, you know what I'm saying? Those people not watching the trial, they're not supposed to, right? Or YouTube clips and stuff. Wake and bake and coffee. Damn. Good morning, Mom. How you doing? Good morning. I don't know. So the last, I guess the thing I would keep in my mind, I'd remember the iCkEdMeL video, some of that timeline that they showed us last, and like the armpit guy. Maybe. That's about it. That's about it. Good morning. What time do they start my day? Usually like 7 a.m. 7:05, 7:10, something like that. I'd really like to start it earlier. Like back in the day, years ago, I used to start like at 6, sometimes 5 in the morning. But like you have to go to bed at a decent time. My issue is I stay up too late. This is one of my hairbrushes. I want to get a gangster one though. Once I move, I think I have like a bunch of them. Half of them are lost. I don't know where they're at. Somewhere between Maddie and who knows, man. Good morning. Good morning. I went to the beach yesterday too with Maddie. It's pretty good. Got in the water, went for a little swim, soaked in the water, got some sea salt, some sun. Ate on the beach too. Oh, you know what? A little tidbit that's kind of cool. Did you know that Tinsley's wife shared our video? Or somebody posted a video of me on TikTok, my reaction to Tizzy. And his wife actually shared it. Let's see if I can get a screenshot. Tizzy. How do I send this to myself? Copy link. See if I can email it to myself. I can show you guys. Yeah, I swear I have like 6, 7 brushes and they're all gone. This is the only one I know right now where it's at. They all just disappear. I don't know. See if I can show you the clip. Tizzy. This is his wife. Some people probably didn't know he was married, so some of the ladies would be disappointed. No! No! And so that's her sharing it. I'll play the clip too. Mark Tinsley. No! Girl, I knew it was too good to be true.
Ultimately agreed to give it to me.
He agreed to give it to you?
Sure.
But I thought the hearing didn't happen.
Well, you thought wrong. There's a lot of papers, so maybe you got confused.
He granted this motion?
I think so. You want to see the order?
Yes.
I don't know about if there's copyright for that.
The record.
Yeah, I don't want to get this whole 8-hour stream taken down, but even that little couple of seconds, who knows? But yeah. Give me that bitch. Yeah. Give me that bitch. Reacted without music. Just posted it. Let's see. Oh, they got 122K. Backed by demand.
Agreed to give it to me.
He agreed to give it to you?
Sure.
But I thought the hearing didn't happen.
Well, you thought wrong. There's a lot of papers, so maybe you got confused.
He granted...
You put music on there too, though.
You want to see the order?
Maybe it's the same thing.
Discovery of defendants?
So I think it to me.
There you go.
He agreed to give it to you?
Sure.
But I thought the hearing didn't happen.
Well, you thought wrong. There's a lot of papers, so maybe you got confused.
He granted this motion?
I think so. You want to see the order?
Yeah.
It's
Tizzy.
the record, October 7th, 2021.
And
in your discussions with her, did she give you any particular instructions about?
I like it better with my reaction. All right. Miss Shelley. I wonder what Miss Shelley's GoFundMe's at now. What is it at? What they do? What they do? Yeah, I love the shades thing on them. I've talked to quite a few people about. Oh, what's going on? Oh shit! They took over Sled. Sled's intercepting the stream, the live feed. Sled. I talked to a few people about the trial. Who sent me this? Thank you for sending me this. What did?
Now, let's get into the courtroom. Apparently, you had access or were able to check out the holding cell that Alec Murdaugh is in each day?
Oh, where he at?
Right. I mean, we're talking about an attorney that used to represent some clients in this 200-year-old courthouse behind me. So we wanted to know where he spends his time when the cameras are not rolling, when we're on those extended breaks, maybe lunch break. And here's our exclusive look. Now, when you see the seal on your screen and Judge Clifton Newman clears the courtroom, Alec is ushered out. On the other side of that door, he is met with deputies and he is handcuffed. Then he is brought down to the bottom floor of the Culleton County Courthouse. Through this elevator, he makes his way with one plainclothed officer and two correctionals officers. In handcuffs, he goes through this small hallway into one of two holding cells, but only one is being used for this trial, and it's this one. He is right here, and this is the accommodations. Much different than Hilton Head, right? What he might be used to. There's the basics, there's a toilet with no cover, and then there's also...
Oh boy.
Please be seated.
Oh boy. Hold on, I'm turning on the other screen.
Good morning. I have two issues. I don't know if you all have something. First, we have a juror who is not feeling well and who is at a doctor's appointment. Juror number 441. That juror is not here.
Take the day off.
We'll need to replace that juror with an alternate. As I understand it, this is a juror who took the place of another juror.
Damn. I told you, man, they're running thin. They've been playing around too much.
Took place of 220.
These people are tired of this shit. I'm telling you.
Any comment? State or the
thin.
defense?
What you got?
Court's indulgence, one moment.
Yo, they've been
I
dragging.
apologize, Your Honor, 441.
Maybe someone heard it from your side.
My question would be, has she indicated she's too ill to be here, or she's just gone to a doctor's appointment and could be here by?
Not feeling well. They have doctor's appointment. I haven't spoken with the juror. This note came from someone. Did it come from the clerk's office?
I believe the jury coordinator.
From the jury coordinator?
Yes, sir.
I had the volume too high. Sorry, guys.
Sorry, I don't have to pull out documents we haven't really looked at in 4 weeks.
Can you have the juror coordinator come up?
Yeah, I don't. This is just. Oh man, I hope that we don't end up having an issue, man, because this. I mean, I get the state. We've talked about this so many times. I feel like that last timeline that they did was great. It was amazing. It was rehashed stuff of everything that they've. I feel like they probably didn't have to do everything that they did. They could have kept it a little more cleaner, a little less overload of the same redundancy. The way they closed it was great. I mean, I guess they got some information in last minute, I guess. But this is like, you could tell the jury was getting tired, bro. Like, once they started dropping like flies. Immediately the first one was complaining that you said it was 3 weeks. I gotta go.
Your Honor, that's fine with proceeding if that's the court's desire to proceed on. Certainly, I don't have any objection either.
Proceeding as opposed to what?
I mean, if she's at the doctor's appointment, I don't know if that was something that would keep her out for a while. That would be the only thing, but obviously she's not here and not feeling well, so that's why we have the alternates.
And Your Honor,
I think there's 2 more left.
and I know you were going to tell the jury, day 21, and we'd like to not be doing day 31. And if it delays it, we sit here and wait to find out what her health condition is. It might go on for a while, so we'd rather go ahead and proceed.
All right, Madam Jury Coordinator, what?
Your Honor, can I make a statement right quick?
Yes, sir.
We think the defense will be rested. We will rest our case by Friday.
Ooh.
Late day Friday. And then
really,
I don't know if the state has any reply, but we're looking at finishing early next week. I don't know if it makes sense to notify the jury of this anticipated schedule, and if that creates that we know we're going to lose some people if they're aware right now that we may be finishing early next week and we'd be coming up short. I just don't want to come up short. That's
all right.
I think they have to push through, man. I don't think they can delay.
Of course, that's all predicated on cross-examination and reply.
Ms. Sherry, did you receive a call from a juror or some communication from the juror?
Yes,
sir. Tell us about it. Stand and tell us about it.
Ms. Cindy, the clerk down at General Sessions, she took the message, and they say they weren't feeling good this weekend, and that he has a doctor's appointment this morning.
All right. So it's the same as the other juror who ended up in the emergency room, and we replaced that juror.
Dude, I'm sick too.
So
can I call out on you guys? I'm not feeling too parched. You know what I'm saying?
So we now have, we'll need to select by lot the next juror. We have 3 alternates, right?
3
Out of
alternates
the
left.
three,
Yeah.
we need another juror. Any objection
Man.
to the clerk randomly pulling out the number out of the box?
None from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
Who
Bruh.
do we have?
I mean, I don't watch trials often. Have you guys ever seen them go through so many extra jurors? Juror.
Tell us who
Jeweled.
the juror
Juror. Mary, thank you.
530.
Mary Rivera, thank you so much for the super chat. Good morning to you. His beautiful struggle. Thank you for the 16-month membership. Oh my God. You survived with me through a whole hell of a lot. Thanks, man, for the hard work. Congrats on your new place. Thank you. So,
All right, juror number 530 will become part of the,
so if they're done by
Regular
Friday, that'd be nice. I mean, at least resting. Who knows how long they're liberated. I might be able to move earlier than the...
secondly, I've been receiving
I'm gonna leave it
over
for
the
Saturday
past 2 to 3 days, emails
Uh-oh.
concerning a social media post by Mr. Griffin
Oh.
commenting upon witnesses' testimony and quality of the investigation by the state. And it appeared on my Twitter feed this morning.
Jim!
Mr. Griffin, is this part of your defense strategy, or?
Your Honor, all I did was retweet an article that was published in the Washington Post. I didn't put any comment. I didn't make any statement. I just retweeted the article that's in the newspaper. That's all I did.
You know, we had an NBA player who retweeted an article, professional basketball player who retweeted an article that resulted in him being suspended from the NBA for about 10 days and cost him about $10 million in salary.
I'm frozen.
So retweeting is the same as, to some, as if your tweet. It appeared, I didn't know that, well, I mean, I'm not a Twitter friend of yours, but it just appeared on my, under Twitter.
You guys want the chest
First thing up
loaded
this
already?
morning was you. You know, we had the lawyer who had a similar name to, a person with a similar name to our lawyer witness, and it was someone else by the same name. In your interest, your instance, it's your name and your picture. So,
Retweet the article, no question about it.
yeah, well, I've been reviewing Rule 3.6 regarding that, and whereas the rule does not specifically state that lawyers are prohibited from criticizing witnesses during the course of the trial or commenting on a case that they're actively participating in. I think it goes against the spirit.
Oh, nice. We got a nice amount of people on
law,
Facebook.
Of the rule, and it doesn't pass the field test. So that's
Okay.
to quote Judge Keinerd, it doesn't pass the field test. So you should not post or repost anything that would give me or the general public, or hopefully never land in the hand of a juror who, you know, the jurors were instructed not to discuss the case, and you know, obviously that did not extend to the lawyers, but it's not a good practice, and it could easily lead to modification of our rules that might specifically address something like that. So,
Thank you, Daisy.
Understand, Your Honor, I will not retweet anything or tweet anything.
Just a tweet,
Trial's
y'all.
over.
yes, sir.
Oh, Lord. Lord.
Anything
Jim
else
Griffin, say
before
they
the
so,
jury
brother.
comes?
Oh, no.
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Oh, Lord.
Nothing for the defense, Your Honor.
Okay, you may bring the jury.
Should we retweet it? Fuck it. You want to retweet this shit? Lord. Oh no. Coming from the defense team, which managed to open every available door for the prosecution to bring in roadside shooting and financial crimes. You didn't just open the doors, you broke down whole walls like a wrecking ball and sent invitations to the prosecution. I came in like a wrecking ball. Oh shit, he catching hit. Jim catching heat. Sloppy because law enforcement was so reluctant to follow evidence into the quagmire of corruption that the Murdaugh family all cough their friends. Yeah, them cops over there, they get bought out. All you gotta do is buy them a ticket and they sell out over there. Murdaugh family, the legacy. Shame on you, Jim. I thought you loved Maggie and Paul. As lawyers and people who supposedly love M&P, you all knew better to be part of the crime scene following intimidating sled.
Good morning.
To find the killer. All of you loved Alex more than wanting justice for Paul, Maggie, and Buster.
Now the defense's case.
Buster over there hugging up on Daddy too.
As you all might know, one juror is missing, absent, and that juror has to be replaced, and that juror is being replaced by juror number 5.
Jim. Say it ain't so, Jim.
Number 530, nod.
Oh,
530. All right, juror number 530, you're one of the first 12 now. Participating member of the regular jury panel. And
this shit gonna blow up now. This thing finna blow up.
We'll press on with our case, and hopefully we'll not have much more attrition.
Who is Jim
It's
Party?
understandable the longer this case goes.
We'll
proceed now with the defense's case.
Thank you, Your Honor. Defense will call Richard Alexander Murdaugh Jr., also known as Buster Murdaugh.
Oh, Buster! Sorry for screaming. Oh! Buster, it's time. Showtime, Buster. Oh, shit!
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Thank you. You'll have a seat up on the witness stand. Adjust your chair and your microphone. And if you'll state your full name and spell your last name.
Richard Alexander Murdaugh Jr., M-U-R-D-A-U-G-H. I go by Buster.
Ooh.
Mr. Murdaugh, is your father sitting over here at defense table?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury a little bit about yourself. Where you born, where you raised, where'd you go to school?
Right. So my name is Buster, 26 years old. I live in Hilton Head Island, South Carolina. I was born in Savannah and lived in Beaufort for about 2 years when I was a little child. We moved to Hampton in about 2000, and I grew up in Hampton, went to Wade Hampton High School, and after high school I went to a small college in Spartanburg called Wofford.
Is your mother Maggie?
Yes, sir.
And your brother Paul?
Yes, sir.
When you moved to Hampton, do you remember how old you were when you first moved to Hampton?
Three or four.
Okay. And did you live in Hampton, in a house in the city limits?
Yes, sir.
The town limits?
Yes, sir.
And you did that with your mom and dad and brother for how long?
For around 20 years.
Right. What schools did you go to coming up through in Hampton County? What did you go to grade school?
Went to Ben Hazel Primary School, Hampton Elementary School, North District Middle School, Wade Hampton High School.
Okay. And as you were growing up, what were your interests, Buster?
Sports, playing sports, doing things outdoors, hunting, fishing.
And was your father involved in those interests with you?
Yes, sir.
And was your mother also?
Yes, sir.
And in what way?
Well, my father coached every Little League team I played on up until I started playing for the schools in which had a coach.
And what about Paul? What were his interests growing up?
Paul's interests were outdoors, mostly. Hunting, fishing, playing around in the woods.
Right. Did he also play sports at times?
He did. Yeah, he played basketball and baseball.
Did your dad coach him as well?
He did.
And would your parents attend all of your and Paul's sporting events as you were growing up?
Every game. And it was a rarity for them to miss one, and then if they had to, they would call and explain. And
right. And at some point in time, did your parents buy this property off Moselle Road?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember roughly when that was?
Right around 2012, I think. I would have been a sophomore in high school.
And when that property was first purchased, did you move out to Moselle, or are you still living in Hampton?
So we had a house in Hampton and also purchased the property at Moselle, which had a house. And for the beginning stages of owning Moselle, Hampton was still working as our primary residence. But I believe it was Hurricane Matthew, or one of the hurricanes came through and blew a bunch of pine trees over on the house. So it had to get work done to it. And from that point, we moved out from Hampton to Moselle while the house was getting fixed. And more or less, it just it never transitioned back to Hampton. It just almost like Moselle became the primary residence.
And during this time, did your family also have a house at Edisto?
Yes, sir.
How frequently would you stay at the house at Edisto?
Very frequently during the summertime.
Okay.
Almost every weekend.
And when your family essentially relocated to the Moselle property and making it
today
primary residence, were you still living at home in high school, or do you remember how old you were at that point in time?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Jim. Will you say that again?
Were you living at home at that point in time? Was that while you were still in high school or
yes.
School? You remember when you transitioned to Moselle and started staying there basically full time during the school year?
So when I was still in high school, we were living in the Hampton house, and then I'd gone off to college.
Okay.
Which is when the stuff happened, and they moved out to Moselle. So yeah, I was living at college.
And when did you go off to college?
2014.
Okay, so sometime after around 2014, family relocated to Moselle for the most part because of the hurricane damage.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell the jury a little bit about the Moselle property. I know they've heard a fair amount, but I think you probably know it better than anybody.
Yeah, so the Moselle property it's roughly 1,700 acres, and a lot of that is really not even accessible. It's a lot of swamplands, a lot of stuff that you just, no road systems or anything like that, but a big portion of it is has road systems and everything, and it's a big property. It's broken up into several different parcels that border each other, and we have 20 some odd deer stands, dove fields, duck ponds, just all over the property. So
what type of hunting did you and your brother and your father do at Moselle?
Everything: deer, duck, quail, dove, hogs.
You have a duck pond?
We have a duck pond.
Okay. And the hunting was, did you have a lot of friends come out and hunt as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now the jury has seen a aerial view of the property, and there's a main house, there's shed, kennels, and then there's a house sort of right on Moselle Road. What do you call that house?
That's the cabin.
The cabin. And did you live in the cabin with friends over summers at some point in time?
I did. The summer of my sophomore year, after my sophomore year, me and two of my buddies lived in the cabin.
Okay. And who are those buddies?
Nolan Tootin and Rogan Gibson.
Okay. And the, so we can get more of this. We've heard about hogs and pigs on the property. Can you tell the jury a little bit about that?
About the hogs?
Yes, sir.
We had a lot of hogs, and if you don't know, hogs are very destructive to a piece of property. You know, we plant food plots for the deer, plant the fields for the doves and the ducks, and they basically go through and ruin it all. So given the high population of hogs, we would frequently go out and hunt them, try to cut the numbers down a little bit.
Did, what kind of guns did you have there at Moselle?
We had a lot of guns.
Did you have shotguns?
We did, shotguns.
You have 12-gauge shotguns?
12-gauge shotguns, 20-gauge shotguns, 16-gauge shotguns, 28-gauge shotguns.
Right. And how many type rifles did you have on the property?
A lot.
Can you just name some of them?
Yeah, 270 short mag, 7mm 08, 308, 243, 223, 300 blackout.
And what type of ammo did you keep on the property?
Well, I mean, all ammos for those calibers.
Sure. And where were the guns kept primarily?
In the gun room at the main house at Moselle.
And was there a pool table in the gun room?
There was.
Okay. Were there times when guns were left elsewhere on the property?
Yes.
Where else on the property would guns be left?
Well, just myself. I mean, I've left them up at the shed before. I've left them on golf cart used that day. Left them in a truck. I mean, guns would just not always find their way back to the gun room.
How about Paul? How was he with securing guns?
Not good.
What do you mean by that?
Paul left guns probably more on the property than anybody else, and sometimes sometimes he would use my gun and then he would leave it, and then I'd have to track it down.
Right. Did Paul carry guns in his truck?
He did.
Would he keep his truck locked up?
No, not all the time.
Okay. Did at some point in time you and Paul receive 300 blackouts for Christmas?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember roughly, was that 2016 or 2017?
Sounds right.
Okay. And what color was your 300 blackout?
It was black.
And have you been sitting in this courtroom during the entire trial?
Yes, sir.
And the jury's seen a black 300 blackout. Is that yours?
It is. That is my 300 blackout.
Was that the one you got for Christmas?
Yes, sir.
And what color was Paul's?
Paul's was black and tan.
And when you say black and tan, what part was tan and what part was black?
So the receiver would have been tan, and and barrel would have been tan.
What part would have been black?
Stock, maybe.
Okay. And so yours was all black, his was black and tan.
That's right.
What happened to his that he got for Christmas in 2016?
His gun was apparently stolen, lost, taken. Yeah.
How do you know that?
That's just what Paul told me.
What happened to your gun after Paul's was stolen?
My gun became, what we would both use.
And did that create some confrontation between you two at times?
Yes, sir.
And why?
Well, kind of like I just touched on. So he would use it. He's not very good about putting it back where he found it. I leave it somewhere. I go back and, want to get it, and it's not there.
Did you notice, were you aware that Paul got a replacement at some point in time?
No, sir.
Well, you heard about that in the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
Trial? Okay. But up to that point, did you ever see Paul use the replacement?
No, sir. I've never seen a replacement.
So every time in your presence Paul was using a 300 blackout, which one would it be?
Mine.
There's, I'm not going to pull these guns out, Buster, but there's been discussion, and the jury has seen a 12-gauge Benelli with a Mojo sticker on it. Whose gun is that?
That's mine.
And what's Mojo?
Mojo is a brand of decoy. It's basically what it is it's, you know, say you buy a wood duck Mojo and it sits on a pole, but the wings are motorized, so it's to replicate, you know, a more alive duck.
And did you, why's your Benelli have a Mojo sticker on it?
Because I bought a Mojo decoy, and in the box it came with a sticker, and I put the sticker on the gun barrel.
And so that way you know that's your gun.
That's right.
Okay. I believe the evidence in the case is that Mojo Benelli, when it was seized, was loaded. Did you frequently put the gun away loaded?
Yes, sir.
Why?
You know, knowing that I might need it again at any point.
Okay.
Just, you know, put it back on the shelf. I kept the safety on.
Okay. And I think it was loaded with a 3-inch and a 3.5-inch turkey load. Do you remember that you would load that gun with a 3-inch and a 3.5-inch?
Yes, sir.
And why would you do that?
I do that because when I go turkey hunting, the goal is to, you know, get the turkey close to you and shoot it in the first try. But if I were to miss and the turkey goes running away and I try to shoot it again, I put a bigger shell, larger shell, behind the smaller one for that purpose.
Okay. And that's something you commonly did?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever load in a 12 gauge, 20 gauge, 28 gauge, a buckshot followed by a bird shot?
No, sir, I've never done that.
Have you ever known anybody to do that?
No, sir.
Do you know of any reason to do that?
No, I can't think of any reason to do that.
And specifically, have you ever loaded in any gun a buckshot followed by dry lock, steel, waterfowl pellet?
I have not.
You've known anybody to do that?
No, sir.
You know any reason to do that?
No, sir.
Okay. And you ever seen any guns on your property loaded in that fashion?
No, sir.
Buckshot with some sort of bird shot right behind it?
No, sir.
The jury's heard testimony about goings and comings, which way you go in and go out at Moselle. How many entrances were there at Moselle?
2 entrances.
And will you describe the 2 entrances?
So the main entrance is pretty much straight out of the front door of the house. You would go down a dirt road and then you would come up on big brick columns, and that's what I refer to as the main entrance. But down by the kennels is another entrance, and that one is a little bit different. That one has the mailbox beside it, and those are the 2 entrances.
Okay. So let's talk about coming onto the property. Which entrance coming onto the property would your mother normally take?
I would say normally everybody took the main entrance, unless that there was a reason that you needed to go down the other one, which for her reasons of going down the other one would be the mailbox, and also when we got packages delivered from Amazon, they actually would go to the shed as opposed to the house.
So your deliveries would go not to the yellow or whatever white house that you lived in, but down at the shed?
That's right.
Okay. Now, leaving Moselle, the property, which way would you, Alex, your mom, Paul normally go leaving Moselle?
Out of the main gate.
Okay. And if you're going to Alameda, which way do you turn coming out of the main gate?
To the right.
The in 2020, 2021, during the summer months, where did your mother prefer to stay?
At Edisto.
And where were you staying, say, in the spring, summer of 2021? Where were you living?
Spring, Moselle.
And then summer, where'd you move to? Or,
I was down at Edisto a lot in the summer.
okay. And then, and where was Paul living in the, say, spring of 2021?
Is he saying spring of 20 or 21?
21.
Damn.
Now, man, maybe I said the wrong thing. In the spring of 2021, where were you living?
Spring of 2021.
Did you have an apartment in Columbia?
Yes, I did have an apartment in
You
Columbia.
split time between Columbia and Moselle, and
Yes, sir.
Where you at?
you have a girlfriend?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then in the summer of 2021, well, in June, where were you living?
Between Columbia and between Rock Hill.
Okay. And who lived in Rock Hill?
My girlfriend's mom.
And then in the spring up through June of 2021, where was Paul living?
In Columbia.
He had an apartment in Columbia?
Yes, sir.
And was he enrolled at University of South Carolina in the spring of 2021?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then once school got out, do you know where Paul relocated to? Anywhere?
No, not exactly. I know that.
Buster. Careful, Buster.
I mean, I think he went down to live with John Marvin, and he was working for him for the summertime.
And who's John Marvin?
My uncle.
And what kind of business does John Marvin have?
He has a rental business, and he sells Kubota tractors.
And where does he have store locations?
One in Okatee, one in Hampton.
And was Paul working at the Ogatee location?
Yes.
Just sort of backing up, did you and your dad and mother and brother Paul do a lot of things with your mother's family, the Brandstetters?
Yes, sir.
What type of things would y'all do?
Well, we gather every holiday, and other than that, we would do trips together. We would go down to Key West, go over to my Aunt Mary and Uncle Bart's lake house, river house, just
right.
Stuff like that. Take trips, family trips.
And I'm just going to pull up on the screen, Doug, Defendant's Exhibit 122, which is in evidence, Your Honor. And Buster, take a look on the screen, and I believe your Aunt Marion testified about this. Can you tell the jury what this photo is?
This is a photo of me and my brother and my mom and my dad.
And was this taken in, I think, May 21? You were up for a baby shower, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And where was this?
So this is this is at Lake Kiwi in a community called the Reserve.
Okay. And y'all are visiting with whom?
With my aunt and uncle, Aunt Mary and Uncle Bart.
And for what purpose?
For my oldest cousin's baby shower.
All right. And was events like this unusual or
No,
fairly
sir.
frequent?
They're common.
And was your father close with Maggie's dad, your grandfather, Papa T, as it's been heard in this, it's been known in this courtroom?
Yes, sir, he was.
And what kind of things would they do together?
They would do a lot together. For a long time, there was my grandfather had a camping trip, and Papa T frequented the camping trip. He liked that. Dad and Papa T would go to Carolina sporting events together, play golf together.
And did you spend a lot of time with your dad and your grandfather, Papa T?
Yes, sir.
You play golf with him?
Yes, sir.
We'll get to that a little bit. And let's talk about your dad's side of the family. Was it a close-knit family?
Yes, sir.
And your grandfather, your dad's father, his name was what?
Handsome.
Handsome. And that was a nickname, I take it?
Yes, sir. It's what grandchildren called him.
Everybody?
Well, it started as grandchildren calling him, and then all of our friends started calling him that.
But that was Randolph Murdaugh?
Yes, sir.
And then your grandmother's name, Libby?
Yes, sir.
And they lived close by, is that correct?
That's right.
Where do they live?
Alameda.
And in relation to, I guess, Hampton, where's Alameda?
So straight down 278, like you're going to Yemisi.
Okay. And how far away is it from, say, the law office of PMPED to your grandparents' house?
Right.
Roughly how far is that?
10 minutes.
Okay. And how far of a drive would it have been from your house in Hampton?
I mean, roughly the same.
Right. And you know roughly how far of a drive it would have been from the house in Moselle?
Probably more like 20. 25 maybe.
And did you and your mom and your dad and your brother Paul spend a lot of time with the Murdaugh side of the family?
Yes, sir.
And what would y'all do together?
Similar stuff, obviously gathering during the holidays, various things like that. We would take trips with that side of the family as well. You know, get out everybody, rent a big house, you know, meet up on the water on the weekends, just a lot of stuff going on with that side of the family as well.
And so I guess let's go back and, well, let's identify on your dad's side of the family. Did your dad have brothers and sisters?
Yes, sir.
Who are they?
John Marvin, Randy, and Lynn.
Okay. And then John Marvin, Randy, and Lynn had children, did they?
Yes, sir.
So you had a lot of cousins?
Yes, sir.
And families would get together, those cousins and aunts and uncles?
That's right.
Okay. And was there property down on Chichesi that y'all would spend time at?
Yes, sir. That was the family river house, Chichesi.
And where is that located?
So it's located in Okatee, Waters Avenue, off the Chichesi River.
Right.
It's pretty desolate.
The in the spring, in May and June of 2021, what was your grandfather Handsome's health condition as you knew it?
Not good. He wasn't in good health.
What do you understand his health problems to be?
I understand he had cancer, and I understood that, you know, he was having a pretty big battle with it.
And what was your grandmother? What'd you call your grandmother?
M.
Yes,
sir.
What health issues did she have in May and June of 2021?
She has Alzheimer's.
Okay. And would your dad frequently check on Handsome and M?
Yes, sir.
Would you go with your dad to check on Handsome and M?
I would occasionally go with them too. Yes, sir.
Okay. And what times of day would you go with your dad to check on your grandparents?
It could have been any time. Went over at lunch a lot of times. Went over in the evenings a lot. Just no real set schedule. Just kind of mosey on over there.
When would your mother go with your dad?
She would, not regularly, but she went.
Would Paul stop in and check on your grandparents?
Yes, sir.
Was that fairly regularly for something Paul to do?
Yeah, Paul would do it regularly as well.
Ooh, let me say you think you helped Daddy that night. That is murder.
When you would go with your dad in the evenings, and maybe it's not limited to the evenings, where would you park when you go visit your grandparents?
For the most part, just like a ordinary afternoon visit, park in, you know, the garage, the carport. But if we went over a little bit later, then we would pull around to the back side of the house and be able to enter through the back door.
Okay. And what's at the back side of the house?
So when you walk in the back side, it's like we call it a sunroom, but it's, you know, a dining table. It's got a TV in there, and then that is right next to the kitchen. And then if you're in the kitchen and you go to the right, then that's where my grandparents' room is.
Doug, if you could pull up page 38 from State's Exhibit 524, please, that's in evidence. '24, I believe it is. Page 38. Yes. And that's page 38? So Buster, this is from State's Exhibit 524, which is in evidence, which is the GPS data off the OnStar provided from General Motors. And can you see that?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us, what's that house?
So that's my grandparents' house at Alameda.
All right. And these dots in the back, and I'm going to point to
You're talking about this spot where Alec pulled up.
this line of dots just right next to the circle that Doug drew. Do you see them when they seem to be connected right here on the far right?
Yes, sir.
Where is that on the property?
So that's right off the back corner of the house.
Is that a place where you'd normally park to go in the back of the house?
Yes, sir. That is where.
Have you parked there yourself?
I have.
Have you seen other family members park there?
I have.
Is that a customary place to park when you go in the back door where the kitchen sunroom is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to show you some photos, which are exhibits 130 to 136. And I'll ask you if you can just identify them. Don't show them to the jury, but just tell us what those photographs are of.
So these photos are of the area we're talking about, off the back corner of the house at Alameda.
All right. Your Honor, this time I move defendant's exhibits 130 through 136 in evidence.
No objection. They are admitted.
Thank you. So Doug, please pull up exhibit 133.
Dad is happy this morning. He's smiling. Happy.
And Buster, tell us what
cheerful.
133 is, please.
Yeah, so this is the back door entrance to where I was just talking about, to enter into the sunroom kitchen, into the kind of back quarters where my grandparents' bedrooms were.
All right, and if you'll pull up 134, Doug, please. And what's 134?
Same thing, same backside of the property, just a little bit of a different angle.
So the part of the house to the right of the photo, what's that?
Boom.
Can you see here?
Yeah, so that right there would be my grandparents' bedroom.
Okay, so that's in the evening, your grandparents would be in that part of the house, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And if you went to the garage entrance, what would happen? What would be required of your grandparents or some sitter to let you in?
Yeah, so you could go and knock, but a lot of times they're in the back part of the house and they don't hear you, so you normally call and say like, hey, I'm at the front, I need to be, let in. And they'd have to walk from the back to the front, unlock the door and let you in.
But if you're in the back, how far is the walk?
Quarter of the distance it would be to walk to it's very short.
And was it common to go in the back door?
Yes, sir.
And is it? And then I'm going to show you exhibit 131. Please pull that up, Doug.
Morning, y'all. If you can hit the like button, appreciate it.
So Your Honor, can he step down off the stand and point to the jury where? So Buster, step aside so that the jury can, you're not blocking their view. I don't have a pointer, but can you point out in this photo where you would normally park? All right, yeah, point out to the jury where you normally park to go into the...
So you would park, right about here, coming right off basically the corner of the house, and this is the same stairway to go up to the back door.
Oh, no,
So
right
you
here?
park in the grass?
Yes, sir.
And near that satellite dish?
There we go, yeah.
Or not near the satellite dish?
Yeah,
Objection.
Where would you park in relation to the satellite dish?
Yeah, right there close to it.
All right. And that was...
That boy's standing right there, too. Hold on. Can I get a camera for it? They keep switching.
Now, hang on, Buster. I'm sorry. Come
that
back.
boy ain't playing. He got up.
What's this structure right here?
That's what we call the cook shed.
And maybe there's... And what's in the cook shed?
Gotta get you on
A
camera.
couple couches, big TVs. That's mostly where my grandfather used to have a cookout on every third Thursday of a month, and that's where he would have his little gathering. It's just an open concept in there with a kitchen, TV, couple couches.
All right. Hang on, Doug. Can you pull up 132 while Buster's still standing here?
Playing. Prosecution's dog. Playing, ready to bite. There he is getting up.
Buster, what's this structure to the right of as you're looking at the cookhouse?
It's an old shed.
Okay. Now, roughly, what's the distance between the cookhouse and the cook shed to where you'd normally park to go in the back door?
10, 20 yards, maybe.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and take your seat, please.
Right there. That boy, the dog right there. Ready to jump.
Buster, how often would you speak with your mom and dad on the telephone on a daily basis?
Pretty much every day.
Right. And would you be with your dad when he's talking to your mother?
Yes, sir.
I guess can you give the jury some sense of how frequently, as a family, y'all would engage in telephone conversations daily?
Yeah, it was very frequent. I mean, I spoke to my mom every day, multiple times a day, and the like for my dad and for my brother too. And that's just me, and I know it's like they're all talking to each other too. Just a lot of conversating throughout the day over the telephones within the family.
Okay. So, Doug, I want to pull up State's Exhibit 520, which is in evidence, and this is the Murdaugh extended or extensive timeline, not the condensed version. State's 520, and if you'll go to page 14, please. So, Buster, what I'd like to do, and this starts at 1:11:10 p.m. If you could blow up that first entry, Doug, and this is in evidence offered by the state. And I just want to go through some of these again. So at 1:10, this document says, Paul Murdaugh misses a phone call from Margaret Murdaugh. And then at 1:11:36, it says, Maggie makes an outgoing phone call to Buster, answered 1 minute and 22 seconds long. Do you have any independent recollection of this particular phone call?
No, sir.
Okay. But if you keep working your way down, At 1:19, Doug, there's another entry. It says, Paul Murdaugh makes an outgoing phone call to mom. You see that? At 1:19.
Yes, sir.
And then if we'll go down to, well, so I guess let's just stop there. Is it frequent that your mother would reach out to you and Paul during the day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you'll go down to 141, please, Doug, at 141, 33 seconds. And you see Maggie makes an outgoing phone call to Buster. Do you see that? At 142, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
And then right before that, at 141, it looks like Maggie makes an outgoing phone call to Alex and not answered. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And then if you go right below that, it says 142:43, Maggie makes an outgoing phone call to Paul. Now, you see that?
Yes, sir.
Well, anything unusual going on this day, or is this sort of how life was in the Murdaugh family?
No, this was normal. This was the way we communicated.
Okay. And then if you'll go to page 15, Doug, at the bottom at entry 1:52:39 p.m. says Maggie Murdaugh makes outgoing phone call to Buster, answered at 1:19. So here's another call from your mother. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Not unusual, was it?
Not unusual.
All right. Then page 16 at 1:55:40. If you'll take a look, blow that up, Doug. Says Maggie Murdaugh received an incoming phone call from PA Alec Murdaugh. Answered 6 minutes and 18 seconds. And that was your dad and mom apparently talking, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then right below that at 1:56:18, there's some instant messages to you about some medication. Do you remember what this might be about?
Yeah, so this was about, I take a medication called Dupixent, which is a self-given shot. And I was up in Rock Hill, and I needed to get the medicine delivered to this address here on the screen.
Okay.
And that's what we were talking about. She was, calling the pharmacy to get it redirected to that address.
Normal day, is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Doug, if you go to page 19 at 3:24:20 p.m. Excuse me, I'm sorry. 3:24:35. Alex Murdaugh receives an incoming phone call from Buster. 518 seconds. Sitting here today, do you remember what the phone call was about?
No, sir. I don't know specifically what it's about.
But just normal
Yeah, just,
day in the life of Buster Murdaugh,
that's right.
talking to his parents.
Yes, sir.
I guess he's trying to show it's just a normal day for them, I guess.
If you go to page 24, Doug. At 4:42:56 p.m. See, that looks like at 4:42 your mother's calling you again, right?
Yes, sir.
Anything unusual going on?
No, sir.
Ooh, Rocco.
And then if you'll go to page 26, Doug, at 5:16:25 p.m. And there's an entry that says Alec Murdaugh calls Buster Murdaugh. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Looks like a 6-second call. Do you remember what that might be about?
No, 6 seconds could be a butt dial. That would happen often.
All right, and then if you go down the bottom of the page at 5:21:11, looks like there's a 92-second call, which is about 5 minutes after what might have been the butt dial. It says Alex Murdaugh receives a call, Buster, answered 92 seconds long. You see that?
Yes, sir.
So are you returning your dad's call, you think?
Probably.
Okay. And I'll just carry through. If we'll, Doug, if you'll go to page 32.
But I was thinking about it in my head. Can that happen
13
still?
p.m., please.
Does that still happen for people? Never
Pull it
calls
up.
it, but
Thank you. So this entry says Alec Murdaugh calls Terry Brandstetter 412 seconds. Who's Terry Brandstetter?
Papa T.
And would your dad call your grandfather fairly regularly?
Yes, sir, he would.
So again, anything unusual going on the 7th for y'all to have all these communications?
No, sir.
regular day.
And then we'll jump to page 49, Doug. And if you go to 908-58, and it says, Alec Murdaugh, iMessages Maggie Murdaugh stating, quote, going to check on M, be right back, close quote. Now, who's M?
My grandma.
And this is at 908-58. And then at 910-47, there's an entry that says, Alec Murdaugh calls Buster, and it says 60 seconds long. And that's at 9:10:47 p.m. on June 7th. Do you remember getting that phone call?
Yes, sir.
What did you talk about? What did you talk about?
Basis for the objection.
Reacting to hearsay.
Pardon?
I don't want to open the door to anything else. I was reacting to hearsay.
I asked what the topic was, Your Honor.
Objection's overruled.
Yeah, don't say what your dad said. Just tell me what y'all talked about.
Yeah, well, we just talked about, like, hey, how you doing? And then he said that he was going out to...
What? Hang on. Okay. I mean, I thought he didn't want to hear hearsay, but I'm sorry, Your Honor. Go ahead.
And he was just letting me know that he was going out to Alameda to check on them.
Okay. And was this a unusual conversation you had with him?
No, sir.
What was his demeanor in the conversation?
Normal.
Had it changed from any of the other times you talked to him earlier in the day on the 7th?
No, sir.
And would he on occasion call you when he was going to check on his mother, M?
He would, yes, sir.
Was that an unusual occurrence?
No, probably one of the more regular occurrences. We all usually would make phone calls like riding in a car. So when he was riding over, it's very common for him to call.
You take that down, Doug. So just going through this extraction from, say, 1 o'clock until what we just talked about, 9 o'clock. We did either multiple phone calls within the family. Tell the jury about the cell phone coverage at Moselle.
Not great cell phone coverage. Didn't have a lot of service, especially around. So if you were underneath the shed, at the shed, it had a metal roof. It just couldn't get any service inside of it. It was spotty around the whole property, and it had honestly gotten bad up at the house. We had just put on a new roof. Roof was metal, and just kind of hindered a lot of the phone coverage out there.
Would it be unusual for your dad to leave his phone at the house when he was going down to the shed?
No, sir.
Can't lead the witness.
No, sir. Would not be unusual.
Okay. Well, did your dad always have his phone with him when he was on the property at Moselle?
Not all the time.
Did your brother always have the phone on him when he was at the property at Moselle?
Not always on him. He would have it near him, but, you know, he's out there working on stuff, and didn't always have his phone just in his hand or in his pockets or anything like that.
Did your father ever like misplace his phone?
Yes, sir.
Was that a frequent occurrence?
It was.
How about your brother? Did he ever misplace his phone?
He did.
Was that frequent?
It was.
Now, there's been some testimony about Bubba.
Yes, sir.
Who's Bubba?
Bubba was our dog.
What kind of dog was Bubba?
He's a yellow lab.
And was he difficult to control?
He could be, but for the most part, no. He would listen to Dad more than anybody else. But also, we had a gun dog shot collar that we would put on him sometimes, and when he had that on, he was,
okay,
on his P's and Q's.
Ooh, a shot collar on that boy.
The switching gears, another topic. When your dad, well, let me just put it like this: how frequently would your dad take a shower or bath?
He could take him a lot, and he, working out there, if he goes outside and sweats a lot, comes back in and takes a shower.
Was that normal routine for him?
It was.
And did he sweat a lot?
Yeah, it's hot out there in the summertime.
Was he a lot bigger then than he is today?
He was.
How big was he?
Probably 6'4", 250, 260.
Right. Alan, excuse me, Buster, were you aware that your dad had a opioid addiction?
A little bit. I knew a little bit about the usage of pills.
What did you know about it?
I knew that either my brother and mom had found them at some point, and then told them like, "Hey, we found these," and I want to say the 2018 around Christmas, he went to a detox facility after Christmas, and that was my knowledge of it. Thought that handled it, and then there were a couple more times after the fact where they would kind of go into this finding pills, all that stuff, and then he did a few kind of like at home, just self-detoxed a couple times, and thought once he did that get off of them, but that was kind of my general knowledge about it all.
You thought he had beat it?
That's right. Yes, sir.
And when he was confronted about his pills, what was his attitude?
I don't know for sure, because I wasn't there when a lot of the confrontations happened with them finding the pills, but I mean, I've never heard anything, just apologetic and
right.
Sorry, and would usually be his kind of regular kind of response.
How did your family handle disputes, like disagreements?
Pretty, I mean, like adults, pretty civilly, talked about it and stuff like that. I mean, and it just depends on the dispute too. Like,
right.
Like I was a kid, I get spanked, stuff like that. That's not really a disagreement. That's just
once you're a teenager and college age,
right?
Any reprimand or disputes you've gotten into with your father, was it all civil?
Yeah, definitely civil.
Did your father show patience with you and your brother?
Yes, sir, he would.
Was there ever any violence in the family?
No, sir.
In February of 2019, your brother was in a boating accident, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I believe, where were you living at the time?
Columbia.
Okay. And was he criminally charged eventually?
Yes, sir.
And what type of reaction was there to his involvement in the boating accident and his criminal charges sort of in the community in Hampton?
I would say a negative reaction in the community. The media spike kind of got going after it. There was a lot of articles in the media about, you know, our family and stuff like that.
And to your knowledge, was Paul being threatened or bullied on social media or anything like that?
Yeah, he was definitely being bullied on social media. You know, just people sending random messages, and I would talk to him. I know a lot of times he'd be walking down the sidewalk and, you know, a car comes by and they would yell some stuff at him. I knew he would go out, you know, in a bar and, you know, there's somebody that wants to talk about it and, you know, make a scuff about it, whatnot.
Right. The what was your mother's reaction to all the negativity surrounding the boating accident?
It you know, it kind of consumed her. She's big on reading all of it, and when she read the negative stuff, it, you know, made her feel upset and whatnot, and it ultimately kind of caused her to distance herself from Hampton. At this time, you know, primarily living at Moselle. She quit going to the grocery stores in Hampton, quit going to the pharmacy, quit going to get food in Hampton, just thought that there was a real, you know, kind of a bad vibe in Hampton. Like you go, she
Right.
felt like people were staring at her and talking about her and stuff.
Where would she do her shopping?
She moved over to Waldoboro and started going over that way.
Right. Were you sued in the boating accident?
Yes, sir.
No response.
With regard to relevance, Your Honor, it's civil litigation.
Y'all
about
been
the
doing
boating
this
accident
financial
has been a
shit the
big part
entire
of the state's
time.
case.
Come on.
He's a party to litigation.
Huh. Y'all brought all this shit in.
Were you sued?
You got
Yes,
a
sir.
problem now?
Was your dad sued?
He was.
Was your mother sued?
Her estate became sued.
But before she was murdered, had she been sued?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Okay.
Maybe.
And do you know if Paul had been sued?
No, I don't know that he had been sued.
Okay. Well, was your mother anxious about the civil lawsuit?
Yes, sir.
What was her biggest concern?
I would say her biggest concern was reading articles after, you know, Mark Tinsley had made a statement about how much money he was wanting to collect in the civil lawsuits, and I think it was to the tune of like $40 million or something like that. He was trying to get, and that made her anxious.
And what was your reaction to statements like that?
Well, I mean, I knew what he was saying, but I mean, it's not, to me, it just didn't seem, you know, I didn't think, well, I don't have $40 million, so.
Right. And was your dad anxious about the lawsuit, to your knowledge?
He didn't appear to be overly anxious about it.
What took priority, the criminal case against Paul or the civil case?
The criminal case.
Right. And did the family support Paul in the criminal matter?
Yes, sir.
And what do you mean by that?
I mean that supported him in his criminal case because, you know, amongst the family, none of us thought that he was driving the boat. We thought he'd been.
At the time of the accident?
That's correct.
Buster, I want to now talk about the weekends leading up to June the 7th.
Yes, sir.
And we showed the picture of the lake weekend where you were went up to Kiowee with the Proctors and the Brandstetters.
Yes, sir.
And then the following weekend, I believe, was Memorial Day. Were you with your family on Memorial Day weekend?
Yes, sir.
And who was present?
A lot of people were present. I was there. My brother was there. My mom, my dad. My brother had some friends staying with us, and those were the people sleeping there. And then people are, in and out throughout the day, throughout the weekend.
I mean, was it a fun family weekend?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was it a normal Memorial Day weekend at Edisto with your family and friends?
That's right.
Okay, I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you Defendant's Exhibit 123. And I want to get you to identify it, Buster. Don't just say what it is, please.
It's a picture of my mom and my dad and I on a boat.
Is that Memorial Day weekend?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we move Defendant's Exhibit 123 into evidence.
No objection.
It's admitted.
Is this the photo, Buster?
Yes, sir.
And then I believe this same weekend there was a birthday party or cookout. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Doug, if you could play Defense Exhibit 61, please. It's in evidence. I want you to take a look at that.
Yes, sir.
And that was a group of friends. When's your dad's birthday? Do you know the exact date? It's not a test. You just say you don't know if you don't know.
No, I don't know the exact date.
It's around Memorial Day?
That's right.
Okay.
27th, maybe.
Then the following weekend there was a baseball tournament in Columbia, correct?
Yep. Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that weekend. What happened there?
That was the weekend. South Carolina was hosting a regional baseball tournament, and me, my mom, my dad, and my girlfriend went to the baseball games.
And where was the game?
Columbia.
And it was a super regional or
regional?
A regional.
Yes, sir.
And what days of that weekend did you go to the game?
Saturday and Sunday.
Did your mom and dad stay in Columbia that weekend?
They did.
Or they stayed on Saturday night?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did y'all tailgate with them on Saturday or Sunday?
Yes, sir, we did.
Okay. And was it a normal weekend?
It was.
Fun weekend?
Yes, sir.
And that Sunday would have been June the 6th, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then on June the 7th, we went through a host of number of telephone calls with you and your dad and mom leading up to 9:08, 9:10 on June 7th. Buster, when did you first find out that your mom and brother were murdered?
My dad called me. I can't remember the exact time, but it was later. And he called me on the phone. He asked me if I was sitting down, and I was like, yeah. And then he, sounded odd, and then he told me that my mom and brother had been shot.
And what'd you do?
Well, Brooklyn, my girlfriend, was with me, and I think she heard she could hear my conversation kind of over the phone, and so she just started packing stuff and I kind of just sat there for a minute. I was in shock. But eventually we got our stuff together and drove down to Moselle.
Do you remember what time you got to Moselle?
It was early in the morning, late in the morning. You know, if we left around 10:30, 11, got there sometime probably around 2 o'clock in the morning.
And when you got there, did you see your dad?
Yes, sir.
What kind of condition was he in? What was his demeanor?
Yeah, his demeanor was, I mean, he was destroyed. He was heartbroken. I walked in the door and saw him and gave him a hug and just broken down.
Could he speak?
Not really.
Was he crying?
Yes, sir.
Who else was in the house? Do you remember?
Yeah, my girlfriend Brooklyn and I got there. Out in the driveway, my Uncle Randy and Uncle John were out there. Chris Wilson and Corey Fleming had just gotten there. They had pulled in behind us, and when I walked in, several of the partners were there. Ronnie Crosby was there, Lee Cope was there, Mark Ball was there, Austin Crosby was there, William Barnes, my buddy Nolan was there. And I'm sure I'm leaving some out, but that's
Sure.
what I remember.
And do you remember how long you stayed there?
Stayed there several hours, probably 3 or 4 hours, till about 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning.
And where did you go?
And then we left Moselle and we went to Alameda.
When you say we, who are you talking about?
My girlfriend, my dad, and my Uncle John.
I know this seems kind of trivial, but what was your dad wearing when you first saw him?
Shorts, t-shirt.
Okay. And did you help him pack?
I did, yes, sir.
What did you do to help him pack?
Got his bag and went into the closet, grabbed some t-shirts, grabbed some shorts, grabbed toilet kit, put it in the bag and left.
Why were you doing the packing?
Just trying to help him. He was so upset. We were all upset, but just trying to expedite the process of getting to Alameda.
When you went in to pack your dad, was there a t-shirt laying on the floor?
I couldn't remember.
Did you get shirts from above the I don't know. Where did you get the t-shirts from?
Got them from the closet, and there's like wooden shelves up on the wall, and I was getting the t-shirts from there.
Were there a lot of t-shirts on the shelf?
Yes, sir.
Do you know whether or not one of the t-shirts fell on the floor when you were packing?
I don't know whether one of them fell on the floor or not, but I mean, certainly could have happened.
Right. When you got to Moselle, were you able to get some sleep?
No, sir.
Did you go back to Moselle the next morning?
Yes, sir.
And who went with you?
Me, my girlfriend Brooklyn, and my dad, and maybe John Marvin. I don't know if he was riding with us or already out there separately, but he was somewhere in the mix.
Do you remember roughly what time you got to Moselle?
I mean, I think we got there rather early. Nobody really slept, and about early in the morning, sun comes up. Just go back.
Did you take a shower and Brooklyn take a shower at Alameda, or did you do it over at Moselle?
No, sir. We slept tried to sleep at Alameda, and then we took everything back with us to Moselle, and we showered there.
Do you know where your dad took a shower that morning?
Yeah, Moselle.
And when you went back over in the morning, do you know what your dad was wearing? when you were traveling from Alameda back?
No,
to
not
Moselle?
specifically, but I know that, you know, I know what I packed, so it could have been any of that. It's just athletic shorts and T-shirts and stuff.
And after you got to Moselle, and I guess just carrying the days forward, were you with your dad? Well, how often were you with your dad once you got back to Moselle on the 8th?
No, every day.
For how many days?
For a good while.
Okay, so let's talk about where you stayed on the night of the 8th. Do you remember?
Night of the 8th would have either stayed back at Alameda, or that's potentially when we made the transition over to John Marvin's hunting lodge.
Okay. Well, were you, when you say we, are you including your father?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you drive together?
Yes, sir.
And was he pretty much in your eyesight for the first few days?
Yes, sir.
And so after the 8th, and then you come up on the 9th, a Wednesday, do you know whether you were at Alameda or spending the night at your Uncle John Marvin's place?
Yeah, I think at that point we had switched over to his place over at Greenfield.
Yeah, and you call it Greenfield, that's the name of his hunting?
Yes, sir, just the name of the property overall.
Property. Now, how far is it from Alameda?
To Greenfield?
Yeah.
A couple minutes, I mean, not
Close
very.
by, close
yeah,
by.
right down the road.
And then, and do you remember how long you stayed at Greenfield with your dad?
Yeah, I mean, several days. And, you know, I think anywhere from the 9th to the, you know, probably that rest of that week through that weekend.
Yeah, on Thursday, June 10th, what happened?
Grandfather died.
So the family was together and stayed together?
Yes, sir.
Do you ever remember your dad disappearing for any periods of time?
No, sir.
Were you physically close to him most all the time?
Yes, sir.
Except when you were sleeping?
That's right.
And I believe the funeral for your mom and brother memorial service was on that Saturday?
Yes, sir.
Right. And then that Sunday was a funeral for your father? Grandfather.
Grandfather, yes, sir.
And at some point in time you went to, did you go to Somerville at some point in time?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when you went to Somerville?
Right, you know, beginning of that next week.
Okay. I'm going to show you what I marked as Defendant's Exhibit 129 and ask you.
We discussed previously, we are objecting on the hearsay basis to 129.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, I'm not introducing 129, offering it to the witness to refresh his recollection. That's the extent.
All right.
But it's for ID. Buster, I don't want you to publish that, but I want you to, I want to ask you that Defendant's Exhibit 129, marked for identification purposes, refreshes your recollection as to when you left to go to Somerville.
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury, what is that? What's that document you have in your hand?
It's a text thread between my girlfriend and I.
And does it have, so based on that text communication between you and your girlfriend, it refreshes your recollection, when did you leave to go to Somerville?
June 14th.
And looking through there, refreshing your recollection, how long did you stay in Somerville?
Stayed in Somerville until the 17th.
And then what do you remember doing after you left Somerville?
On the 17th, we left Somerville to go to Lake Kiwi.
And so when you were in Somerville from the 14th to the 17th, who were you staying with?
Staying with my grandparents.
And then you went to Kiwi. Who did you go with?
Went with my dad and I, my grandparents, my aunt and uncle, and their children, their children's boyfriends, and that was it.
So you're with your dad from the night of June 7th and through the Kiwi trip, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you remember what you did after the Lake Kiwi trip?
No.
At some point in time, you decide, I've got to go back to Rock Hill?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Remember roughly when that was?
No, I mean, I think it was sometime following all this, but I can't tell you exactly when I went back to work.
When you decided to go back to Rock Hill, you had a job in Charlotte, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did you have any discussions with your father about your personal safety?
Yes, sir.
Did he make any offers to you?
He did.
What offers did he make to you?
He offered me to...
Basis for the objection.
Hearsay, self-serving hearsay.
An offer is not hearsay. It's an offer.
The objection is sustained.
Did you take any security precautions?
No.
Did you want any security protection?
No, sir, I didn't.
Why not?
Well, I didn't want to carry a gun or anything like that, and I also didn't want like a private security detail following me around, just for lack of privacy. And at the time, the places that I was staying and the places that I were going, like I was staying at Rock Hill in my girlfriend's house, who has, alarm systems and security cameras and whatnot. And then other than that, I'm staying in hotels, which, I just felt.
Did at some point in time you and your father announce a reward?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what I marked as Defendant's Exhibit 126 and ask if you identify this. If you can identify this.
Want to slow the chat? All right, hold on.
Yes, sir. This is the reward.
It's a news release about the reward?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we've moved Defendant's Exhibit 126 to the evidence at this time.
No objection.
It's admitted without objection.
Can you pull it up, Doug?
That's going pretty slow, I think, but I'll add a little slow to it. Buster.
And if you could just pull out the top two paragraphs, please, Doug. Oh, you can't. Okay. Did you work on this language with your dad?
Yes, sir.
Can you read to the jury the first two paragraphs, please, beginning with Alex and Buster Murdaugh?
Yes, sir. Alec and Buster Murdaugh announced today a reward of $100,000 for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the person or persons who brutally murdered Paul and Maggie on June 7th, 2021. I want to thank everyone for the incredible love and support that we have received over the last few weeks. Now is the time to bring justice for Maggie and Paul. Buster and I, along with Maggie's mother, father, and our entire family, ask that anyone with helpful information immediately call the SLED tip line or Crime Support. Sorry, Crime Stoppers.
Thank you. Now there's a, in the body of this, there's a expiration date on this reward. What's your understanding of the purpose of having an expiration date?
I'm not real sure.
Okay. Well, you see it says to be eligible, the person claiming the reward must submit the tip to SLED or Crime Stoppers by September 31, 2021?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What happened in September, early September 2021, Buster?
Talking about the...
Yeah, do you remember your dad going
Yes,
off
sir.
to detox, road shot shooting?
Yes, sir.
From that moment that your dad went to the hospital and went to detox, did he ever come back home to his property, his clothes, his belongings, to
No,
your
sir.
knowledge?
No, sir.
There's been some questions about whereabouts are Alec's clothes. Can you tell the jury before he went off to detox where his clothes were? How many different locations he had clothes?
So, had clothes at Moselle, had clothes at Greenfield, had clothes at, probably a few clothes at Almeda, had clothes at Randy and Christie's house, had clothes a lot of places.
You have clothes down at Chichesi or?
Yep, Chichesi, Okatee.
You have clothes at Edisto?
Yes, sir.
You have clothes in his car?
Yes, sir.
Can't lead the witness.
How many nights after June 7th, to your knowledge, did your dad spend at Moselle?
None.
How many nights after June 7th did you spend at Moselle?
None.
I'm gonna, Doug, you have the Snapchat video? Can you pull that up, please? Of the tree. Your Honor, this is the Snapchat video that's in evidence. I'll get the exhibit number for the record shortly. Buster, you recognize that shirt?
Yes, sir.
What kind of shirt is it?
It's like a, short sleeve button down shirt.
Is it a Columbia shirt?
No, it doesn't look like a Columbia shirt.
What color is it?
It's blue.
Okay. Did your dad have a foam green Columbia sports shirt?
Maybe.
Okay. Is this it?
No, this is blue.
Right. Did do you know if your dad ever ordered any Vinnie Vine or I don't know? Did he order clothes after your mother and brother's murders?
Maybe he ordered clothes, but he doesn't wear a lot of Vineyard Vines.
Okay. Have you ever seen him buy Vineyard Vine?
No, sir.
And you can take that down, Doug.
What is this? Somebody on Twitch. I mean, Twitter.
sometime in August, did you go with your dad where you played in a golf tournament?
Yes, sir. I went and played in a golf tournament, and he came and wanted to watch us play in it.
And what kind of golf tournament?
It's a golf tournament that a buddy of mine puts on in Somerville every year. It's called the Jasso Invitational. It's just a bunch of guys that are friends come together and play in a golf tournament.
And did you look up the date of that tournament before testifying today?
I did.
And what weekend was that tournament in in 2021?
Yeah, it's the last weekend in August of 2021.
Okay. Do you know if you were in was there a house that Johnny Parker had that your dad kept stuff in?
Yes, sir. There's a small house in between Johnny Parker's house and my Uncle Randy's house. I think Mr. Johnny built it for his mom or mother-in-law or something when she was sick. But yeah, there's a little 2-bedroom house right there.
And did your dad stay there?
He did.
I don't know if we mentioned that as one of the places where there was clothing.
Yeah, that'd be one. That'd be another one.
All right. So there are a lot of places.
Yes, sir.
Were you there? Did you observe your dad talking to Blanca about anything where you're getting ready to go on the golf trip?
No, sir.
Okay. You were not present?
No, sir. I don't think I was present.
Did you go in any other golfing outings in August with your dad, to your knowledge?
Yes. Earlier August of that year, we played golf down in Hilton Head with the people from the Trial Lawyers Convention.
Okay. Now you've been sitting in this courtroom since day one?
Yes, sir.
Once the trial started?
Every day.
And were you here when a video was played of an interview with your dad on June 10th?
Yes, sir.
And there was a question about whether your dad said, "I did him so bad," or "they did him so bad." Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize your dad's voice?
I do.
If you listen to it, would you be able to tell the jury whether it's I or they?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd like to pull up exhibit.
Shit, he's gonna pull out the audio. Yeah, we're almost at 3K.
Sit there talking today is tough. It was just so bad. It's so bad.
What'd your dad say?
Said they did him so bad.
Was that the first time you'd heard him say they did him so bad?
No, sir.
When was the first time you heard him say they did him so bad?
First time I heard him say that was the night that I went down to Moselle, the night of June the 7th.
Did he say that more than one time?
He did.
1 second, Your Honor. Let me check to see what I left out. Just very briefly, Buster, you've heard testimony during this trial that your dad was stealing money from clients. Did you know anything about that?
No, sir.
Okay. And just lastly, roughly how long would it take to clean a dog run down at the kennels? 2 dog runs, for example.
Roughly, I'd say 10 minutes or so.
Okay. And what do you have to do?
You got to get the hose, turn the hose on, spray out the dog kennels. You got to, put the bed on top of the wooden box so the bed's not wet.
Now, what are you spraying? Dog manure?
Yeah, spraying, dog poop.
And it spreads out, and you've got to.
That's right. Yeah, you got to spray it. Make sure it's all out of there. Spray it to the back.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Oh.
We'll take a break now, ladies and gentlemen, for about 15 minutes. Please go to the jury room. Please do not discuss the case.
All right. Yo, good morning, everybody. Welcome. Thank you for stopping by. If you guys could help me out with the likes, please, I'd appreciate that. We're almost at 3. Thank you. Yeah, if we can help out with the likes, almost at 3K viewers on YouTube. Amazing. Let me see what we got on Facebook. We got 80 something, almost 90 people on Facebook. Amazing. Where's Twitch? What do you guys think so far about today, man? About Buster taking the stand. We got 28 on Twitch. Twitch, how you guys doing? A couple things. Let me get some things out the way. I gotta get some of the super chats, catch it up. Also, make sure you check out Swagit, man. If you support the channel, if you love me, click the link. It's free. Download the app. Follow me there, iCkEdMeL. I'm posting videos on there. I'm trying to mix it up and post some different things on there. And I'm also suggesting some features. And I'm trying to, they're supposed to be expanding some of the regions soon. So yeah, definitely check that out. Okay, so let's see here. Amanda, thank you for the 11-month membership. Sends hearts. Thank you so much for being a member for all that time. Really helps me out with the channel, keep things steady. Danielle, thank you for the 2-month membership. Says, good morning, Mel. Love watching this with you. Damn, already spicy. Caliente. Good morning, Danielle. Dr. Edward Moskowitz. Mel, if someone sends you something, would it be a different address? CPOT. No, I think that's the best unless you're trying to, I don't know what you're trying to send me. I mean, if you need another address. I gotta be careful with what I give out though. The P.O. box is the best, I think. AB801, thanks for the super chat. Says he didn't retweet it, he shared it from the web. So you're right about that. So Daisy, is it Daisy or Dazzy? And by the way, I thought this was pretty funny. Somebody's and I made a remix to that Jamaican song. I can't play it right now though because it would do a copyright thing. It was kind of cringe though. I was trying to make some vocals. I did a couple of, it'd be kind of funny to play it somewhere. Maybe I could put it on Twitter. Mel, Buster, and I are taking the 50K a week that Alex was squirreling away and moving to Mars. I might post it on Twitter. I don't know. The remix. Going to Mars, man. I know gold oxys, boy. Oxy bucks. Okay, so and the other thing too, so Daisy pointed out to me and also AB801 did. Hold on, where Jim? You better not delete the tweet now, Jim. Don't delete the tweet. It's too late now. So he told the judge, that he had retweeted this. Hold up, pimpin'. This ain't a retweet. This ain't a retweet. This is a post. He told the judge he just retweeted it. Maybe he misunderstood it when sharing it. Alex Murdaugh trial reveals a sloppy investigation. Ooh. Oh no, Jimmy. Dick. Jennifer Cochran Fent, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, here we go, Buster. Appreciate that. KJ, thanks for the super chat. Oh my God, Buster moving to the stand. On the stand. Yo, I wonder if Alec is going to take the stand as well. Mandy, Alex is smiling. Thank you for all the likes on Facebook. Likes and shares, please. I'd appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Laura says, hello. I'm so sorry that your mother and brother were brutally murdered. What in the world? Right? Thanks, Laura. Appreciate the super chat. Janie, thank you for the membership subscription. And there's the other Janie. So Janie Maria, thank you for the membership subscription. Janie Cox, how you doing? Thank you for the super chat. Says, let's not forget who lost her life and spent days in the water until her body was found. You're talking about the boat, Mallory, right? I think the boat accident victim. And thank you for the other day too. I remember for gifting those memberships. Ellie, 16 months. Woo! Thank you for this membership for that long. Amazing. Thank you for riding with me. Love you. Hey Mel, long time. Appreciate that. Dig sends in her free membership. Comes with the, well, kind of not free, but you know, it comes with the membership. Membership super chat. Screenshots last forever, Mel. Thanks for being amazing as always. Amazing. Apparently there's people watching us. Oh, Janie, I didn't even realize you gifted more memberships. Janie! Let me say, Janie! Thank you so much for gifting the memberships. Arriba, arriba. Arriba. Shay Laughter, thank you for the super chat. Says for Mad's new paint color. Oh, and for her new room. Thank you so much. I don't even know what we're going to do. All the love. Thank you so much. Yeah, I don't know with the new room. I need to order. There's some stuff I got to order this week because I want to get it in for next week. The 4th. Yo, the defense saying that they could rest possibly by Friday excites me. But I already have the internet moving on the 4th for Saturday because I didn't want to take a chance in the middle of the week. So I guess I have to wait till the 4th unless I change it. But I think it's going to take a while for the jury to deliberate anyway. I don't think it's going to be something that's quick. But thank you so much. Appreciate that. We're both like super ecstatic and excited to like move, get a bigger spot. I don't know what I'm going to do for the backdrop. It's probably when I first move, it's probably going to be plain until I figure out what I want to, some nice things that I want to put in the background. I don't know what kind of, I have to buy furniture and stuff too. It's a huge difference from where I'm at now to where I'm going. So I'm really happy about that. Ellie, thank you so much for the memberships as well. Thank you for gifting those memberships. Hey, thank you. Thank you so much. Now, oh, Daisy. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. I'm over here saying Dazzy, Doozy. It's Daisy. Okay. So Buster, to me, like having Buster in, I feel like it's just kind of like, I guess they really just have him there for like Alex's character. Like he was a good dad. He was there all the time. He went to he coached those games and stuff, and constant communication with the family, and also to show that like the day of that they were just in constant communication with each other like normal. Griffin seems to be targeting testimony from Murdaugh's mother's caregiver, Shelley, that Murdaugh returned to Alameda a few days after his father's death to stash something blue. Randolph died June 10th. There's nothing really that interesting to me. I'm curious what the prosecution will do. I mean, maybe they're not going to want to poke too hard, and I hope they get somebody good. I don't want that guy that they had dealing with the armpit guy. That guy was kind of light work. It was kind of weak. The prosecutor that was on armpit, that was cross-examining the armpit guy, that was kind of weak. I don't know. It's like the backup for the backup. I guess he's there for the light work. Danielle, thank you for the super chat. Says Buster is lying for his daddy 100%. This family is used to doing whatever they can get their way out of trouble, and that is what they're doing here. This has been rehearsed, I'm sure, several times with lawyers. Yeah, it does look practice. I'm sure they did almost scripted. I even thought a few times he almost started answering before the question was even done. Fully done. Love you. Love you too. Thank you so much. Amazing. Armpit guy. Oh, you don't know about the armpit guy? Oh, God. Armpit gate. It's nice, man. We're almost 3K. Almost 3K today. We'll see. Maybe by the end of the week, we'll get to 3K. Buster Russell was in the front mirror. Buster. I don't know that that's so Hulk says it's funny people hating on a 30-year coroner for using a well-known method to check temperatures. When I looked online, I haven't seen anywhere where they reference an armpit temperature check with your hands as a known method. Now, armpit with a thermometer is a well-known method. Armpit with your hand, if somebody can find the literature on that, I'll read it. You know, I've never seen that. So that's some sort of like credible measurement of temperature. There's a difference between a thermometer and your hand. Now, if you're just trying to see if they're warm or not, okay, I can understand that. Are they still warm? But to like measure time of death in degrees within increments of 1 to 2 degrees with your bare hands, you know, I don't know. I mean, and I know it's just an estimate, but I mean, I just never heard of that. Just because I never heard of that doesn't mean it isn't a thing, but I've never heard of a hand armpit check for temperature to measure time of death. Let's see. I'll try again. Measure with a thermometer under the armpit. This is just one a government. I think it's a government website, PDF. Okay. Just do a little search. It's like a 40-page PDF. I mean, there's this PDF from improving methods to estimate time of death from body temperature. This one specifically talks about a thermometer. I don't know. Algor mortis, which is the change in the body temperature after death, is widely known and highly utilized term in forensics. Yeah, I don't know. I've just never seen it, and I couldn't find not one thing where they're talking about using your hand. So. Oh. Armpit gate. No, that's just true. True. Sandy, thank you. Mel, color for Maddie's room. Bedside. I don't even know yet. I'm actually, because I'm going to get her a new bed. I'm debating on that, actually. I was talking to a friend about that because my friend was telling me just to get a bigger size so that she just grows into it instead of like. But I have to. I'll let you know. I'm looking this week to find out. I want to order it ahead of time. It's a murderer. Murderer. Buster. Buster takes a stand. I would disclose another body part, but don't want to get booted. Oh, bigger on brakes. I guess y'all want to see me. Oh, I know right there is fine. Right there. That's true. That's a good point. Albanian. All right, let's see what else we got. So, what else is on the roster for today? I mean, I actually don't know who's coming up. Who else is coming? I think Buster. They got through him pretty fast. I thought it was going to take longer. I thought they were going to do more with Buster and when they called him in, but maybe hopefully the prosecution won't take too long. I'm curious to see what they're going to do, what they're going to say. Body bags.
I support him 100%. They have to feel that's what the case is.
Yeah, and Jesse, that's why the defense had Buster and other family members sitting right behind Alec Murdaugh during the trial. They wanted to humanize him. They wanted to show that the family still supports this guy, this sociopath. And yes, I called him that because of all of his conduct, not just here, but yet his family supports him and believes in him, and he'll even testify on the stand under oath. And that in itself is important. It's powerful. And we'll see if it swings a jury. But remember, it doesn't have to swing all the jurors, just one, and then it's a hung jury. So that's why being a prosecutor is so difficult. You got to convince 12 jurors beyond any reasonable doubt, or else it's a hung jury or an acquittal.
I'll tell you one of the most surprising things of his testimony. He didn't know his father's birthday. And look, maybe a lot of people don't, but they know their father's birthdays. But for a family this close, who's talking to each other every day and seem to have a very close...
Is that what happened? Ask him for... Oh, I didn't even realize, because Dick was messaging me about Daddy's birthday. Oh, Lord. I mean, it's possible, I guess. I know my mother's birthday and my daughter's birthday. My father's passed away a long time. I don't really remember his at all, though. Oh, Lord. But we weren't really close like that.
Relationship. That was a surprise to me. Anyway, we'll take a break.
That's a great point, by the way. I've never met anyone who didn't know his father's birthday. I don't know anyone like that. That is unusual.
It's funny you should say that. I'm having conversations with our producers, and a lot of people know people who don't know their father's birthday. So I don't know. This was news to me. But apparently so close to the family, didn't know it. That was a little bit of a shocker to me. All right, we're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll jump live in court. Stay with us.
Daddy's birthday. Buster. Oh, no, Buster. No, his name is Buster. I like that. I prefer that. Shush Whisper said, I don't know my mom's birthday. No, one of the last days of January. Oh, canceled. He remembers the clothes, but not his dad's birthday. He remember exactly what Alec was wearing. That he don't remember dad's birthday. Close knit family. Okay, let's see what else they're saying. Buster seems firmly on his father's side here, offering a lot of testimony that helps diffuse or contextualize some of the state's theories. Okay. Let's see what else we got. Buster. Take a look at this.
Zell property. She was living here at the Edisto Beach House.
Go on with the copyright, baby. Excuse me. I don't know if it is or not, but
that day and said she was at Edisto. She had some men working on the house.
She was having some work done at Edisto on June 7th?
Yes, just maintenance work, getting it ready for the summer.
In fact, she was having work done on the home ahead of a big 4th of July celebration.
Mr. Randolph was not doing well at all, and Alec really wanted her to come home that night. She hadn't planned on it.
Did you have contact with Miss Maggie Murdaugh sometime prior to getting to Mazzell that morning?
Yes, sir. She texted me. In the text, Maggie said, Alec wants me to come home.
At some point, Maggie and Blanca talk on the phone, and Maggie asked her to please cook dinner for Paul.
In the phone conversation, she told me, she said, I left some food in the refrigerator. Is there any way that you can cook? Paul likes the way you cook. So she said, because I don't think I'll be back in time. I said, yeah, sure. I said, I'll do it.
So Maggie gets in her car. She leaves the beach house for the very last time. She asks the work.
All right.
Please be seated.
Alec. Thank you, Shay, for becoming a member. Sorry. Let's see. Janie, thank you for the super chat. Wait, Dr. G has a podcast. Someone said it, and I must know. The Dr. G? Who the hell's Dr. G?
They bring the jury.
Who that? Dr. Armpit? Leo, thank you 7 months? Wow. Thank you for the 7-month membership. Mel is simply the best. Thank you. I hope you're doing good and better this week. Hanging in there. Dr. G? Who Dr. G?
All right, thank you. Cross-examination. Yes, sir.
Can I call you Buster?
Yes, sir.
I'm John. And I want to first off tell you, I am sorry about your mother.
I'm sorry, I can't hear him.
I'm sorry about his mother.
Well, if you step back a little bit, I can hear you.
And I'm sorry about your brother.
The Savage is up.
And I'm sorry about your grandfather.
Thank you.
He was nice to me when I was a young assistant solicitor. I'm sorry for your loss.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I don't have any questions for you, Buster.
Okay.
When you are leaving the main house, you told Mr. Griffin that the main entrance was the brick entrance?
Yes, sir.
But there's also a side entrance or by the kennels or
Yeah.
entrance exit?
Yes, sir. Okay. Just a totally different entrance.
And the mailbox was at the side entrance?
Yes, sir.
The kennel entrance?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why was that? Do you know?
I don't know. I think it's just I really don't know.
Okay. I don't either. But the packages would come to, you said the kennel side?
They would come to the shed.
Okay. And a lot of times y'all would use that kennel entrance exit to go just like you'd use the main one, right?
Yeah, you would. I would say that I'm more so tended to use the main one, the one that I'd say is the brick pillars. But yeah, I mean, you could certainly leave either way.
If you were leaving the main entrance and you got down, you're leaving the house and you're going toward the brick, and then you know where it's kind of a Y where it kind of cuts off to the kennel too, right?
Sure.
So you go straight or left. If you were leaving at night going straight, and if you were looking out to the left and the lights were on, you'd be able to see the lights on at the kennel just from that little Y, wouldn't you?
Maybe, depending on what lights were on and whatnot. I mean, if it was fully lit up, maybe.
Okay. And just from that Y, instead of going straight, from that distance, you'd be able to, if the lights were on fully, you'd probably be able to see them.
Maybe, yes, sir.
Almeda, where your grandma and granddaddy were, is that close to the, I think it's close to the law firm, isn't it?
Almeda?
Yes, sir.
Close to the law firm? I wouldn't say so. I mean, anywhere in Hampton is close to anywhere in Hampton because it's not very big.
Fair enough.
But, I mean, it's a 10-minute, 12-minute drive out to Almeda, I would think, from the law firm.
I think, Mr. Duck, could you bring up 131? Can I ask him to do that? Sure. I know Mr. Harper been exposed to this. Mr. Griffin's witness. I said sure. So you don't have to get, but you see, is this kind of where you said everybody would park?
It's right. So if you look.
You mind if I come up here?
No, sir, you can. So if you look right off this point.
You might want to come down here if you don't mind, just for the jury.
There's a rope around it down there.
So if you look right over here, this is kind of what I'm referred to as like the back corner of the house. And it would basically, you would come around, there's a big oak tree here, you come around it, and then you basically pull up, and you would probably stop the hood of your car right in, right off the back corner of the house.
So it'd be closer to here than over here?
Be about right in here.
So right in here?
Yeah, I mean, because you don't want to pull up super close to it. Yeah, be right out.
Okay. But there was a driveway, paved driveway in here, right?
There is a paved driveway over towards the side of the house.
Okay, and really not many tire tracks. The grass looks good in here.
I don't know when these pictures were taken, but it's a little dead right there.
But there is a driveway, right?
There is a driveway.
Okay, you can have a seat back. Thank you, please. When did you first mention that to anybody about parking in the yard there?
What do you mean?
I mean, like, when did you first discuss that with anybody as far as where cars parked at your grandma and granddad's house? When was the first time you talked to anybody about that?
Couple days ago.
A couple of days ago? Okay. That's the first time you mentioned that?
Sure.
Okay. And then that would have been after Shelley testified, right? Shelley Smith?
I guess. I don't really remember when Miss Smith testified.
Miss Smith. Did you bring that to somebody's attention, or did somebody ask you about it?
I couldn't. I'm not sure.
And I think you keep forgetting I'm on cross. You testified that. How many times had you been there with your dad? I wasn't quite clear with your answers to Mr. Griffin. I'm not trying to be difficult, Buster.
I understand, and I can't give you an approximate number, but I mean I've been out there with him several times.
And Would you always call? You said you called. Did you always call when you got there?
Yeah, I feel like most of the time you would call just to tell, because the ladies get nervous, if you hadn't called and they see a car pulling in the driveway, it's just easier to call and let them know, like, hey, we're going to be pulling around, please unlock the door. We'd like to come in.
Had you ever been over there at 6:30 in the morning?
Have I ever been out there at 6:30 in the morning? Just like overall
I guess.
Yeah, I've been out there at 6:30 in the morning before going hunting and whatnot.
And you called then also then, right?
Well, that was
going into the house.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Just let them know, especially 6:30 in the morning.
Sure.
Okay. Your mom loved Edisto, didn't she?
Yes, sir, she did.
I love Edisto. She was actually getting some work done down there, wasn't she?
Yes, sir, she was getting some work done on the house.
And on this date, June 7th, literally there were people inside doing work that day, weren't they?
I think so.
Yeah. And her plan was to stay down there that night, wasn't it?
I don't know. I don't know what her plan was.
You had, I think the last time you'd been to Moselle, you said was the spring, maybe a few months prior to this?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you have to say yes for the court reporter, not for me.
Yes. Sorry.
And you talked to your mom that day on June 7th?
Yes, sir.
And I think you had talked to Paul the last time on the 5th, if I'm not mistaken, June 5th. That's what you told in one of the interviews.
Sure.
Okay. And Mr. Griffiths, to ask you about the financial troubles and that have come out here, you had no knowledge of your dad's financial difficulties at all, did you?
No, sir.
You really didn't?
No, sir, I really didn't.
And as far as you knew, financially, the family was sound?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You went to Wofford?
I did go to Wofford.
Go Terriers, for the record.
Thank you.
But everything, as far as you knew, financially was okay. And when did you learn it wasn't?
I guess on September whatever that day in September was.
So back in the birthday, I guess for your dad, Memorial Day down at Edisto.
Sure.
Defense exhibit, and I apologize, I don't know what number it was just played. I believe Mr. Chris Wilson is hugging your dad?
Yes, sir.
Okay. He's a family friend?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You didn't know then that your dad owed Chris Wilson or stole $192,000 from him, did you?
I did not.
And I'm not saying that to be mean, but you really didn't know that?
That's correct. Okay. Didn't know.
And the boating accident that Mr. Griffin asked you about, that was pressure on the family, wasn't it?
I don't know that pressure's the right word. It's definitely an uneasy feeling. Your brother is criminally charged, and then myself, and my father have civil charges. Definitely unsettling.
It caused stress within the family, didn't it?
It was stressful. I wouldn't say within the family, because we supported each other.
Sure. And I'm not questioning that, but your mom felt ostracized?
Yes, sir.
She even more so wanted to stay at Edisto?
Yes, sir.
It really, you were a little frustrated with Paul yourself, weren't you?
In terms of?
As far as using your ID and getting all that, and that case is over, okay?
Sure.
But you didn't like it when you used your ID yourself. And I'm not trying to go anywhere, Buster, but he'd use your ID sometime and you didn't want him to.
How many questions you're going to ask? Questions, comments, what's the question? Close the question.
Did you like it?
Yes, sir.
Did he used your ID, didn't he?
Objection's overruled.
We know where you're trying to go.
I'm sorry, can you say it again?
You heard it. What?
Did Paul use your identification?
Yes,
Did that frustrate you?
sometimes.
I mean, we all know this stuff anyway, but I don't know if the jury knows it. Do they know?
You were shown the tree video with the shirt and the pants. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
When you saw your dad on the night of June 7th, what did he have on?
When I had made my way up to the house, he was wearing shorts and a t-shirt.
And who laundried his clothes?
At that period of time, would have been Blanca, and then my mom also does laundry sometimes.
But on a day-to-day, did Blanca take care of your dad's clothes, laundering, cleaning, folding?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Griffin asked you about, I'm gonna do that. You never went back to Moselle after this incident?
Well, I mean, after.
Or did you?
If you take June 7th, on June, I mean, I've been back to Moselle since then, but I've never slept another night at Moselle.
And did your dad? Let's strike that. Beg pardon, though.
What happened, man? You wanna huddling up, re-strategizing.
Beg court's indulgence. Did your dad try to get you to go hunting out there again one time, or suggest it?
He asked if I wanted to, and if I wanted to, that I could.
But you didn't want to?
No, sir. Didn't want to go.
Take your ass out too.
That's all I have. Thank you, Buster.
Yes,
On
sir.
the hunt,
Thank
on an
you.
accident.
Redirect.
I don't know what the point of the ID was. To bring it up just to leave it there.
Buster, if your mother, when she went to Edisto and stayed for multiple nights, would she take Bubba with her?
Yeah, usually. She'd take a combination of Bubba and maybe another dog, Grady.
Okay.
She would take dogs with her, yes.
Right. And you understand Bubba and Grady were at Moselle the night of June 7th, right?
I do, yes, sir.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Anything further? Thank you. You may step down.
Meh.
Your next witness.
Sutton. Ooh. Sutton. Murderer. Murderer. Rip it ting a rip it tongue ting tongue.
Place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Go have a seat up here on the witness stand. You can adjust that microphone and pull it closer to you if you need to. Pull your seat up, but state your name for the record and spell your last name, please.
Mike Sutton, S-U-T-T-O-N.
Mr. Sutton, what do you do for a living?
I'm a forensic engineer.
A forensic engineer. Now, what is a forensic engineer?
Well, the majority of the work that I do involves the investigation of accidents and failures in the field of legal questions, legal problems, court of law. So what forensic engineers do is that they collect data, collect physical evidence, they interpret the data, and then try to come up with what happened in an event, maybe what didn't happen in an event, or maybe try to limit the possibilities of what happened in an event.
Okay, and do you have educational background in this area, or have you been trained, or how about just tell us, first of all, where you, as we say around here, where are you from?
Well, I was born in Hickory, North Carolina. Then I grew up in Cary. When I was young, family moved to Cary, which is right outside of Raleigh. When I graduated from Cary High School, I went to North Carolina State University, and I was in the materials engineering department for about a year. In my sophomore year, I transferred over to the mechanical engineering department. And so I was at NC State for my undergraduate from 84 to 88. And when I was a sophomore, I met an engineer, his name's Dr. Charles Manning, who owns a company still in Raleigh. He's passed away, but his company's still there. And Dr. Manning was an ex-professor at State. He's also an ex-NASA engineer. And I worked with him from basically 1987. Then after I graduated, I went full-time with him.
When you graduated with a degree in what?
In mechanical engineering.
Okay, and you were working with him?
Working with him, and I continued to work with him, and then I got a master's degree at North Carolina State University, also in mechanical engineering with a concentration in acoustics and vibrations.
In acoustics and vibrations?
Correct.
Your master's, okay.
Yes.
And then what did you do?
Well, I worked with him as a consulting engineer, consulting forensic engineer, looking at all different kinds of accidents and failures, about anything that you can imagine. We do a lot of motor vehicle accidents, of course, because there's so many. We look at structural failures, product failures, material failures, about anything that you can imagine. Basically, if there's anything that's based in physics, it's capable of being explained and understood.
And what do you mean by physics?
Well, physics are the laws that govern how things around us, how they behave. You can predict their behavior. If I drop a basketball off of a balcony, I can predict how long it's going to take to reach the ground based on all the different variables. So the laws of physics are there that helps us figure out how things would happen. So I worked with Dr. Manning for a while until 2000, end of 2000, and in 2001, I founded my current company, which is based in Cary. It's called Accident Research Specialists.
What's the name of it again?
Accident Research Specialists in Cary, North Carolina. And we do the same thing. There are 10 engineers that I work with and support staff, and we investigate, analyze a variety of cases for a variety of clients. Like I said, most of my work is related to either criminal cases or civil cases, and I do some consulting that's not related to courtroom issues, just straight consulting to companies.
Have you, from time to time, dealt with shooting instant reconstruction?
Yes, I have.
And tell the jury what shooting instant reconstruction is.
Well, the shooting instant reconstruction, at least how I'm involved with it, I deal with what would be called external ballistics and terminal ballistics. So external ballistics are the flight of a bullet after it leaves a gun. A bullet leaving the barrel of a gun, it's going to be affected upon by gravity, air resistance. So that's just physics. And then there's terminal ballistics, which is what happens to a projectile when it strikes a target or an object.
And how many times have you been involved in a case involving shooting instant reconstruction?
I would say over the years, maybe 50.
Okay.
And all different kinds. Like, for instance, it could be a case where a manufacturer is being sued for like a drop fire, where somebody dropped a pistol and it went off.
And it's not supposed to do that?
No. And so it could be a products case. I've worked on cases involving hunters, long range distance shots where you're trying to figure out where a particular hunter was aiming the gun, so where he hit and killed somebody. I've worked certainly in law enforcement shootings. I've worked for law enforcement, and I've worked on the side opposite law enforcement for people who have been shot by law enforcement. I've worked on insurance cases. Sometimes there's a question about whether it was a suicide or an accident. So those are the type of cases that I would be involved with.
And when you do these cases, you're looking for, what's the difference between you and a crime scene reconstructionist?
Well, crime scene reconstructionist would be looking at a lot of different things. So I'm a mechanical engineer. I deal with physics. But somebody who works at crime scene may have also a background in, let's say, chemistry, and they may be using different reagents to find blood or gunshot residue. That's not what I do. But I physically reconstruct a site. One of the main things that we do in forensic engineering, such as myself, accident reconstruction is what it is that we have the ability to go and capture data, collect facts from a site, whether it's an accident or a murder or what have you. And then what we do is we interpret what we're finding and try to, again, put ourselves in a position to answer questions about how an event occurred, or maybe limit what could have occurred, or maybe what didn't occur.
Okay, so have you ever been qualified by state or federal court to testify about a shooting incident reconstruction? For instance, in Wake County, North Carolina?
Yes.
And what was that? Was that in federal court?
That was in federal court.
And were you allowed to testify as an expert?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let me move on to, and I believe the name of that case is Michael Morgan versus Wake County Sheriff's Office, correct?
That is correct.
And that was 2018?
Yes.
Now, you've been involved in many more cases. Have you ever been qualified additionally to that by any federal or state court to testify about a shooting incident?
Yes, I have testified in other criminal trials where the questions were just as I said, which is where was the weapon aimed, maybe how many shots were fired, where were the shots fired from, maybe the sequence of shots. Again, this is all, developing an understanding of what the physical evidence tells you.
Okay. So let me move to a second area of expertise I'm going to ask you about. Tell us about what acoustics engineering is.
Well, acoustics and vibrations, or acoustics specifically, is part of mechanical engineering. It's a study of how sound moves, how it's made, how sound may decrease over distance, the effect of sound on people. It's obviously something real important because if you're exposed to sound for long periods of time, you can lose part of your hearing. So it is a subset of mechanical engineering, and so I have testified in cases involving acoustics. And my master's paper was in the area of something that I do quite often, which is the audibility of emergency vehicles. Like if a police car has a siren on and you're driving up to an intersection, you got the radio on, can you hear the siren? Or can you not hear the siren? Maybe it makes a difference if your window is up or down. Those types of issues, so the audibility of noise.
To do that kind of analysis, do you have to do some sort of reconstruction oftentimes?
Yes, often with acoustics, you can definitely look at it theoretically, but I typically test it because it's something that is readily testable.
Okay. And you've been qualified, again, in at least one state. You've been qualified multiple times to testify as to acoustical engineering.
Yes.
And one of those cases was Koutourakis versus CSX in state court in Richmond, Virginia. Is that correct?
Yes.
And many other times also.
Yes.
Okay, the last area of expertise, all these are engineering related, correct?
They are.
Is accident reconstruction involving vehicles.
Yes.
And you've done that more than you've probably done the other two, correct?
It is. Motor vehicle accidents, and again, it's just because there's so many of them. Throughout my career of 36 years, I've looked at probably a couple thousand motor vehicle wrecks.
And again, you apply these same principles, data, and then you do an engineering analysis of it, mathematics, trigonometry, those kinds of things. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you have been qualified multiple times on that issue?
Yes.
As an expert to give an opinion?
Yes.
And again, going back to the other two, you've been qualified as an expert to give an opinion by many courts, several courts, in shooting incident reconstruction, acoustics engineering, and in motor vehicle reconstruction. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I move that this witness be qualified as a expert in the three areas I just mentioned.
Mr. As a state. He's admitted without objection as an expert in the fields that he's offered.
Okay, so let's start off with the shooting instant reconstruction, okay?
Yes.
Now, have you prepared a PowerPoint? Well, back off. Back off. Strike that. Were you hired by myself and Mr. Griffin to do some analysis on what occurred at Moselle that resulted in the deaths of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh?
Yes.
And let's first of all talk about what's the process generally, and then we're going to put this PowerPoint up, or do you want me to put the PowerPoint up first?
I can speak to that generally. So,
go ahead.
I think I mentioned it earlier, but really the first steps in any investigation, if it's a little investigation, big investigation, my job and the people I work with and people in other companies that do what we do, you go collect facts. And in this case, this is typical, facts were collected. The crime scene was processed. There were a lot of pictures taken, things like that, by SLED. So that's one place that I can get facts. I typically do, and I did in this case, I go collect facts myself. So I went to Moselle, and it had changed. I went there about 18 months after the murders. I went in October of 22. But I was able to measure the Moselle property and look at the physical evidence, what was remaining, and then I was able to use that in conjunction with what SLED had done, because SLED had collected a lot of evidence at the scene that I looked at.
Now, some of the evidence collected by SLED that you looked at were measurements made by SLED agent Worley, either the night of or soon after the incident, to things like shell casings, right?
That is correct.
And there's also pictures of those shell casings, correct?
Yes.
And also the location of Maggie's body and Paul's body. There were measurements done on both of those, correct?
Yes.
And did Agent Worley also find 2 bullet holes, one in the doghouse, one in the quail pen?
Yes.
And did she take measurements there?
She did.
And were those important to your calculations?
They were. It was what I was looking at least my role in looking at the crime scene, or the site of the crime, the questions that I was being asked.
Okay, so could we have the PowerPoint, please? Okay, you can see that. Okay.
Object to showing this. Nothing's been entered.
Oh, I apologize. I got ahead of myself. This is a disc of this PowerPoint. Any objection?
Is it the PowerPoint?
It's the PowerPoint.
No objection.
Your Honor, we offer into evidence Defendant's Exhibit number 143. Without objection, I believe.
Submit.
And Your Honor, okay, let's just walk through the PowerPoint. Go to the next slide, please. Okay. Now, this is titled Shot Trajectories as Measured by Special Agent Worley. Are these what we're talking about, measurements she made?
Yes.
Okay, next slide, please. Quail pen. Go ahead. Now, what are we looking at here?
So this is what I call the quail pen, and it's a small animal cage. It's been referred to, but like it's a bird cage, and it's up against the building or the barn or the hangar. I think it's been called several things. It's up underneath the roof.
Okay, now if you went perpendicular to that out, would you run into the dog kennels?
Yes.
Okay, so this is across from the dog kennels, and that is the quail pen.
Yes, and this particular photograph was taken the night of the murder. So the first few pictures just show the points of evidence that were of interest to me, and then what happened later on. It was the next month, I believe it was July the 6th. Special Agent Worley went back and actually took some measurements. She used basically a common technique where you try to get more information about these bullet holes.
Okay, next. And what is this we're looking at?
It's a little bit closer view of the quail pen, and what you have there on the side of the quail pen, so it would be the side that's really facing the crime scene.
Right.
It's made out of like a fiber board, a little bit more robust than cardboard. It's like a fiber board, so you can penetrate it easily, and there was a bullet hole basically in the center of it.
Okay, next slide. That would be that bullet hole?
That is the bullet hole, and if you were able to zoom in a little bit and look carefully, you'd be able to see what's called a bullet wipe. It's down. If that was a tiny little clock, it'd be just under 3 o'clock. And so when I looked at that, it looked like the bullet was on an upward trajectory, a small one, but an upward trajectory. And what the bullet wipe is when the bullet comes out of the barrel of the gun, it's going to have products of the bullet being fired. And when it enters sheetrock or a car door or a piece of plywood, you commonly see that lead-in mark where the bullet goes into a piece of material.
Can we make that bigger? There we go. Okay. So how about step down here for just a second, and there's a pointer right behind you. Your Honor, may he step down? Okay. Grab that pointer right there. And would you point out for the jury, please, that you call it a bullet wipe?
Yeah, so when you look at the entry, the entrance of a bullet hole into a surface like this, and this is the piece of gray cardboard, there's some tearing here, but if you look over here on the side, that's what's called the bullet wipe mark, and that shows you the direction that is coming from. So it's coming from where I'm standing, and it's a little bit below, like if you could draw a straight line through there that would be even with the horizon, it's a little bit below that. So right away that told me that this bullet, when it penetrated this piece of material here, that it was traveling upwards and from right to left.
Okay. Let me see the next slide, just in case. Okay. Any way to make that a little bigger? While he's doing that, what are we looking at here?
This is a photograph from Special Agent Worley's trip to the crime scene. I think it was the next month, July the 6th.
And what's going on here?
So this bullet, it penetrates this quail pen and actually goes through the wall of the hanger too. It goes through several layers of material. And a common technique to try to figure out what is the angle of that shot, you take something like this. Typically they're fiberglass, so they don't bend, they're perfectly straight. And you insert that rod through the bullet hole, and then what you do is you measure this rod. So right now she's measuring what's called the vertical angle.
Ooh.
So if I was measuring the angle of the shot, like to the TV right here. So vertical angle is this way. Was the bullet going up, or was it going down, or was it going straight in?
And what did that, did you look at a close-up picture of that, and did you also look at her notes?
Yes.
And what was her conclusion about the angle, you say vertical angle, the angle going into the quail pen? Was it going up, was it going down? And by, I guess you gauged this in degrees, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so was it going up or down?
It was going up.
At what degree?
So the bullet was traveling upwards, which is consistent with what I just showed you on the previous pictures. So her measurement that it's going up is consistent. She recorded in her notes that was 3 degrees going up, so pretty flat, but the bullet was traveling upwards. But there are 2 pictures. She has one picture of it at 3 degrees and one at 1.5 degrees. So pretty close, but 2 different trajectories. And later on, I looked at the difference between the 1.5 and the 3.
Okay.
And that'll come up later, but for the purposes of me understanding what was going on here, I considered both 1.5 and 3.
And while 1.5 or 3 is not a steep incline as it goes in, if you project that back, it's going to have, if you go 10 feet, it's going to make it. Okay. As you project it back, what, if any, difference is there on that cause on trajectory?
Okay, well, the reason this is interesting is because it's an upward traveling bullet. So if if you think about the path of this bullet, for all purposes here, because we're talking about maybe 50 feet in this crime scene, it's not 400 yards. If it's 400 yards, the bullet has a curved trajectory. So here, because the area that we're considering is so small, that for all intents and purposes, it's a flat trajectory, which means that the barrel of the gun was on the same angle as that rod, okay? And it's going down, which means if you extend that rod, if you're able to extend that rod some distance, it's going to go into the ground. So if it goes into the ground, obviously the gun can't be underground. So you know that the shooter who fired the weapon that sent the bullet into the quail pen has to be on that line. So the weapon has to be on that line, and it's going to go into the ground at some point. So that is a good piece of information, because that locks the location of the shooter, at least for one shot.
And I believe Agent Worley identified, I'm sorry, strike that. What, if any, caliber or kind of weapon did Agent Worley deduce had fired that bullet?
This was the 300 blackout.
Okay. Now go to the next slide, please.
This is just another measurement. This may be the one that's closer to 1.5 degrees, but you can see this is called, they call them trajectory rods, which again is inserted through the multiple paths of the bullet as it went through things.
So as you look at that device, whatever that's called, one of them shows 1.5, one of them shows 3, and she wrote down 3?
Correct.
Okay. Great. Next, please. Now, what is this?
Same thing. I'm just showing the kind of the different readings that she got here.
Okay.
It was within a range.
Okay.
So same answer for this.
Right. Next. Okay. So what are we looking at now?
Just to explain a little bit better.
Can you make that a little bigger, please? Okay, so what are we looking at here?
This is to show the trajectory rod. It comes in. We've been looking at this side right here. But if you look inside, you see it kind of goes through the cage, and it goes through the back of the cage. It actually goes into the hangar or the barn. It goes through the siding and then the plywood.
So that is that same rod, except that's the inside going out. Correct?
That's the inside. I was just trying to show the technique, and this technique is a technique that is used often. There are other ways to do it, and we may talk about it later, but this is a technique that's often used to come up with this line of fire, or the path that bullet took, because if you consider the path of the bullet, you may be able to conclude something from that.
Okay, next.
It's just more of the same. This is the trajectory rod inside the cage or the quail pen.
Okay.
More of the same.
Next.
More of the same.
But these are, okay, wait 1 second. So these pictures just depict that rod coming from the outside, going through the quail pen and through the wall behind the quail pen.
That is correct.
And that's, you put that rod through, and then you can make some measurements outside as to trajectory, correct?
That's correct.
Easy for you to say. Next, please. Now, what is that device? What's going on there?
This is called a zero edge protractor. So protractor is going to measure 0 to 180 degrees. So this is Special Agent Worley puts it up against the side of the quail pen and drop a plumb bob down so you can get what's called the azimuth. And the azimuth is just your compass direction. So because if I have the azimuth, and this is about 41 degrees coming in from where I'm standing. So 45 degrees would be, here, there's 41 degrees, 90 degrees would be straight in. So what that does is it tells you the direction of this line.
So at that point, whether it's going up or down, and whether it's coming from the left or the right.
That's correct.
And as we look at that quail pen, is it coming from over here to the left? Is it coming from the right?
Well, it's coming from over here to the right.
Okay.
And then to determine exactly how, you need to go back and kind of look. You have to do it to scale, of course.
Right.
So you have to create a scale diagram, or do what we typically do, which is we scan.
Okay. Let me see the next one. And is that just a close-up of the measurement, the angle?
Yes, and you can see here that it's 41 degrees.
41 degrees.
And that's what she recorded in her notes.
Okay, next. Now this is the doghouse. And in a minute we're going to see a 3D rendition of this so the jury can get a little better idea of where everything is.
Yes.
But let's go ahead and talk about the doghouse next. So tell me what you see there.
So the doghouse had a bullet hole in it. It was pretty low to the ground. It's about 5.5 inches above the ground, 3 inches up from the bottom of the siding on the doghouse. And this bullet hole was going downwards, 14 degrees down. And it had an angle slightly to the left. And so kind of the same way that you can think about the one that was going up, you can think about the one that's going down. So if put a trajectory rod in, we'll see that in a second, it's going to be sticking upwards like that. So you can go up that trajectory rod to a point where it makes no sense, like the shooter would have to be on a ladder, right? So that, what that does is it tells you where that shot came from, and it puts a limit on where that shooter could be. You know, just the same way that the shot trajectory would disappear into the ground makes no sense. You know, shot trajectory that's up at 10 feet doesn't make any difference either. I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
Right. Let me see the next slide. Okay, and what is that?
That is the 300 blackout projectile. It went into the doghouse, went into a dog bed, so you're able to dig it out. So it's, you can see that here. So again, these are the night of the murders.
So if it didn't go through the back wall, how does one get a trajectory off of that?
Well, in this particular case, the siding was thick enough where Agent Worley was able to put a dowel rod or a trajectory rod into that hole, unlike the quail pin, which is very thin. So a very thin material is considered thin if the thickness of that material is much less than the length of the bullet, right here. So in a thin material, there's some special considerations with thin materials versus thick materials, but the doghouse had siding and wood construction, so it's thicker. So a thick material is going to be more in line with the length of the bullet and even longer. So you can still get the trajectory with reasonable accuracy in this particular case.
Okay, next slide, please. Okay, now what is that?
This is the same process here at the doghouse where...
Can you blow that up for me, please? There you go. So what do we see?
This is the trajectory rod. This is a dial protractor. It just uses gravity to tell you what the angle is.
And what was the angle?
14 degrees down.
It's coming in at a 14 degree. The bullet's coming, there you go. It's coming in, it's coming down into the doghouse at a 14 degree angle.
That's correct.
Okay. Next, please. And what is this?
Zoomed in so you can see. So
okay.
There's 90 and it's over at about 76 degrees or so that makes it.
That's a 14 degree downward path.
Yes.
Next. Now, this is that plumb bob thing and azimuth thing, right?
Azimuth. So if this shows you the compass direction of the shot, where it's coming from. And here it's she measured 7 degrees. She recorded 6 degrees off of there, but it's somewhere there. All you really got to know, it's not straight into the doghouse. It's a little bit of an angle, about 6 or 7 degrees.
Okay. Next. And that's just a close-up of the same thing.
Yeah, so there's 90, so the plumb bob would be right here if it was going straight into the doghouse, but it's a little bit to the left.
About 6 or 7 degrees. Okay, next. Now tell me what this is.
So this is Agent Worley's diagram, and it's not to scale. And these are just the lines that I drew in to begin with, you know, before I really did much work in the case. And it's clearly not to scale because, for instance, from the small animal cage, that pole is 24 feet about, and you can see that Maggie's body is, 17 feet long. But it says not to scale, but what that doesn't do for you, it really doesn't tell you, okay, well, we went through all that trouble to measure these. What does it tell you? And what I noticed was this, is that that there was 2 shots, and one was into the doghouse, which was facing this way. One was into the quail pen, which is like facing the way of this desk here. That's 2 totally different directions. So the first thing that would be good to do is to draw those lines backwards and see where they cross, right? And where they cross, is there anything of interest there, right? Are there footprints or something? In this case, there was, but not footprints, but that's what you do here. And so the thing you're looking at is let's figure out what this is telling us, which is these 2 lines are going to cross somewhere.
Well, and this is not to scale, so it doesn't tell you much about it.
It doesn't really tell us much because they don't cross at the right spot.
Right. Yeah. But in terms of the relationship of different objects, we see the quail pen, and it looks like it is, again, perpendicular to the dog kennels, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Next. Okay, so this is your reconstruction. And maybe you ought to go ahead and take your, you want to do it from down here or up there?
Oh, I can sit up there.
Well, wait 1 second. Let me see what this does. Now, go ahead.
And this is a AVI file.
This is,
well, I can explain.
Was it a video?
It is a video.
Yeah, go ahead and play it, and then we may play it again. I want you to explain it after they look at it. Go ahead.
Oh. Oh, okay, Pimp, I see you.
Okay, stop it right there for me, can you?
Stop it.
Right there. You go. So we see the doghouse. The quail point where we just flew by it. Oh, wait a minute, she's starting over again. Okay, go ahead and start.
What a struggle.
There we go. So as we get right, stop it right. Not yet, not yet, not yet, not yet. There. Stop. Okay. So we see the doghouse. Point it out, please. We see the kennels. How about point those out? And I don't think we can see the quail pen yet, but it's going to be up in there, correct?
Yeah, so the quail pen's against this wall.
Okay. Go ahead and start it back up. And stop it. Okay. Show the jury again where the quail pen is.
Here's the quail pen.
And where's the doghouse?
The doghouse is right here.
Okay.
Oh, there's a
okay, go ahead and start it up again.
All right.
Now, maybe I'll have you explain how you do this. You go ahead and take the stand again, please.
Yes.
Let me see the next slide while he's going up there. Okay, well, you don't need to come down for this, but this is called fly through with no roof. So you've eliminated the roof with the computer to show what it looks like. You get a better sense of perspective. Is that right?
That's correct.
And is this to scale?
It is to scale. It's very accurate. Is kind of the modern way to measure a site. Scanning is used all over now. I mean, from dentist offices to everything. But
we'll talk in just a minute about how you put this together, and the process I think is on here. Okay, how about let that one go? And this is without, you took the roof off of the shed, correct?
I did.
Okay, go ahead. We can see the doghouse. We can see the quail pen. We can see where Maggie's body was, and we can see where Paul's body was, correct?
Yes.
Okay. How about do that one more time? That would be Maggie's body near the doghouse?
Yes.
And that would be Paul's body over here, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, keep going. And why did you do this particular visual? Does that make it easier to see where everything is relative to each other?
Yes. In the scan, you can just cut the roof off. It just makes things easier to see.
Okay.
The roof was of no importance to me.
Right. Next. Tell me what this represents.
Well, this is where I start constructing some lines, and this is just an overall shot looking straight down. Like, this is a bird's eye view of the scan, and the dog kennels are in the bottom right, and the hangar, the barn, is kind of in the center top of the picture. And it's just, there's nothing really, of this particular shot. It just illustrates what you can do. And what I did, for instance, is I drew some white lines in there. Those are measurement bars. One's 25 feet long, one's 50 feet long. But the scan itself, you can measure very accurately anywhere in the scan, because this is not a picture. What it is are their points. And there's so many points, there's millions of points, and there's so many points when you put them together, it actually looks like an object, like a three-dimensional object.
So let me ask you this, the state, it's been a month, so we may not all remember, the state had, this is called a FARO.
Just deleting, Your Honor.
What is this called?
We call them a FARO scan. FARO is the company that builds the scanner. There are other companies like Nikon that make scanners. But a FARO scan is a laser scanner, and what it does is it sends out a laser. And when that laser hits an object, it returns back to the scanner, it gets reflected back. Depending on how much time that takes, it can figure out how far away that object is, and we're talking about a very small point. And then what it does is, because the scanner is spinning around this way and a mirror is spinning this way, it knows where that point is in space. And then what it also does to make it look better, it spins the camera around, and then the camera applies more information to all these points. So what you end up with are millions of points. Like if you scan the front yard of this courthouse, you get trees, you get sign, you get people kind of ghosting by as they walk through the scan. So it just picks up everything.
So does law enforcement use FARO?
Yes, they did do a FARO scan. I have seen their fly through like we just showed you, but that's the only thing that I've seen. So they did, and again, it is a common technique people in our field use to measure things, because you don't have to take 100 measurements with a tape measure, and it's much more accurate.
And SLED, I believe you just said, did a FARO scan of the same murder site.
They did.
And I think we played it, it's been a month, but I think I played it a month ago.
Objecting, Your Honor. Fine.
Objection sustained.
At some point in this trial, are you familiar with the fact of whether their FARO scan, SLED's FARO scan was played?
Yes.
Okay. And is their FARO scan as detailed as yours?
I would have to compare them, but it should basically be the same thing. Their scan and our scan should be the same, because it's a highly precise instrument. And
let's go to the next one.
The only difference would be they did it in July.
And you did it in?
October of 22.
Okay, now what is this depict?
So the next thing I wanted to do, other than reconstruct the shot trajectories like we said before, I wanted to know where the evidence markers were. So what this here is, I took Special Agent Worley's measurements. She had measured to a bunch of different things, including the head and feet of the victims, and then also to those little yellow evidence marker tags. And the evidence markers that I was most interested in were numbers 2 through 7, which would have been the empty cartridge cases from the 300 blackout. But what I did was I created a CAD diagram to scale of Agent Worley's measurements.
Okay, what's a CAD diagram?
It's just computer-aided drawing. It's a drawing package, so you can do a scale diagram. Now she did this just measuring from a pole or post and whatnot, but we have a technique. When we scanned in 22, obviously these markers were not there, but we had lots of photographs of them. And so there's a methodology that we can use where we can flatten the picture taken the night of the murders, and then we can match that to the scan. So then once you match that photograph to the scan, you can actually place in objects that no longer exist very accurately.
Now this FARO program, you indicated was used by SLED, is it used by other law enforcement agencies?
Yes.
It's very common, it is used by hundreds, thousands of them?
Yes.
And they do the same process that you do?
Yes.
Okay. So once you got this, and what is this? This is a I mean, tell me what this process is.
Yeah, so this is Special Agent Worley's hand measurements.
Put on a computer program.
Put it on a computer program, and because I wanted to put the evidence markers in my scan. And so you have the scan of the Moselle property, but then I can put stuff in there too. I could put a car in there, I could put a body, or I could put these evidence markers. So I used this to check what we did, which we used photographs and the techniques of putting the evidence markers where they belong.
Okay. Next slide, please. What does this depict?
So what this is then I overlaid Agent Worley's drawing, the one that we just looked at, over my scan. And I use that, if you were able to zoom in a little bit, I don't know if it may be a little bit hard for you guys to see, but those circles with the crosses in them are Special Agent Worley's measurements, and then either touching them or inside of them are the evidence markers that got placed by what we call reverse camera projection, which is just a fancy name of, we can take the information from a photograph taken the night of the murders, and we can attach that to our scan, and then if we want to, we can put missing objects in there, which is what we did here.
Okay, go ahead.
And there's an example of it there.
Can you make that a little bigger, please? So what is, yeah, that's perfect right there. What does that show?
It shows the same thing. So we use the reverse camera projection method to get the yellow evidence markers in the scan. And you can see there, Special Agent Worley's measurements are usually right beside it, but you have to remember she was probably stretching a tape measure. So it all makes sense. So it agreed. So what that tells you have a high degree of confidence that these markers are in the correct place.
Okay, next. Now, what does this depict?
Well, it's a it is a video.
Okay,
if you
go ahead and play that
show
video.
the whole screen.
Yeah, we need the whole screen and play the video, please. Okay. What are we seeing here?
So this is fading back and forth between the scan world or the computer world and reality. So you can see there that that's a crime scene photo that was taken the night of the murders. And what that is doing is it's showing you the comparison between this world that we built to try to understand what was the physical evidence telling us.
Well, the picture taken on the night of the murders, is this a complete picture or have you dropped some things out?
No, it's a complete picture. You know, some items may have been moved by the time this picture was taken. I would have to go back and see exactly.
Oh, so this picture was taken by you in October.
Oh, no, this is the night of the murders here.
Okay. Okay, next. Okay, so go ahead. Quail pen shot trajectory. Okay, so tell us what this is.
Okay, so I picked a place in the scan to start laying in those lines. So now we've talked about how we built this up. So let's put the trajectory of the two shots that were measured and see what it tells us. And so I just chose a point. You're looking straight into the side of the doghouse. The sheet in the foreground there would be Maggie's body. And then you can see the evidence markers. There's 3, 4, you can see 5 and 6 over by the sheet.
Right.
12 is something else. I believe it was may have even been bullet fragments, but 3, 4, 5, and 6 there are empty cartridge cases from the bullets that were fired.
Okay, go back out a little for just a second. There you go. I see somebody standing over here on the right. What is that?
That was probably one of my engineers or somebody I work with who was doing some other task.
Okay.
So when you scan, if you stand still long enough, it'll scan you.
Scan you in, okay.
Yes.
Next. Now, what are those 2 green lines?
The 2 green lines are the shot trajectories into the quail pen.
And why are there 2?
Because one is at 1.5 degrees up and one is at 3 degrees up.
Okay. In this projection, in terms I understand, if you took the dowel that she put through the hole.
Objection sustained.
Sorry, Your Honor, I was just trying to get it in terms I understood. Let me see if we can get to the same place. Tell us what that depicts in terms that I can understand.
Yes, so that is the flight path of the bullet somewhere along that line. And so it's trigonometry. It's not any more complicated than that. I don't know if that's too complicated for you, but it's just trigonometry.
These lines, are they put in there by you manually, or are they computed by the program?
Well, the lines are put in by me on the computer program, and again, they're the 1.5 degrees, 3 degrees. The importance of them is that's where the barrel of the gun has to be perfectly in line with those two green lines. But right now, without knowing anything else, you could slide that gun up and down that green line, and it could be anywhere, right? So, but you start looking at other pieces of evidence. And so what you would have is, well, what other pieces of evidence we have? I looked at this and I said, well, where does this shot trajectory go? Well, it goes almost right over Maggie's body, very close to it, right close to the feet. That's one thing. The second thing is there is a collection of empty cartridge cases right to the line. So if I'm facing the quail pen, there's a collection of cartridge cases to my right.
And what's your understanding about the ejection of cartridge cases from blackout?
Typically, it should be to the right and to the back somewhat. Okay. It depends. But so that was a piece of information, which is that starts to, as I said before, sometimes what you're looking at what you can determine, but maybe you can limit where something happens. So, that is a point of interest. Well, you have a pile of cartridge cases that go right beside the shot trajectories. That's an important point.
Okay, next. Okay, so what are we seeing here?
So that is a shooter that I constructed. And what this is, it's actually a scan of a person. So you can get scans of people. In this particular case, just for the purposes of this trial, I stripped all the textures off this person. So there's no clothing or hair or skin color, anything like that. So it's just more almost like a robotic looking figure. It is holding a .300 blackout weapon, a model of one. And so when I started examining those shot trajectories, a couple things were apparent. One is it would be really hard for anybody to be shooting that shot from the shoulder, because remember, the shot's going up, but it's only 4 feet 2 off the ground.
What is the entrance where it goes into?
Yeah, the entry point. It's only 4 feet 2 off the ground, and it's going up, which means that even if you're a fairly short person, to get that trajectory, you'd have to walk all the way up to the quail pen to get it to work. So what I was seeing here is that the most likely way that shot was made was from a low position, like shooting low on the hip. So I took this scanned in person with a blackout, and I pushed the gun down about as far as I could push it.
When you say about as far as you could push it, what do you mean by that?
Well, eventually, at some point, you have to have your hand on the trigger and the gun. And so instead of having the person stand straight up, I just put them in a shooting position. I don't know what the position the shooter was, but this is a thought process. Okay, what is this telling us? So that's what I did here.
And what degree line is that one on?
That's on the 1.5 degree.
Okay. Next. And what does this depict?
That's the exact same shooter, except that shooter has its barrel on the 3 degree line.
Okay. But he would be on the other side of Maggie's body and on the other side of the doghouse.
Correct.
Okay. Next. Okay, now this has 2 individuals in it. What's the one behind?
So those are the two. So the shooter,
okay.
The shooter behind is the 1.5 degree. The shooter in front is the 3 degrees. So that kind of gives the range of this person being able to make that shot. And so to me, because of several different factors, it's much more likely that the angle into the quail pen was flatter than 3 degrees, which we talked about before. One of the main reasons is there's no shell casings over behind the doghouse.
So this person up front, what did you just say about shell casings?
There's no shell casings anywhere close to that person.
And I guess, could you demonstrate for us how you're depicting this person's holding a gun? I mean, are they, you say from the hip.
Yes.
What does that mean? How about demonstrate, if that's okay, Your Honor?
So what I would say is that what I did for this purpose is, instead of having it here, I put it down here, about as low as I could go.
Okay.
And within like a shooting stance, like a shooting position. You're not aiming, but at least you're not aiming in the traditional sense, but
If you're aiming, it'd be on your shoulder, right?
Right. So I stretched that gun down until I could just still keep my hand like I was shooting a gun.
Now, from the shoulder, where generally would they be? You've got, to have that downward shot.
It's really hard to put a shoulder shot on that trajectory just because it's so low. Because even a small person going like this, 4'2", even if you put the barrel on the quail, then it'd be above the hole. So it just doesn't make any sense.
Okay, next slide, please. And so this is without the guy up front because you concluded this is where the person would have been.
Yes, for a person of this height, this is to me because of its proximity or closeness to the empty shell casings.
Okay, next. Now let's look at the doghouse trajectory shot. Next. Okay, now explain that green line.
The green line here is the shot trajectory into the doghouse. And this is the same shooter again. And it looks like he's standing on the sheet there, but all that would tell me if this did occur, then the body was not there.
This was a shot would have come before the body fell to the ground.
That is correct. And so again, you have a shooter low on the hip. That's where that person would have to be to follow that upward line. So the same exact shooter, now that shooter is shooting down, I slid that person on the line until it was shooting down. And what I discovered was it's basically in the exact same spot. Maybe one step away, maybe 2 steps away, but
the 2 shots were made from very close to each other.
Right, so now what we've done is the 2 shots cross each other at a point, and at that point is right beside where the shell casings were ejected, relatively close to it.
Okay. Now you don't know where Maggie was when these shots were made, is that correct?
Correct.
So we heard from, I think, one of the state's witnesses that... Strike that. What, if anything, did we hear from the state's experts about the relative position of Maggie and whoever shot her?
The only thing that I heard is that maybe 2 of the shots were done at less than 3 feet because of the stippling to the skin.
And what about the relative position of the shooter and her prior to that?
Nothing specific or definitive.
Okay. So, let's see the next slide. What is that?
This is a shooter, because this shot's going down, this shooter is shooting from the shoulder, which can be done with this shot. And if you're shooting from the shoulder, you gotta be further back. So that's just to illustrate, that's the range of possibility, from the shoulder, from the hip.
Or down low, those 2 we just saw. Is that also consistent with where the shell casings are?
It is, that could be consistent too.
Okay. Next slide, please. Both shots. Go ahead. So what does this depict?
So this is the shooter making both shots. And you'll see, and there's a couple different angles I could show you, but they're really close. And they're in the right location relative to the empty shell casings.
Okay.
So what that says, it's not, I'm not saying it's exactly there because there's some variables to it, but I find it interesting that the two shot trajectories cross at a point where both shots can be made and they're at the right location relative to those empty shell casings. So in my opinion, when these two shots were made, at least these two shots, that the shooter was standing right in that area.
Okay, next. And what does this depict?
This is the same thing I just described, except a little bit different angle. So there you may have a shooter taking 2 steps forward, depending on which one was fired first,
right,
or 2 steps backwards. But, you know, within a generally small area, those where those shots were fired from.
Okay, next. Is that the same?
That is the same thing. That is, you know, the shooter's from the hip. If you have the shooter shooting from the hip, it makes a lot of sense that with a little bit of movement, the shooter can produce both of those shots and have it agree with the evidence that Special Agent Worley collected.
Okay, next. Okay, now we're gonna don't go to let's get to that in just a minute.
Oh, come on.
Based on your analysis and tell us how you came to conclude the range of heights for the person shooting from those distances. Tell us how that works.
Okay, so we're able to locate the weapon, where the weapon was, and that's...
Now, when you say locate the weapon, what do you mean by that?
Locate the weapon on the green line. Okay, so...
When you say locate the weapon on, is it the muzzle? Is it the
whole barrel?
The whole barrel.
Right,
okay.
Because the bullet starts its path inside the barrel, and when it leaves the barrel, it finds the target.
Okay, so you can slide that barrel up and down the green line?
Correct.
Okay, tell us how you get to a height for the shooter.
So for the purposes of what I've been showing you is that I started putting different height people in the trajectory analysis. And so what I've been showing you is a person that's 5'2".
The person's how tall? The shooter's how tall?
5'2".
Could be someone a little taller crouching down a little bit?
Could be.
5'3", 5'4"?
Yes.
So between 5'2" and 5'4"?
Yes.
The shooter?
Oh, come on.
Because what happens if, let's say, if you put a 5'4" person even, or 5'5", 5'6", in kind of that shooting position from the hip, you've got to move them all the way up to the quail pin. And it doesn't make any sense there because there's no shell casings, and it starts to not make any sense. Why would a person stand right in front of the quail pin a few feet away and shoot into it?
And as you slide it back, what happens in terms of and this is all trigonometry? These are angles?
It's just trigonometry. Okay. So again, you have 5'2" people. What happens is if I move those people back,
well, take the quail pin to begin with.
Yeah, with the quail pin, if you start to move the shooter, the quail pin back, then you're down to, you start getting to, you know, less than 5'2" very quickly because that shot is going up. And what you have here is that this is as far back as basically I could justify putting a 5'2" shooter here.
And how did you come to 5'2"? I mean, what did you look at any data?
Well, again, these are actual people that were scanned in, okay. And so these are 5'2". What happens is, for instance, if you know, I tried it with a 5'4", I tried it with a 5'9".
And why didn't that
try
work?
With a 6'4"?
Because it puts the person under the shed close to the quail pin. Doesn't make much sense being under there. There are no shell casings there. So in order to get the shooter at the cross of the two shot trajectories near the empty casings, then you've got to lower that shot.
Man. What are you saying, 5'2" the shooter?
Okay, next slide, please. Okay, let's look at this. Okay, some measurements. We don't need to look at each one of these, but go ahead.
How tall is Cousin Eddie? Oh, no, they did it.
Go ahead.
Oh, no.
Now,
they scanned his ass in the AI system?
So in terms of Alec Murdaugh, who is, how tall is he?
6'3", 6'4".
Okay.
Oh,
and
hell no.
You took a measurement of him this morning, correct?
Yes.
And what did you measure?
I measured to his kneecap.
To his kneecap. And how much, what was the distance between the bottom of his foot and his kneecap?
25 inches.
Okay, now explain why that's relevant to what we're talking about.
Well, I mean, the obvious question is well, what if you were 6'4" and not 5'2"? What does that mean? So what that means is that the shooting hand, the bottom of the shooting hand, for somebody the height of Alex Murdaugh would be right at and below his kneecap.
So his shooting hand would be below his kneecap?
Yes.
What does that tell you?
Well, it puts the shooter or whoever fired the weapon, if they were that tall, it puts them in an unrealistic shooting position. It's not an aiming position. It's not a shooting position. It would be something other than a shooting position where you were on your feet. So it would be, again, it would be very difficult. You would have to be bending over and have your shooting hand down at or below your kneecap. And what's important about that to me is that it just makes it very unlikely that a tall person made that shot.
Ooh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
More likely that a person between 5'2" and 5'4" fired those shots, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Can I have
Make Alex hold the gun.
Maybe.
Ooh, somebody said Alex sitting at the ATV.
Could I have a red or black pen or something? You know.
What y'all think? What y'all think so far? All they gotta do is the reasonable doubt. Just somebody say that.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's right there.
Make Alec hold the gun.
So, I had one of these, the shots you had with the shooters and their alignment blown up. Could you step down here, please? And bring the pointer. And let's see how we're going to do this. You stand over here. And so, explain to the jury why they've got to be 5'2". This is blown up. Why would it be 5'2"? I mean, how? If this guy moves forward this way, or either one of them move forward, what happens to the barrel of the gun?
Yeah. So what happens is that if you move them forward, they can be taller, up until a point where we talked about before. At some point in time, even shooting from the hip, you still have to be very close to the quail pin. If I move them back, either two things have to happen: is they have to be even shorter than 5'2", or they have to be in some unnatural or kind of like an unreasonable shooting position. I mean, obviously you could have somebody laying on the ground taking a shot. They could be really low, of any height, right? So, but what I'm doing here is that as you move these people back, the gun has to be lower and lower and lower to the ground. When you move it forward, the gun has to be higher. So then you start looking at, well, where are the shell casings? The shell casings are here. So if you move a person back, let's say where they're laying on the ground, right, and they're shooting like in a sniper position, like on their elbows and laying down flat, there's no shell casings back there because the shell casings are being ejected to the right, maybe to the back, we don't really know. But at least it's going to be back here. This area where Maggie's body was found, where the collection of empty shell casings are found, because some of these were at close range, but some of them are spread over here, is going to put the shooter here. Well, it certainly puts the weapon there. And then what you have to do is go through the thought process of how can somebody hold the weapon that height off the ground.
Okay, now if you've got a tall person and they're coming this way towards the quail pen, let's say a 6'3", 6'4" person, how close would they have to be to the quail pen to shoot the bullet at that angle into the quail pen?
Well, it would be difficult. It wouldn't be either a hip shot or a shoulder shot. You would have to, for somebody who's tall, because again, I have a tape measure, but the hole in the quail pen is at 4'2". Okay, so
We got one right there.
So let's just say, I see a sticker or something.
You need what? A sticker?
So quail pen shot is right here.
How about I put a sticker right there? Okay, so that's the height it went into the quail pen.
Right, okay, so I'm 5'10".
Right.
Right. She's all maybe 5'11", right? So it's going 3 degrees up. So I'm saying that's about flat. Let's just say that's 3 degrees. And I'm standing at the quail pen. I would have to do like that, or I could do this, right? Not from the hip. I'd have to come in here like this, which of course is possible, right? Just like that.
What about 6'4"?
And if you're 6'4", it would be, a lot taller than I am. And so you would have to go through that thought process of how the shooter could
And of course, as you come back off the quail pen, the only place you see shell casings are back here.
Yes, the empty shell casings, there's some right by the body, there's one underneath the body, and then I believe it's 2, 3, and 4 are here, 5, 6, and 7 are here, but 2, 3, and 4 are here, like the shells are being ejected to the right and maybe slightly backwards.
And so, can you say to a degree of engineering certainty, more probably than not, that whoever shot this shot, or these shots, well, first of all, the quail pen shot was 5'2" to 5'4"?
That is the most likely explanation, yes.
Okay. And we know that Alec is 6'4".
Yes.
So could you say to a degree of engineering certainty, more probably than not, that Alec Murdaugh on the night of June 7th did not fire that shot into the quail pen?
In my opinion, it's very unlikely that he fired that shot.
Okay, now, in reviewing the SWED file, did you see whether or not they did any analysis like this? Have you seen any charts, any Pharaohs, anything indicating that SWED ever looked at these shot angles before?
No.
Okay, go ahead and take the video. Your Honor, this is probably going to go probably another hour before I'm done. I just look at, see it's 1 o'clock. I don't know what you want me to continue, or do you want to take a lunch break?
We can break for lunch now. That's what you want to do?
Lunchtime!
Ladies and gentlemen, we will addressing the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll break now and return at 2:15. Please do not discuss the case.
So they said, well, this person got to be 5'2". So either the shooter was 5'2" or... Oh, hold on. Damn it. Refresh my page. Sutton says a little gray guy in the model is 5'2". If you make him taller, the angle stops working. It puts the person closer to the quail pen, away from Maggie's body, and nowhere near the shell casings. Then testifies he measured AM this morning. His kneecap is 25 inches off the ground. If AM was a shooter, his shooting would have had to be below his kneecap. That's how tall a motherfucker is? So it's a really, really short person, the defense is trying to say. And then somebody, well, let me get the super chat. SW4x4, thank you so much for the super chat. Good morning, Mel. Good morning. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to the stream. Bam Askin 25, thank you for the super chat. It says, how tall is Busta and Eddie? I have no idea, but I believe Busta, he's tall. He tall. I don't know about Eddie, though. What y'all think about Eddie? I get short vibes from Eddie. That's even possible. Eddie Curtis Smith. Ooh, oh no. Wait, hold on. Let's see. What his height? Cousin Eddie, he not tall. Yeah, I wonder how tall Cousin Eddie is. And I wonder what the prosecution is going to do to fight this. I'm 5'2", my husband is 6'4", and we didn't do it, man. I like 6'4". They say the killer 5'2". That's short as hell. 5'2". Damn. Somebody, Brainworm says, what if AM was sitting on an ATV? I don't know, paper.
Funny you mentioned that because I was watching the kind of aloofness, kind of too in the testimony. Do you think the jury extrapolates something from like that, like father, like son, or, this is the way this kid is the way they are, or anything of that nature?
Yeah, I think they do. I do think they're looking at him and seeing Alex and trying to project Alex through him. So if he is devoid of emotion and devoid of empathy, is he a son of someone who's capable of committing these brutal crimes? I don't know. The only other major miss that I think that where the state had an opportunity was to cross him about the fact that he was in Vegas playing cards at the time that his dad was first appearing for his bond hearing, where that bond was denied. I definitely would have asked him about, how it was that at that time you were so removed from your father in these events that you were seen playing cards.
Ooh.
But something obviously has happened in the interim that puts you solidly behind your dad.
Yeah, and we could always sit here as armchair quarterbacks, and you know what it's like to be in the heat of that argument. That would have fit in perfectly when they tried to say, "Have you been to the court proceeding?" Oh, yes, I've been to every single one. Really, but you weren't.
The other thing too, Dick said, in going through the case file, did you see any evidence that state investigators did a bullet trajectory analysis like yours? Sutton said no. Dun 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 dun. And then Dick says, Alex Murdaugh is 6'4". In your opinion, did Alec fire the shot? In my opinion, it's very unlikely that he fired that shot. You see, I told you, he's innocent. He could have done it. I told you. We get that call later. You talking about me?
Another on the telephone. Nothing really changed. And yes, Alex is a monster. And yes, he stole a lot of money and did a lot of terrible things. But what is the thing that drove him over the edge to cause him to murder not just Paul, but also Maggie? And keep in mind also, it's important for me that he's not charged with killing Maggie and Paul. He's charged with killing Maggie, and he's separately charged with killing Paul. So
really?
Sooner or later, the state has to prove that he pulled the trigger on the gun that killed Paul, and that separately he pulled the trigger on the gun that killed Maggie. And I've not seen it yet. If you're asking me, did the state prove that he was involved? I'd say absolutely.
And that's what I said my whole time. I feel like this guy's somehow involved. I don't know how, but I just my personal opinion, I do feel he has involvement. But like as far as like if I was a juror, yeah, I would definitely have reasonable doubt that he's the one that pulled the gun and like the shotgun and the AR-15 or whatever. You know. So who knows, man? And it's like they said multiple times, all you need is like one person, and that juror, one person that's going to throw a fit, a hissy fit. No! You know, that's all it takes. Just one person with doubt or whatever. And Kat says Cousin Eddie is 6'2" and 225 pounds. Mel, were you the night of the murders? And how tall are you, right? They're going to pin this one on me, too. It's that YouTuber. Watch Eric Allen videos. You'll see why the cops didn't do a thorough sweep of things. Crazy. Oh, those cops in bed. They all scared of him and shit. They all in bed. Sled. Boy, running the city. How much did this guy get paid? You know what? I'm pretty sure that they'll bring it up to prosecution. I think they usually kind of do that on Cross and stuff like that. Sometimes. I remember in the Johnny Depp thing, they were bringing it up. Well, you get paid this much, right? For this, an hour? I'm pretty sure they're going to do that. The judge didn't even say when they're coming back. I'm assuming 2:15. That's normally the normal time they've been doing it. 2:15. Lunch break. 2:15 p.m. Maybe, well, yeah, I don't know. Kettles. A rip-a-ting ting and a rip-a-ting tong. $2.15? Oh, okay. Sled's in bed with Sled. Dominicano, hey. Tigre. It's significant how much they get paid. I don't know why people are so, well, people are upset about Ann Taylor getting paid too. I guess they ain't paying her more than normal when representing Brian Koberger. I guess because it's tax dollars. Oh shit. No. Let's get Avery called him out. This person is copying, pasting everything I tweet as her own, including this really dumb ones like this. The trial. Oh Lord, he calling them out. No, let me see. Girl with a gavel. Let's take a look at her. What she got going on? It actually looks kind of different what she's been posting though. Let's see. Let me compare them side to side. Twitter beef. It looks really different to me though. It doesn't actually look the same. I don't know. Okay, there's some similarities. Somewhat, I guess. Let me see what else we got. I think I might actually take a little break today. Gosh, love. Y'all heard about that thing too? They're trying to put on Dylan Morrison. I don't even know if that's true. They're trying to say she's something else or whatever. I really didn't even pay much attention to that shit. Long-time partner talks about representing Murdaugh. Let's listen to this. I want to hear this shit. Give us the juice.
Is now underway. Jury selection began this morning in Colleton County. Murdaugh is charged with murders of his wife and son. Now, representing him is one of the most prominent defense attorneys in the state, Dick Harpootlian. Well, now for decades, Harpootlian has been connected to another powerful defense attorney, and that's Jack Swerling. The two were once even law partners. So last week, we sat down with Swirling to learn more about Harpootlian's strategy in this trial and how he believes this may be one of the biggest cases this state.
Oh, he was with representing Murdaugh, so Dick's partner.
From my experience, it probably would be in the top 10 that I've seen over the 50 years I've been practicing law.
Jack Swirling is no stranger to major cases in South Carolina. He's one of the most prominent defense attorneys in the state with more than 50 years of legal practice. In the late 80s, Swirling was notoriously nicknamed Mr. Murder for defending hundreds of murder suspects, including convicted killers Donald Pee Wee Gaskins and Larry Joe Bell.
Well, I think from my perspective, it just means that somewhere along the line I earned the reputation of trying lots of murder cases. And there's been a couple hundred. I mean, there's no question about that, at least. I stopped counting, years ago.
Swirling is also connected to the Alec Murdaugh murder trial. While he's not on the legal team, he's longtime friends with Murdaugh's lead attorney, Dick Harpootlian. Before beginning his current law firm in 1991, Swirling and Harpootlian were partners.
We go to each other all the time about running a strategy or talking about a legal issue. I mean, it's not unusual for us to get on the phone with each other and talk about things like that.
Has he called you?
And we did it here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've spoken to him about it. Yeah. He had, some strategic questions or legal questions or procedural questions. So yeah, we've talked about it. Now, I can honestly say I don't know the detail. I didn't want to know any of the details, the real hardcore stuff. But we're talking about, things that maybe he doesn't have to reveal any confidences, because I have no idea what Murdaugh's position is in this case, what he thinks. I didn't want to know. I felt like I could be better use for people, for Dick and for Jim or anybody, media, if I did not know that information. I just don't want to get into that.
Ugh,
I wouldn't
Jesus.
want to. So I can easily say I don't know.
So he never got into any specifics?
No.
As you think about this trial, what are some things, and knowing Harpootlian, knowing the case, what are some things that we are for sure going to see?
Well, Dick is, he's a defense lawyer, but he's a little bit unorthodox about, and what I mean by that is not in any kind of negative, it's a positive. Dick will try the case, and he will take the offensive in the case. He's not the classic defense lawyer where he's just looking at what the defense is going to be in the case. Dick is going to take it to them.
What does that look like in regards of taking it to them?
Well, he'll be objecting, and he'll have some pretty clear objections about what they're trying to offer. Dick has the ability to go ahead and he's very sharp, so he can be and sharp in two ways: sharp in his mind, but also with a sharp tongue. And he'll be trying to jab them and keep them off balance. And with anything they put up, whether it's opening statement, closing argument, whether it's evidentiary issues, whether it's witnesses, he's going to try and keep them off balance so that they're not going to be able to just read a script or do a script and follow up on it and put that all in evidence. He's going to try and disrupt that.
There'd be a lot of activity.
Yeah, I believe so.
Swirling's expertise doesn't end with his former law partner. He also understands jury selection is key in this case, especially with the deep roots the Murdaugh family has in the Low Country.
There's nothing wrong with them having relationships or knowledge. If they can be fair and impartial, they'll still get seated. So the judge will ask them that, despite the fact that you did business with them, can you still be fair and impartial in this case? And those people can still get seated. That doesn't knock them off completely. But that family, more so than any other, that I'm aware of around the state, was just involved in all aspects of the community. Politics, law, farming, anything you could imagine. They knew people in that community, and people had contact with them. And I think most of them were very popular.
As a defense attorney, what is your ideal juror in this case?
I would want, I would want middle-aged men with some degree of sophistication where they could, if there's going to be some important evidentiary issues, that they would be able to understand those. But I definitely would want men in this jury, on this jury. Well, you know, you got the woman was killed, the wife was killed, and then you have the son that was killed. And I think women would tend to be a little bit more harsher about those kinds of issues. If they believe the evidence, they're going to react differently than a man. You know, men are not as, not question of being callous, but emotionally they're not going to be as upset because of what they see as possibly a woman would be. And that's not a criticism. I mean, it's just nature. You know, women raise their children. You know, the man is, you know, out working. So there's a relationship, and they'll have. And I think that the women will be sensitive toward what happened to the wife and certainly the son.
The jury will be tasked with focusing on an expansive amount of evidence. And while Swirling says that's important, the motive for the crimes will be crucial for the state to prove guilt. What would you see as the most damning evidence against your client if you were trying this case?
Well, if they were able to connect up a motive, that would be damning, because that's the thing that I have as a lawyer and as a, you know, just a layperson too, trying to put on two hats. That's the thing that bothers me. First of all, why would somebody kill their son? How would somebody kill their son? You know, I mean, we have homicides all the time between spouses. I mean, that is, you know, the emotion between spouses can build up, and, you know, so we see a lot of that. Obviously it's wrong, but you see a lot of husband and wife homicides because of that. You know, it's a very, love and hate are very close together. So that emotion comes out. But a son, I mean, what could you have possibly, what can your son possibly have done that you would do something like that? So I have reservations about that. But if they have phone records and cell tower records and witnesses and odometers and whatever it may be to tie in a certain time frame, and that would have been possible, then you know, I would be looking at that as a juror. So I think those are going to be some big issues in the case.
And now just a reminder, we are posting real-time updates on the trial inside the Fox County News.
All right.
Here, answering questions about and of course
number of.
Yeah. All right. I think I'm gonna take a little break. I'm gonna let this stream ride here, of course. Let it ride. 2:15. Today so far has been all right. I mean, the Buster thing didn't do much for me. I guess it's really, to me, it's just like a character type of witness, I guess, and maybe to the what happened after the murders type of thing, or like his communications the day of. But it was really just to kind of talk about Dad. I think this witness is interesting, I guess, to try to add in reasonable doubt. I think that's good so far, but I'm curious how, I mean, I don't know if the jury's buying it. So I'm curious to see what it's going to be really important for the prosecution to come to poke or shut it down. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, nap time. I'm going to take a nap. Take a nap.
Buster, when did you first find out that your mom and brother were murdered?
My dad called me. I can't remember the exact time, but it was later. And he called me on the phone. He asked me if I was sitting down, and I was like, yeah. And then he, sounded odd, and then he told me that my mom and brother had been shot.
And what'd you do?
Well, Brooklyn, my girlfriend, was with me, and I think she heard she could hear my conversation kind of over the phone, and so she just started packing stuff, and I kind of just sat there for a minute, and I was in shock. But eventually we got our stuff together and drove down to Moselle.
Do you remember what time you got to Moselle?
It was early in the morning, late in the morning. If we left around 10:30, 11, got there sometime probably around 2 o'clock in the morning.
Have you been sitting in this courtroom since day one?
Yes, sir.
Once the trial started?
Every day.
And were you here when a video was played of an interview with your dad on June 10th?
Yes, sir.
And there was a question about whether your dad said, "I did him so bad," or "they did him so bad." Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize your dad's voice?
I do.
If you listen to it, would you be able to tell the jury whether it's I or they?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd like to pull up Exhibit 153, the clip.
Sitting on top of the day is so bad. It's just so bad. It's so bad.
What'd your dad say?
Said they did him so bad.
So that the first time you'd heard him say they did him so bad?
No, sir.
When was the first time you heard him say they did him so bad?
First time I heard him say that was the night that I went down to Moselle, the night of June the 7th.
Did he say that more than one time?
He did.
So there you have it. Buster Murdaugh talking about how he found out that his younger brother and his mother had been murdered. He's recounting and recalling for the jury how his father called him. They went directly to Moselle, he and his girlfriend Brooklyn, and then what he said he heard his father say on that recording with the law enforcement officers, in which there's been a big debate. Did he say, "I did him so bad," or "they did him so bad"? Buster says he said "they," and they had said that. He had said that previously to him, that it was they did him so bad. So let's bring in our experts to talk about this. Bob Bianchi, of course, is a host here on Law and Crime, a former prosecutor and currently a defense attorney, and Ronnie Richter represents the family of Gloria Satterfield, and along with Eric Bland, and is a partner at Bland Richter. So thanks, guys, for being here with us. Ronnie, your thoughts on that little bit of testimony from Buster Murdaugh?
I mean, I think it's good testimony for the defense. If any one person has thought about this the most, it has to be Buster, right? I mean, he lost his brother, he lost his mother. He's a victim any way you want to paint this. And you have to believe if any part of him thought that his father killed his mother or his brother in that fashion, that he would not be there in any capacity. So I think it's an important statement. I think it's a powerful statement he's testifying at all. Now, like Bob and I just discussed, your dad's with the one you brung, and I would like to have seen more emotion out of him, but it might just be that he's not capable of showing it.
And he just may not be an emotional person. We don't really have a baseline for him. I don't know him. You don't know him, Ronnie, that I'm aware of. Bob Bianchi, you don't know him. What did you feel? How did you feel about Buster as a witness, Bob? You've been on both sides of the fence. You've been a prosecutor and a defense attorney. Do you think he helped his father, or do you think he was just do you think the jury's going to look at this and say, It's his dad. He loves his dad. He's not going to get up there and say anything that's going to harm his father.
Of course, Anjanette. He lost his family and his father's the only one left. Look, as trial lawyers, what we don't get to talk about a lot are the nuances that go into whether or not you call a witness or not. So it's a cost-benefit analysis. My question becomes one. The defense did not have to call him. What did they gain by calling him? Well, I'm going to tell you what they lost by calling him. They specifically go into a recording and say, did your father say I, or did they say they? How big a deal this is, I don't know. But what stuck out like a sore thumb, and as a prosecutor, keep in mind it's about what I can say in summation to convince the jury. And as a prosecutor, I'd be standing up there and saying, you know the one thing they didn't ask him, and it's right out. They asked him about his voice here, but they didn't ask him about his voice at the dog kennel, which is an important thing. And why didn't they ask? Because they knew the answer, they knew it wouldn't be good, and they knew that would mean that his father was involved in this killing. So overall, I would not just throw a witness on the stand unless they were going to really knock it out of the park. And it was so glaring to me that the failure to ask that question, the prosecutor is going to hammer in summation.
Well, I'm really glad, and Bob, I don't know if you agree with me on this, but I'm really glad that they didn't go after Buster on cross-examination, because I think that would have been just useless. He's a crime victim. There are a lot of people making some comments on Twitter and Facebook about Buster during his testimony. So I think it was wise that the prosecutor, Metters, did not go after him or try to, act like he was a liar, or bringing up this stuff about him getting kicked out of law school. A lot of people were tweeting me about that. Let's get to some of the questions now. Ronnie, I will throw this one to you, the first question. Beauty and Blood from YouTube, yikes, that's quite the name. Anyone else thinking this might be a murder for hire? Do you think the jury could reasonably conclude that somebody was hired, whether it was Alec Murdaugh or somebody else, that Alec Murdaugh or someone else could have hired somebody to kill Paul and Maggie?
Yeah, 100%. So again, if the question to me were, do I think the state proved that Alex was involved? I think the state proved that. Did they prove that he's a trigger man? I don't know. I'm a little shaky on that one. But if the jury is convinced that he was involved, then it may be good enough to get the conviction. But yes, a murder for hire that went badly also dovetails into what he said in that police cruiser. They did it so badly. If you say it's they, well, who are they and what is the it? Well, the it is the hit. And maybe he had some other romantic idea about how this would look. And he comes across the scene and sees that his family has been brutally butchered, right? And so that's the emotion that he's letting out, that this didn't end nearly the way that I thought. This was going to be, the pistol with the silencer, and they just go to sleep. And what he came upon and said was a very brutal and bloody crime scene. So, yeah, I think a jury could very easily get to that place.
Is it a problem, though, Bob, if that's the scenario, if that's indeed what happened, that this was a murder for hire? That's not what Alec Murdaugh is charged with. So is there a problem there? Or will the jury not make a distinction if they believe he hired somebody?
It's a problem for the prosecution. As a former homicide prosecutor, I don't want the jury to be thinking it could be this and it could be that. And by the way, it's not the first case we've ever had in the world where somebody lies about something involved in the case, not necessarily because they were the ones that committed the murder, but maybe the person who committed the murder they want to cover up for, or that there could be multiple reasons why that happens. The state is hanging on that video being at the kennel and that he lied about it. But being a liar doesn't mean you murdered somebody. And think of all the 404 evidence that they brought out, Anjanette, about how he shafted people left and right with lots of money. There are lots of people that had a reason to want to see people dead. So you'll have to go back to the state's motive once again, and he'll ask the jury to use their common sense. Would somebody, just to avoid a couple of days of not giving a deposition, kill his wife and his son, who he otherwise had a great relationship with, especially after his father died, and that could have led to an adjournment of that matter? I don't want, as a prosecutor, all these ifs, maybes, how-fors, wherefores, and possibilities. That is what's called reasonable doubt.
Ronnie, this next question is for you. Trial Watcher 22 from Twitter asks, why do you think the prosecution did not play the kennel video with Alec's voice on it for Buster to identify? Too risky. Why do you think they didn't do that? Because they very well could have done that to make a point.
But they had voice identification through 4, 5, 6 different witnesses, so they had that pretty solidly cemented. I wouldn't have opened up the opportunity for someone to disagree with the fact that looks so well established. So you don't ask questions, or you try not to ask questions that you don't know the answer to. That's a dangerous question to a dangerous witness who could have pulled up and said, I'm his son, and no, that doesn't sound like my dad's voice at all.
Yeah. I have a different point of view on that, Angela, if I may. Could just jump in here. It's one of those, it's really nuanced. As a lawyer, I look at it like, look, I may not have done it either, because I could still argue it in summation, but he can give one of two answers. One, it is my father, and that's horrible. Or two, it's not, with a follow-up question by the prosecutor, you love your father, and you don't want to see anything bad happen to him. And I think it neutralizes that answer. But it was a tactical call, not a bad one.
Okay, so favorite C-Pod, I think, from Twitter is asking Bob, these names crack me up, is the defense trying to make out that Alec Murdaugh is a nice guy because he admitted to the fraud and the shooting? I'm not getting that. I think there's just no getting around those things.
Yeah, no, I don't think that they're trying to do that. And I think that although, as you've heard me say a million times, they have created, the prosecutors, an extraordinary appellate issue and combated that with insult to injury by making gratuitous comments about his character that are clearly violative of the rule and went beyond the judge's ruling. But no, I don't think that they're going to be able to say he's a good guy. I think the answer to the defense is going to be, would this be the thing that would cause you to kill your flesh and blood and a wife who they've never shown had anything other than a great relationship with her husband to save a couple of days, not to be, he's a lawyer. He knows they're going to get him in a deposition. That's not going to stop with this.
Okay. Well, we are going to take a quick break, so stay with us. We'll be back in a couple of minutes, and keep those questions coming to us on Twitter, in the YouTube chat, and on Facebook. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching Law and Crime. We'll be right back. Welcome back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and thanks for joining us here on Law and Crime during the lunch hour in the state of South Carolina versus Alec Murdaugh. He, of course, is accused of murdering his wife Maggie and son Paul back on June 7th of 2021 at their hunting property in Colleton County. And as I mentioned, we are on a lunch break taking your questions, so keep them coming to us on social media, Twitter, Facebook, and in the YouTube chat. We'll get to as many of them as we can. We are in the middle, or at the beginning really, of the defense case, and the first witness that was called today was Buster Murdaugh testifying on his father's behalf. So let's bring in law and crime correspondent Gigi McKelvey, who is down there at the courthouse in Walterboro and has been every day, and with her is Sarah Ford, an attorney in South Carolina. So ladies, thanks so much for coming on this lunch hour. Gigi, I want to know what you think of what the jury was seeing or thinking. What was their reaction as Buster testified this morning?
Yeah, they watched very, very closely to every second. It was back and forth watching whoever was speaking to him and very engaged. So I think it definitely started the morning off on a strong foot, I think, at least in that regard, that you're putting a Murdaugh up on the stand for the first time. And so, yeah, everybody was really interested in what he had to say. It was very obvious he was going to go up this morning. He was very nervous. It was very noticeable before the judge came in. So, yeah, I'm just surprised that they didn't ask a few more tougher questions, like kennel video, not having him identify that voice. I wonder if any jurors were thinking that as well.
That was interesting that they didn't go there. I mean, yes, it's been identified as his voice by 7 witnesses, and the defense is basically conceding the point, but they could have. I was surprised they didn't go there. Sarah, this had to be some tricky business for the state because Buster Murdaugh is a crime victim. He lost his mother and his mother and little brother, and you are the legal director of the Victim Assistance Network there in South Carolina. So what were your thoughts on how Buster's testimony unfolded?
I think his testimony went well this morning. You know, I think that the questions that were asked by Jim Griffin, I think they were all expected. I don't think there was anything that he testified to that was fireworks. I think that Meadors did a fine job of cross-examining him. I think there were definitely points where he could have pushed a little bit more, but I think he held the line where he needed to, and I think that that's important because he is a victim. He has rights, and he should be treated with respect and dignity. And I think it would have been a real risk for him to push on some of those points that really did his testimony injure the state's case. I don't really think so. So I think that they made the right call.
I agree with you. I think it could have backfired tremendously if they did anything that could be viewed as attacking Buster. Joanne Garducci-Pollock, we're going to get to your questions now. She submitted this question on Facebook. Ronnie Richter, I'll send this one to you. What could the defense possibly do with the fact that Alec was at the kennels at the time of the murders? We know that kennel video that was on Paul's phone that was never sent and was only discovered in March of 2022 after the Secret Service unlocked his phone. Nobody knew about that, but Alec Murdaugh's voice is clearly on there. It was recorded at 8:44 p.m., and the state says that Paul and Maggie died 5 minutes later at 8:49.
Well, look, it's the best part of the state's case, right? That he not only was he there, but he lied about not having been there. So it's the best part of the state's case. So the defense, you've already seen them through the state's witnesses try to make some inroads on time of death. So expect more of that from the forensic team to make murky the time of death. I also heard when the witness currently on the stand was qualified, he was also qualified as an audio expert. So I'm expecting to hear testimony that if Alex had in fact returned to the house, that he would not have heard the gunshots from the kennels. So, you know, that's where you can expect some inroads to be made. The forensics are weak. If we didn't have the video, if we didn't have Alex physically there at 8:44 when the video is filmed, and we didn't have a strong suspicion that the time of death is at or near 9 o'clock, I don't think the state has much of a case at all. So expect the defense to try to make more murky the exact time of death, and have them also couple that with some audio expert testimony to say that if he's safely back at the house, he would not have heard the scuffle that took place down at the kennels.
And speaking of time of death, that leads into one of our next questions. You know, the state has basically said Paul and Maggie, they believe were killed at 8:49. The forensic pathologist, Dr. Reimer, who conducted the autopsies, never testified to a time of death. This is all based on electronic cell phone data evidence. Disney Gal from YouTube asks, Bob, I'm a hospice nurse, never heard of checking armpit for the time of death. And that's what the coroner there in Colleton County did when he gave an estimate and then put that time of death on the death certificate, the official record, you know, the official document outlining how Paul died, when and where, and at what time.
You know, Anjanette, I've tried a lot of murder cases and wanting a pathologist or, you know, the autopsy to show me the exact time of death. I've never seen it either. There's estimates that they give. Sure, you could take extrinsic evidence and you could try to circumstantially infer that, but I've seen a lot of testimony come out from experts like the one we're looking at right now, where a lot of speculations and if this and maybe that, but I have never seen an exact time of death unless there was a witnessed event that had occurred. This is an unattended death, so it's surprising to me, but it's allowed to be testified to. But if the defense can show that this is weak science and that this is just speculation, it's the prosecutor trying to put a square peg in a round hole, they start moving the ball forward. And I think a lot of this expert testimony has been very suspicious to me in its subjectivity.
Our next question is for Gigi. I'm going to throw this one to you. It's from Megan Baldwin from YouTube. Is SLED still searching for the weapons? They don't have the 1-300 blackout, Gigi. This shotgun, they said the testing on that was inconclusive, at least on the Benelli. So are they still looking for the murder weapons in this case?
Not that I've heard actively. I mean, I'm sure if they were to stumble upon them, it would be nice if they could do it probably in the next week or so. But as far as I heard, the big thing now is the big question is where's the money? That seems to be where the focus is now, is trying to find all these millions that have seemingly vanished into thin air.
Sarah, this next question is for you, and I like this question because we have a lot of people from other countries watching, which is really cool. This comes from Hanley Vanderberg from YouTube. I am from South Africa. Question, how is South Carolina's law regarding a guilty verdict? Is it an automatic prison sentence, or is there going to be a sentencing hearing later on? So, Sarah, clear that up for Hanley and any of our other international viewers.
So in state court where Alec is being tried, generally there's a sentencing hearing, but it's going to happen pretty quickly after the guilty verdict. Most of the time it happens immediately in the same setting. There are some times when the court, if they're trying to get victims in or family to get there, they may postpone that for a day or so, but he's going to be sentenced, if he's convicted, pretty immediately. Now that varies, you know, in federal court there's often that post-sentencing date, a month, 2 months down the road, but in state court, we sentence very quickly.
And just to add to that, you know, the state has said for this case, should they get a guilty verdict, that they will be seeking life in prison without parole. They are not seeking the death penalty in this case due to the circumstances surrounding what's gone on here. Our next question is from Doris Bush from YouTube. What if Cousin Eddie, Ronnie Richter, was the second shooter, did the deed and left the scene with both guns? We've interviewed his attorney. She says he wasn't involved in this, but what if that happened? What if it was Cousin Eddie? What if it was a second shooter who just took everything and cleaned up and took off and ditched those guns?
You know, when we were talking about that bridge back and forth to Cousin Eddie, I think what the defense was trying to set up was almost a Cousin Eddie as an empty chair, right? So after they were successful in keeping the roadside shooting out and keeping Cousin Eddie out, they then asked the Cousin Eddie questions. And I think what they were trying to set up was a narrative to suggest that here you've got a guy who's a cowboy, he's a drug dealer, Alex pays him a lot of money. And so you're almost trying to set up that empty chair theory that you're advancing right now, that we've got this unknown entity out there named Cousin Eddie who seems to be a wild card, who's crazy enough to show up at a roadside shooting and help fake a suicide for insurance fraud purposes. So I do think when the judge reversed himself on the ruling about Cousin Eddie, it was the defense's efforts to try to set up that empty chair. Let's all look at Cousin Eddie. I know he's not a named suspect, but I want to draw your attention over there. And it is a problem in the state's case that much of the evidence they advance poses more questions than it provides answers.
I think that there are some pieces of evidence that do raise a lot of questions. And I just want to say is regarding Cousin Eddie, if you guys are interested in Cousin Eddie, guess what? I interviewed his attorney, Amy Zimmerchek. We had a really long conversation about him. We start from the beginning, and she had a lot to say about what's being said about her client and all kinds of stuff. And that's on the latest edition of Law and Crime Sidebar. So check it out on our YouTube channel and on Apple, Spotify, Google, wherever else you get your podcasts. So just a little information, a little extra information there for you about Cousin Eddie. Let's get to the next question, Bob Bianchi. This one's for you. At Joe_Reader17 from Twitter. Where's the emotion on the stand from Buster regarding the deaths of his mother and brother? I'm shocked. Now, Bob, you are a former prosecutor. You are currently a defense attorney. You've worked with a lot of crime victims. Were you surprised that Buster was somewhat stoic?
It's very difficult to understand how people respond in the courtroom context. I've seen people completely broken down when we're interviewing them, when we're prepping them for trial, and then get up there and be completely different people. Nevertheless, this is an experience. The jury only gets to see what they're seeing on that witness stand right now. So that cool and calculated thing, I'd asked earlier on my show, Anjanette, could a jury infer that kind of stoicness is the kind of stoicness that the defendant has when he's in trouble and needs to get out of it? You wonder, that's why I wonder why the defense called this witness when there are things like that came out in front of the jury that may make them speculate. But, people respond very differently on the witness stand, and it's very hard to know ultimately how that's going to turn out. But I did find it to be a little obtuse.
But see, I think they called him, Bob, to talk about things like Almeda, like how they enter the property, basically where they park, how they go into the house. He said they typically go in through the back door. They don't go in through the front. So I think there were a few reasons why they called him. And they brought up the reward and how he and Alec worked on the language for the press release together. So I think there were a lot of points they were trying to make through Buster. Just my opinion, listening to it as it was unfolding. Gigi, the next question I'll send to you. At Michelle 9479300 from Twitter. What did you talk to your mom about on the June 7th calls? I'm assuming she's talking about Buster, or Michelle is. Who wouldn't remember their last conversation with their mom? Did your dad ask you to come home that day when he called? Why didn't we hear maybe more about that? What he and his mom talked about? Obviously, some of it might be hearsay.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering if they weren't going to kind of press for that, but they didn't. And yeah, I mean, it could have really just not helped at all. We just had normal conversation. Nothing stood out. I forgot it. So that would just lend itself that it was a normal day and nothing was afoot or nobody was suspicious about anything, I guess. That's sort of, for me, I guess maybe that's why you don't press it.
And Sarah, this question is from Joeen Courtney from Facebook. How could Alex possibly do his work as a lawyer if he had an uncontrollable opioid addiction? Wouldn't it make more sense that he was buying and selling the drugs and when his wife and son started asking questions, he didn't want to be found out about being a drug dealer after all the monetary problems. So he came up with the heavy addiction story. What are your thoughts on that? Because Buster said he actually went to rehab at the end of 2018 after Christmas.
I think the numbers that the defense has thrown out of $50,000 a week drug problem, I think if he took those pills in that quantity, he'd be dead. So I definitely don't buy the level of addiction that they're trying to sell. They need to sell it. They should sell it. But I just don't think it's working as well as they want it to. He never, to my knowledge and to people I know who have spoken with him and worked with him, it never appeared that he was under the influence of these heavy narcotics. He was doing his work. He was clearly engaged with his family, other than, obviously this incident, but, did not give any of the typical signs that you would see. So I think it's just something else. Let's throw some spaghetti on the wall and see what sticks, trying to make it stick. I don't think it's going to.
And let's keep in mind, too, that Alec Murdaugh is facing a conspiracy charge related to opiates with Cousin Eddie. So that's out there, too. So they haven't really brought up that criminal charge yet, but they've talked about in the trial the fact that Alec Murdaugh was giving Cousin Eddie a lot of checks, and also was found with bags of pills. So that's a lot. We are going to take a quick break, but keep your questions coming to us on Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube, and we'll get to them as soon as we get back from this break. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime. Stay with us. Welcome back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching Law and Crime. And we are in the lunch hour in the state of South Carolina versus Alec Murdaugh. We are hearing from defense witnesses today. There were 2 that were called last Friday, but they were very brief, and it was at the end of the day. So today is really the first full day of the defense case. And we heard from Buster Murdaugh earlier today. And now we're hearing from a crime scene expert for the defense who's offered a lot of testimony about the height of the shooter, and the shooter for the blackout rifle might have been shorter than 5'4" or 5'2", which I was kind of like, wow, that's pretty short. So let's get to some of your questions on that note. And this comes from Ms. Montague. I hope I'm saying that right, from YouTube. Ronnie, why didn't Alex hear the gunshots? You know, he said he was in the house and then he went to go visit his mom. I guess that would have been at 9:06. So why didn't he hear the shots?
Well, I've always been bothered by that. So the state didn't offer any auditory experts analysis. So we're about to find out, I think, from this defense witness, you know, what is the decibel level at the house if he fires a shotgun at the kennels? I don't know. It seems impossible to me that even if you buy the story that he retreated back to the house, that he didn't hear World War III break out in the kennels within a couple hundred yards of the house. So it's a significant question for me. If I'm the defense, it's a question that I feel like I need to answer. And again, because this expert who's on the stand now has also been offered as an expert on auditory, so I expect some study was done that's going to answer that question or attempt to.
Let's get over to you, Bob. Linda Heaton from Facebook asks, why would Alec be taking a pulse on Paul if, quote, his brains were blown out of his head? And if there was a killer or killers on the loose, why wasn't anyone looking for them that night? Bob, what is your thought on that?
Well, you know, again, I mean, first of all, taking a pulse on I've seen people doing that, hugging them, wake up, please, trying to give resuscitative efforts when it would be clear to any normal human being that the person has expired. So it's when we start parsing
All rise and come to order. Please be seated.
Can bring them in.
The jury is present, sir.
Thank you. You may proceed.
So I'm almost done with the quail pen in the doghouse, but I got to tell you, over lunch I was thinking about how to demonstrate a little more graphically what you're saying. Your Honor, may I take this weapon out of its box?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Do you recognize this? Do you know what this is?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the, I think it's a, like an exemplar 300 blackout rifle.
And this is the weapon, or a weapon like this, that the shooter would have had?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm trying to sort of get a visual of, how about come down here so I don't point at you? Or maybe let me come up there and come this way. Okay? Why don't you get back? I'm sorry. So I'm not 5'2" or 5'4". I think you said 5'2" or 5'4". But position me. Tempting, but I don't know how I can do this, so I'm not pointing at somebody. I guess what we do is we need to come back here. Okay, so position me as that shooter would be. I'm trying to figure out where, how, with the hold the gun up here, down here, where?
And then you want to push it down on the hip. Your wrist will have to bend.
This wrist? Right. Like this?
Yeah, and you obviously you could crouch in some sort of a shooter stance, but that's
not much lower than this.
That's going to be variable, yes.
Okay, and as I approach the quail pen, the gun has to go up?
It stays the same angle, right? But for different height people, the gun has to get higher and higher, right? Like that.
And if I go backwards, it's got to get lower and lower.
Right, because if you walked up to the quail pen, the hole's 50 inches above the ground, which is right here.
So I'd have to be like
slightly
that.
down, right?
Like this?
For your height, right? About
No,
like a little bit lower. No, about like that. About
at the quail pen.
At the quail pen. So you can see if you back up, you have to get lower and lower and lower. Not like, but the gun has to stay the same angle.
Oh, so it's got to be up, but I go down.
You go down.
Or get short.
To put the barrel on that green line.
So, if I'm 6'4", and you measured Alex's foot to knee,
right?
So where would this gun be placed on me if I'm 6'4"?
Well, if you're 6'4", you know, your hip is going to be about 46 inches, which will be about right here.
Okay.
It's 46.
Right.
And so you've got your trigger hand
right
about where your hip is. So it would have to be, your trigger hand is going to have to be up where I'm pinching the tape measure.
And this is how far away from the quail pin?
Well, it could be anywhere, but if you raise it some more, a little bit lower, right? So then, if you're at the quail pin, the hole is right here, right? You need to shoot from the hip.
You have to shoot like that?
Yeah, you'd have to shoot lower.
Now, if I'm back where you say the lines converge, I think it has to be pretty low, right?
Yes, it has to be very low. That's why it's to get a position that would be either shooting or aiming,
right?
Or a basic shooting position. You need to be shorter. If you're bending over in some other body position, that may be maybe somewhat of an awkward shooting position, then you can be taller, right? You can be taller than 5'2" to 5'4".
But his, I think you told us his foot to knee was 25 inches.
25 inches.
And would it be, I mean, proportionally for me, where would
Proportionally for you, your trigger hand is going to have to be back down where your kneecap is.
Right about here?
About like that, right? And then point upwards 3 degrees. That would be the equivalent of somebody who's 6'4" in the area where the two shot lines cross, shooting into the quail pin. They would be holding the gun like that if they were on their feet.
Okay, thank you. Please take a stand. Okay, so based on the angles and the basically trigonometry is what you're saying, you say the shooter would have been between 5'2" and 5'4", and back to have the ejected shells in the appropriate place. You mark that place on this sketch where these two folks are. That's sort of the range.
Yes, and you can see some of the ejected shells, but they're right beside the body.
Right.
Just off where I've got the yellow sticky.
Okay.
That is the area where you have, I believe, 2, 3, and 4. So 3 empty, 300 blackout cases.
Okay. And that would be consistent with the position of the shooters in this position, and based on the angle of the bird cage, they would be somewhere between 5'2" and 5'4".
That is correct.
To have a shot from the hip, the lower part, almost crouched down hip.
Yes.
Now, let's move on to
Yeah.
the presentation. And I'm going to try to expedite this a little bit and skip some slides because you and I were too detailed when we talked about this. And it's the afternoon. So let's go with the Paul Murdaugh first shot. Tell us what this is.
So this was, these first pictures are from the night of the murders, and that's inside the feed room. On the south wall of the feed room, there's just a regular window.
And what's that?
Those are pellet holes from the buckshot. There are 9 pellets in buckshot, this particular load of buckshot.
Okay. And
what up? What's up?
So what I did was...
Next picture, please.
when I looked at there's the window from the outside of the feed room. When I looked at the crime scene pictures, I noticed that one of the buckshot pellets hit a pine tree, and SLED took a picture of that damage to the bark of the pine tree. And so when I was there's like a stand of pine trees that have been planted behind the kennels.
Right.
And so what I did, there are 9 pellets, but the pellets had already spread out by the time they went through the window. In fact, there was one pellet still wedged in the windowsill itself.
That you found?
That I found. But there was a tree and it had some ivy on it, but it had damage. And so what I did was I located that damaged tree and put a mark on it. Just put some yellow tape there. I went back in the feed room. If you look at the pictures of the feed room, there are some bloody footprints from tennis shoes. And it's just as I believe it was Chief Deputy Kinsey talked about Paul being about midway in the room. That's the approximate location. So I stood there, but I knew Paul got shot in the chest. So I lowered my head about eye to chest level, and I looked through each hole until I saw the tape on the tree, which is where the sap was coming out, where the pellet had hit it. So I determined which hole in the window belonged to that pellet. And then what I did, instead of using a trajectory rod or laser, it was daytime, I did the old school method, which I stretched a neon pink string from the damage of the tree through the hole in the window out the door, because from what I have understood, this shot was taken within 3 feet or so because there was stippling on this wound here. So what I did was I basically took the string out as far as you needed to go, and which is what is in that picture there.
This would be that string?
Yes, that is simply a string. It's pulled tight.
It's kind of gangster.
From the sap coming out of the tree where the buckshot pellet hit it, through the hole in the window, and then back through the feed room to set up a tripod in the door. So that is the shot line, or the trajectory of the pellets in the shotgun. And that's where the damage to the tree is. It's leaking sap.
Okay.
And
what is this?
that was the hole in the window that if I stood roughly where Paul was shot in the chest, it was the only hole that lined up with that tree.
Okay,
and then
what is this?
And that shows basically at the door sill, the threshold of the door to the feed room, the height of the shot, which was...
Damn, they did all kinds of measurements. Oh, shit. Jeez.
At the door sill, it's 3'11".
Okay. Was it on an upward trajectory?
Upward trajectory.
Okay. Next.
And so what I did there is just to demonstrate it. Obviously, because there's a string there, can't put the barrel right on the string line like we did in the computer with the green lines. I just held it beside it. I'm 5'10". I have normal shoes on here. That's the stance that I would have to take to shoot up that string. So
And at what height would that hit Paul in the chest on that trajectory?
That's like about right at my hip or so. Yeah, maybe just a little bit lower than my hip if you looked at the butt of the gun. And I'm 5'10".
You're how tall?
5'10".
So it's somebody not 5'2" to 5'4", but somebody slightly taller.
Right, or moving the gun up and down again. There's a variable here, of course. Okay. And then what I did was demonstrate, because there have been some talk. Well, that's me standing. Again, I'm fairly comparable in height to Paul Murdaugh, and what I did was I just let the string touch where the wound is in his chest, the entry wound. And if you look where my feet are, you'll see I'm just beyond the door, which is right where the bloody footprints are. So another way of confirming that this all makes sense here.
And those are the bloody footprints?
Those are the bloody footprints. That's about where I'm standing when this picture of me was taken, with the string going through, we're within, a few inches or so. And then the idea there, that would be, inconsistent with, say, somebody my height. I think there's one more picture here just to drive the point home. Like if I shouldered a shotgun and shot into the feed room, that wouldn't work. The gun needs to be lower. So similar concepts as we said before, but just done a different way.
Okay, next. Okay, let's talk a little bit about, before we get into acoustical testing, let's talk a little bit about the second shot on Paul.
Yes.
And I believe you watched my cross-examination of Deputy Kinsey, correct?
Yes.
And his testimony was?
Objection.
Do you remember what his testimony was?
Yes.
Go ahead.
He analyzed the data and the physical evidence, and he was thinking that the shot was about 135 degrees relative to the ground, and maybe plus or minus 5 degrees, and that he took a height for Paul's shoulder about 4'7". He was going between a couple of data points that he had, and so he had 4'7", and then what you have to consider is that basically that's 90 degrees, and then so 135 is here. It's 90 plus 45, so it's a 45-degree angle into the shoulder. But the consideration is that they didn't see any stippling on Paul's shoulder, so you have to back the weapon up. And typically, you're looking at 3 feet or less for stippling. He opined that, well, maybe it was 2 feet because it wouldn't work out. And the reason it wouldn't work out, if you back up a normal size shotgun 3 feet to get no stippling, it puts the butt of the gun under the concrete or through the concrete. So of course that wouldn't work.
Right.
Yeah.
So he had to adjust the distance for stippling.
Right. He said, well, maybe you know, it didn't work out that way. So maybe 2 feet. The correct way to do that, of course, though, would be to test the shotgun or the ammunition, at least, because we don't have the shotgun, but test the ammunition. Does it cause stippling at 3 feet or 2 feet? That would be the correct way to do that. But if you take 3 feet of stippling, which is what the state medical examiner, Ms. Reimer, testified to, if you take 3 feet in a normal size shotgun, that 135 doesn't work because the butt of the gun will be into the concrete, or you know, below the ground.
And I think he and I may have demonstrated that with a little red dot.
Yes, you did a hand-drawn exhibit.
Okay, so you would disagree with his assessment that the 45-degree angle shot was possible with a normal size shotgun, and adopting Dr. Reimer's 3 feet, for there not to be stippling, it'd have to be 3 feet or further, correct?
Correct, it doesn't work out dimensionally.
Okay, so, now, tell us about acoustical testing, and as briefly as possible.
Okay, so I was asked a question, which is, if a person is in the main house, would they be able to hear gunshots at the kennels? And so the way that you do this is you do acoustical testing, and I could spend a long time talking about this, but you guys probably don't want to hear all of this, but let me just tell you in general how this is done. So what happens is when you have a gunshot is impulsive noise, it's very quick. Gunshot probably only lasts about 10 milliseconds. It's very loud. The threshold of pain is about 140 decibels. Now when you move 10 decibels, like 140 to 150, it's twice as loud. So you'll see what I recorded these weapons with a special instrument, and you'll see how loud they are. And the idea is that will the sound attenuate, decrease enough when it reaches the house? And there are a lot of considerations. I considered there's a little grove of trees. You don't have a hard reflecting surface. It's pasture and trees and sand. You also have a well-built house, double pane windows, wood paneling. So it's going to have at least a normal sound attenuation properties. In other words, you know, if you shut all your windows, you shut all your doors, there's a noise outside. Depending on how loud that is, you may not hear it. So what I did was I set up testing. It's the same testing. It's called military standard 1474. That the military has concerns about soldiers firing weapons and causing hearing damage. They want to know how often can we send them to the range, or what kind of hearing protection, how many rounds can they fire in a day, that sort of thing. So I just set up the testing, and in a nutshell, the blackout rifle, we got an exemplar blackout, same ammunition involved in this case. We got a 12 gauge shotgun, we got bird shot, we got buckshot. Basically, the shotgun is around 155 dB.
dB
Is decibel.
Okay.
And when we measure sound, it's not on a regular scale. And the reason is because we can hear, the threshold of human hearing is very, very minor. And then we can hear loud noises like a rock concert. So if it was like a speedometer, your speedometer would have to go to like 0 to 1,000,000. It's not practical, so we make it a log scale. And all you really need to take away from that is that if you have a sound that's 50 dB, 60 dB is twice as loud. That's how we perceive it, if you have normal hearing. And then the idea is that, like the background in the courtroom here, there's a little bit of noise going on, but when everybody's quiet, it's probably maybe 45 dB in here, right? So if a sound is 55 dB, we're all going to hear it, no problem. If a sound is like 45 dB, we may not hear it at all unless we're really listening for it. Or if it's a really quiet sound like 25 decibels or 30 decibels, we would never hear it. It's just the same thing as you could be at a rock concert and the person beside you is trying to talk to you and you can't hear them, even though they're talking in a normal voice. You just can't hear them because your background is too high. You know, they're talking in a voice like I am. Without the microphone, it'd be about 70 dB. But your rock concert's 110 dB, right? So all we're doing here is we're comparing sound. I did the testing and also went back and just used the theoretical calculations for the propagation of sound to make sure that my results, which I took on January the 5th of this year, were the same as the results that you would have gotten if you would have done the testing on June the 7th, 2021. You have to take into account humidity, temperature, pressure, the wind direction, those types of things. So I did that.
So what does the slide depict?
So that's an overhead shot of Moselle. From the center of the dog kennels, the area where all the evidence is, to the center of the house, the main house at Moselle, it's 1,142 feet, so 1,142 feet.
Okay. But, as the crow flies.
As the crow flies.
Okay. Next. And this is looking past the doghouse to the kennels?
Yes, so you're looking towards the kennels. The door on the right end of the kennels is the feed room. That's the area where Paul's body was found. And then the doghouse is there. What I'm showing here is that there is a backdrop to this area, which is vegetation and trees. For reasonably close distances, you have to take into account the vegetation and the trees. At longer distances, the sound can carry, because the sound, when I shoot the gun, the sound is going to expand like you're blowing up a bubble, right? It's just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger, but the bigger that bubble gets, the weaker it gets, just like the sound. Okay. And eventually it goes away.
Next. What does this depict?
That's looking back towards the house to show, you can't see the house here, but that's looking straight back towards the house to show that if you were going to do some calculations, you have to take into account there is a barrier of trees in the way.
Okay, next. All right, what is this device?
All right, that is a sound pressure level meter, and it's a type 1, which is a high precision. Normally when you're recording sound is somewhat continuous, and you can use a high-grade meter. This is a special meter that's designed to capture gunshots, because you're talking 20 microseconds, thousandths of a second, the rise of that pressure wave of shooting a gun. So you have both the gases escaping from the gun and you have the sonic boom of the bullet leaving the gun. So it's complex noise, and you have to have a meter that is fast enough to catch it, and that's what that meter is. Yes.
Next. What is that?
That's a little weather station I had, so I was recording the weather before and after the testing, because I knew that I was going to go back and pull the weather history for the night of the murders and just see what kind of correction factors needed to be applied to my testing.
Just curiosity, if the humidity was high that night but low then, how do you adjust that?
Well, there are charts and tables. It's just standard conversion, right? And the humidity was higher in June than it was when I did it in January. The temperature was about the same. humidity was different.
But you've got tables and charts, calculations, it's physics, or whether it's...
For the results of this, all of these modifications or adjustments that you would make really don't make a difference, because the results were so far apart. Like what you would have to be able to hear a gunshot inside the house. It really didn't matter. You didn't have to make the corrections for temperature and stuff that I did anyway.
And that just shows where you had that instrument set up. Next. Again, picture where the instrument was set up. Next.
Thank you, Pam.
So why do you have a measuring item there between?
So what you're doing, and so I took a piece of dental floss, tied it to the muzzle, and then anchored it so that I knew that the muzzle was 1 meter, it's a little over a yard from the microphone. And the reason you do that is that, so you fire this gun, and let's say it's 165 dB. So for every doubling of distance, it's going to lose 6 dB, 6 decibels. So at 1 meter, it's 165. At 2 meters, it's going to be 159. At 4 meters, it's going to be 153, and so on, because every doubling of distance, that's theoretical. Then you have to add correction factors, but that's basically what happens.
To ensure that your response is, your recording, your calculations are as accurate as possible.
Correct. I'm just following the MIL standard here.
Okay. What standard?
It's a United States military standard.
Yeah, you talked about before. Okay, next. That would be the ammunition you used?
These slides are just showing what I used to do the testing. So this is the 300 blackout.
Next.
Mm.
Is that a 300 blackout
yes.
bullet? Okay, next. That would be the 300 blackout?
Yes.
Next.
Oh, Vietnamese style.
Shotgun?
No, you didn't.
12 gauge?
Yes.
Okay, next. That would be the buckshot you used?
Yes.
Next. Okay, and that would be the bird shot, the turkey load bird shot?
Yes.
You used, right?
Yes.
Next. And this is the inside of the house?
That's inside the den of the house, and what I did there was I took background readings. In the quiet house, it's really quiet because you're way out in the country there. I mean, there's no traffic. So it was about 35 decibels in the house, which is equivalent to, say, a quiet bedroom.
Did you have the air conditioning on?
I believe the air was working. The refrigerator was running, but it was very quiet.
Okay.
And then so what I did was I set up some equipment there to measure the background. We also, of course, we turned on the TV, normal volume. So that's up around 68 dB, 70 dB, depending on how you want to listen to it. We put a movie in, and just had that. So 2 background levels in the house. And then the next question is, when you fire a gun at the kennels, do you hear it? Do you not hear it? How loud is it?
Okay, next. So what is that?
Well, we shot the blackout out around the doghouse, and then we shot the shotgun into the feed room, out of the feed room, and then with the muzzle outside the feed room. So we shot into the feed room, we shot out of the feed. So we're just trying to figure out, is there anything about the shape of the feed room that really changes the character of the shot. The takeaway is yes, it muffles the sound if you shoot into the feed room. Ooh. It's not hard to understand. But the blackout was much louder than the shotgun.
And it was shot over by the doghouse where the shell casing was found?
Yes.
Okay. And that is what you shot in the feed room?
Yes, it's a ballistic gel dummy. It gave us something to shoot into.
Okay. Next. I'm not quite sure what that is.
It's just pictures just showing the testing.
Okay.
Same.
Okay, next. And this is the various indoor and outdoor sound levels. And could you, rather than reading all of this, could you sort of give us an overview of, are these the results of those shots you made?
No, this is just actually just from the literature, if there was a discussion about different decibel levels, but, vacuum cleaner 70 decibels.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, quiet conversation 55. A dishwasher in the next room is 50. And on and on. From loud noises to soft noises.
Next.
I think that's just a blow up of the last slide.
Okay, so what does all that mean?
Just as a comparison to my numbers, these are other people's test numbers, basically done the same way I did it. And you have a bunch of rifles, and they're between, you have 166 decibels, 163, 161, and therefore. So basically your rifles, all the way down to a 22, which is like 143 decibel. But if you're shooting a rifle with a decent size cartridge, then you're looking at something from 160 to 165 dB.
Okay, next.
This is a similar chart of other people's work doing the same thing, and for shotguns. And basically, your shotguns are going to be 150 to 160 dB, so not as loud as a rifle. A little bit quieter.
I thought it'd be louder.
12 gauge still is a loud gun.
Next. Okay, here's your results.
These are my results. So basically, the blackout was right at 165 dB, and the shotgun was at 155 dB. So the results that I got from the testing were in line with testing that other people had done.
Been doing. Okay, next. Okay, so you want us to play this?
Sure.
Go ahead. Wait a second. What is this?
This is an audio file. I could present numbers, graphs, but what I did here just to get the point across, and here's the bottom line. This will be the 300 blackout fired in the loudest direction, because we tried north, south, east, west, but this is fired in the loudest direction. I'm sitting in the den, the doors and windows are shut. TV's not on, so it's as quiet as it possibly can be. And I'm sitting there listening for the shot. But you can gauge the sound of the shot, and I got a microphone now, but I'm talking on this audio recording the same way I'm talking right now.
What?
Play it, please.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm gonna give you a countdown, and then you let Michael shoot, and then go ahead and mute your phone, please. Okay. 3, 2, 1, shoot. All right, stand by.
That was a shot. Don't blow my ears out, right? I was worried about the volume.
So it was about 1 second before I said, all right.
So is that supposed to be from a distance, maybe?
So you could barely hear it, and we were all listening for it. So if you were in the house, even if you were walking around, you wouldn't hear that. I could barely hear it, and I was listening for it. So what that tells you is that the sound inside the house is right at that background level. It's kind of sitting right in your background.
What kind of microphone did they use, though?
And so if you were doing any kind of activities inside the house, you wouldn't hear it. And certainly if you had the TV on, which will be, remember 10 dB is twice as loud. So
yeah, I heard
it's 35 if you've got the TV on. There's no way you could hear that shot.
So do you have a engineering professional acoustical opinion, more probably than not, as to whether somebody in that house without the TV on, not listening for it, would hear that those shots, those blackout shots down at the dog pen?
I do.
And what is it?
You would not be able to hear it.
And the shotgun, I assume, is quieter, so it'd be even less of an opportunity to hear that.
Yeah. There were times we fired the shotgun in a quiet house and you couldn't hear it at all.
Wow. Just a few more questions. Any more slides?
I think there's some more slides, but I think we've covered the acoustics, unless you want to get more into it.
I can. No, keep going.
Chrissy.
I don't think we need to do that. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. That's it? No? Good. Your Honor, I'd like to offer into evidence a printout of that. I mean, yeah.
No objection. Submitted without objection.
This would be exhibit number 140. Thank you for indulgence for 1 moment. Okay, now let's go to one last matter. And you indicated you've done accident reconstruction.
Yes.
And I have a number of questions about, and this is, I guess, all mostly physics. But let me ask you, you've seen this document before. You recognize that?
Yes.
Okay, don't tell me what it is yet. Any objection? This is the, from your.
Looks like we got our stenographer today. The mouthpiece, audio piece. Rachel, oh my God, you back. Rachel, I'm gonna really have to do that. The calendar. I looked up the website. Thank you so much for the gifting of the 10 memberships. Who got the gifts? Heather, Tia, Angie.
Any objection?
Just a question.
Glory, Sparrow, Jennifer, I think, Miranda, Private Eye, Purple.
This graph was created
Ricky.
under your supervision?
Yes.
Okay.
Amazing.
And then there's another one, which is 142.
Wow. Jesus. Thank you so much. We can't do refunds, right? I'm just kidding. Send me a check, all right? I need a refund. Just write me a personal check to my house.
141 and 142 into evidence. Any objection?
No objections. They're admitted.
And that's one.
Oh my God. Yeah.
So 141 is.
All right, I'm gonna find a website. I'm gonna do one for you, Rachel.
Speed from Moselle to Alameda. I guess maybe we don't have that on.
Oh my God.
On the overhead. Let's start with 141. Can I have the Elmo, please?
I needed that laugh, yo.
And
It's a breathing apparatus that she has on. It's a COVID avoidance breathing apparatus.
so what does this depict?
This is a graph of the speed of Mr. Murdaugh's Suburban, and this is from the trip from Moselle to his parents' house.
And that would be on the night of June 7th?
Yes, and each one of those little vertical lines, the blue lines, represents 3 seconds.
Okay. So, two things. You look at 141, and you look at the time. You look at this correlated. At 9:07, has Mr. Murdaugh left his home?
The hell is this? Oh, Speed to Alameda. Oh, it's not. Oh, so they brought their own special.
Well, actually, the one that you've got up is the return trip, I believe.
What did I give you? 142?
Oh my God, I'm gonna be in trouble with this calendar shit. I have two pictures that I really like that I think would be dope, but I don't know about the other 10. I'm gonna have to start thinking. There's a couple of websites that do it. Vistaprint, Shutterfly. Vistaprint. Vistaprint looks good. Looks good. Postcards.
Is that better?
Yes, that's that's 141 there.
Right. And at 9:07, has he left Moselle?
Oh my God. Yeah. At this point,
Checked the data behind this and determined where he was at 9:07.
Yes.
Where was he?
On the chart, he would be. That first rise there,
Yeah.
there's a little bit of a dip, but then it rises all the way up. It's a little bit over 60 miles an hour there. It's right before the dip in the middle. The dip in the middle is when he sent a text message. So just slight slowing. No, back over. Back. Right, that little dip right there.
Right.
So 907 is going to be right before you get to that dip.
Okay. Hold on 1 second. I may have not had all the way to do it. So this graph starts at 907, does it not?
Yes.
Okay. So it means that he is in Moselle at 907?
Yes.
Okay. Questions are confusing. After he leaves there, does he slow down? I mean, after he turns onto the Moselle Highway, does he slow down at all for any point until minutes down the road?
Not until he's down the road. He's building speed. When he passes that, what you just asked, the cell phone location, he's passing through the mid 40s.
Didn't slow down at where Maggie's cell phone is on the side of the road.
Correct.
Was actually accelerating a little bit as he went through there, just like I think 42 to 44 or something like that.
Testifying.
I'm sorry.
Sustained.
Is that about right?
Objection sustained.
Okay. So as he drove past, I think you've testified that, where Maggie's cell phone was thrown out on the side of the road, tell us approximately what he was doing. Was he accelerating, decelerating, stopping? What was he doing?
He was speeding up. So he's speeding up from, 42, 43, 44, 45 miles per hour as he goes through that area.
Any indication he stopped or slowed down?
No.
Okay. Now, so you study physics, or you actually testify about physics. If someone were throwing a phone from a moving vehicle, and I believe you went down and looked at the area where Maggie's phone was found, right?
Yes.
Would there be any, describe for me the kinetics of that?
Objection beyond the scope of his expertise.
Beyond the scope of what?
Couldn't hear your objection.
Objection beyond the scope of his expertise.
Response?
Yes, sir. He is a mechanical engineer. We're talking about a mechanical motion. He's done accident reconstructions where they have to determine the motions of certain objects during that wreck. And perhaps I could even ask him, are you confident you can give us an expert opinion on how a moving object would move if thrown from a moving car?
Any objection?
Okay.
They're trying to get everything in. Everything they can get it. Look at the prosecution. They're kind of like.
Now, you've also looked at a number of crime scene photos, correct?
Yes.
And you understand where Maggie's body was?
Yes.
And you understand where Paul's body was?
Yes.
Would a vehicle, first of all, tell me the typical headlights, the headlights on a Suburban, how far out would they go? How far out would you be able to see with them?
Well, it depends on the object that you're looking at. The low beams, modern low beams, which would be on you're going to be able to see about 250 feet in front of the vehicle along the ground.
And what about the width of the vision?
Yeah, there'll be a spread out to the side as the headlight beam pattern bends around. It maybe 20 feet or so on either side of the vehicle. Depends on whether it's the left or the right, and depends on the color of the objects on the ground. But yes, the area in front of the Suburban would be well lit.
And I believe you saw the Suburban's placement in the photos after the police officers arrived, correct?
Well, yeah, I have seen the photographs, and I also have seen the path that the Suburban took by the GPS points as it drove up to the kennels.
And based on those, do you have an opinion as to whether or not Alec Murdaugh, if he was driving that vehicle, would have been able to see.
Beyond the scope of his expertise.
I need to hear the complete question before entertaining an objection.
Based on your knowledge of the function of the headlights on a motor vehicle, do you ever look at that in terms of motor vehicle accidents that you investigate?
I look at it all the time, car pedestrian accidents. It's a well-known area of study in my field.
So would you be able to give an opinion as to what someone would be able to see with their headlights?
Yes.
You do it all the time?
Yes.
So do you have an opinion, to a degree of mechanical engineering, more probably than not, whether Alec Murdaugh would have been able to see Paul and Maggie's bodies as he pulled up?
Objection. Calls for speculation beyond the scope and no foundation laid for that line of questioning.
I sustain the objection.
Okay. You have looked at the photographs of the scene, right?
Yes.
You looked at the GPS data to see where that vehicle pulled initially, right?
Yes.
I'm talking about the Suburban.
Yes.
You routinely take that same data in a mechanical and not a mechanical, in a motor vehicle accident. You've been qualified to testify about motor vehicle accidents. They agreed to that. Tell me, would someone driving that vehicle been able to see in their headlights the bodies of Paul and Maggie at that GPS location?
And again, I'm going to object, Your Honor. Same thing. Calls for speculation.
I overrule the objection.
Go ahead.
Yes, they would definitely be available to be seen. I can't say what Mr. Murdaugh saw, but you're talking about objects that are maybe 25 feet in front of his Suburban and directly in front of his Suburban with low beam headlights on flat level ground. It would illuminate the whole area under the shed, between the shed and the kennels. So his headlights would definitely illuminate that area.
Thank you, of course, it's open.
Rachel, thank you so much. Oh my God. Another 10 memberships. Make sure you guys check out the front page. I didn't make another members video. Check out the front page while you have the membership. And there's a couple of videos there, some interesting ones. And I think it's for the 250s. Super chat, super stickers.
In your career,
one was a super sticker.
in investigating motor vehicle accidents, have you ever had the opportunity to look at how objects behave if they are thrown from or broken off from a motor vehicle that's in a wreck?
Sure. The most common thing is, say, a motorcycle rider who hits a car and flies through the air. So there are ways that you can analyze the trajectory. Say an object flying through the air at a certain speed, what happens when that object hits the ground? The other thing that you see, like objects coming off trucks. Unfortunately, things come off trucks all the time, and they bounce on the highway or fall off, and they go through people's windshields. So it's simple ballistics. It's straightforward kinematics of objects moving through some sort of a trajectory, and then also what happens once they strike the ground. How do they slow down? Of course, it depends on the surface, but how does an object slow down once it's flying through the air? Like if a rock comes off a dump truck and the dump truck's going 55, when the rock hits the ground, it's going to be going 55, so it's not just going to stop. It's going to continue traveling until it rolls and tumbles and slows down.
Let me get back to a question. That is, an object this size, the size of my cell phone, if it separated from the vehicle, thrown, fell off, or whatever, on a car that's going whatever the speed limit there, 45 miles an hour, and it heads over to where you saw Maggie's phone found, would it rotate more than 45 degrees in the air?
Objection. Speculation. No foundation laid.
He has studied this. This is what he does.
He studied according to what, which seems to be not in
pseudoscience
by the state, since he was no challenge to his qualifications in any of the areas that you offered him in. The question is whether this calls for speculation.
Are you speculating, or is this based on years of study and
speculation
physics?
based off years of study?
No, it would be based on physics.
No speculation there, Your Honor.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Doing right.
Uh-oh.
Permission to approach. Permission to approach.
He's an expert, so according to the...
I'll stand for a moment. Yes.
Listen, according to the people, according to society, you can't question the experts. You just have to take their word as is. No second opinion. If an expert tells you to do something, you just fucking do it. Don't ever question the experts. Who are you to question the experts? Do you guys call this guy Pooty? Pooty, or Pootlian. Rachel, thank you so much, man. That is so nice of you. Really, really appreciate that. Super kind. I know the people that got the memberships are happy too. Oh, this shit is hilarious. The DM.
Okay, let me see if I can ask this in a very concise way, and then I promise I will sit down. So, objects moving from a moving vehicle, or even moving vehicle, like something this size, if it's going through the air and the car is going 45 miles an hour, will it tumble? Unless it's a spherical object, will it tumble?
Well, it depends on how it's separated, like you said, from the car, or thrown from the car. However it gets away from the car, you need to know that before you know what it's going to do in the air. But the one thing's for sure, it's going to hit the ground at 45 miles per hour, which is 66 feet per second. So as soon as the phone hits the ground, it's going to want to come to a stop, right? So that phone will tumble and slide. If it was just like grass, just like flat grass, it's going to go about 115 to 120 feet. That's how long it's going to take that phone to slow down from 45 miles per hour. In the area where the phone came out, though, there's like some saplings and brush and pine straw. I doubt it went that far, but it would definitely, tumble through the edge of the woods there.
Tilt more than 45 degrees?
Sure.
And when you say tumble, it would tumble, correct? It'd move head over heels, perhaps?
Yes, that's what's going to happen to it doesn't have to be a phone, but any object, a brick or anything like that. It's going to roll and tumble. Maybe if the surface is flat enough, it might even slide.
One last question. One line, I just forgot this. You looked at the data on, the speed data on the Suburban returning on the night of the 7th from Alameda to Moselle, correct?
Yes.
And the state mentioned that there are a couple of times where or at least one time where his speed goes up to 80, comes back down, or tell us what's happening with those peaks, the 70 and the 80.
Well, if you look at Exhibit 142, this graph represents the speed, so the higher the peak, the higher the speed. The sharper the peak is the smaller amount of time that he spent at that speed. So like the one in the middle that goes to 80 miles an hour is just for just a second or so, a couple seconds, because each one of those blue lines represents 3 seconds. So what that shows you is that he does reach high speeds on the return trip, but it's not for a long period of time. And that's why basically the average speed of Mr. Murdaugh coming back to Moselle is about the same as what SLED drove it, right? Because you're not really changing the average speed that much because you're driving faster, but just for little periods of time.
Is that consistent with somebody passing a car?
It could be.
But it's just up and down. It's not like 80 miles an hour all the way back to Moselle.
That's correct.
Right.
That's correct.
Right, not from Moselle. From Alameda, I apologize. Beg the court's indulgence.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break now. Please do not discuss the case.
Okay. Oh, Shutterfly is good. All right, so I was just looking up at our website. So we still haven't gotten to the prosecution, huh? Damn. I'm curious what the prosecution is going to have to say. If they're going to try to poke holes, or how much time they're going to spend poking at what this guy had to say. So the last thing I heard is like, was he trying to get him to say like the speed of like throwing the phone out of a window while driving? I'm an expert. Don't trust. I like that. Let's check on Avery on Twitter, the plug. Sutton says, a phone that is tossed out of a car going 45 miles an hour would tumble. I believe that at this point, Harpootlian is trying to get in for the dispute over when Maggie's phone was ditched and how closely that lines up to when AM was driving by the point where the phone was found. The sound thing was kind of interesting, I guess. All they got to do is just keep bringing up shit to try to poke holes, create doubt, if anything. I don't know how strong it is. My only thing I was wondering is what kind of microphone they were using. You know, like if they're using, they should have probably stated that, because if they're using like a dynamic microphone, and if that microphone has noise reducing capabilities, you know, like then you might not be able to hear. A microphone might not catch what the person's ear would catch. I don't know how much the decibels are, you know, but you can modify the sound that it picks up. Phone tumbles for 20 minutes. Rachel, you are so nice, man. And she sent in the super chat. Love you, Mel. I want that calendar. I'm gonna do it. I was looking at the Vistaprint, but so you said Shutterfly. I'm gonna check out Shutterfly. Shutterfly. Have to find some other pictures. The good old boys, man, them good Southern boys. You can do whatever you want out there. He got a jury of his own peers for sure. All those locals out there in that town that he did good by. All it takes is one person that's in favor to him or in debt. I'm sure that, I guess you could say that they check into it or whatever, but to make sure there's no whatever. And those jurors are dropping like flies. 2 backup jurors left now. Se acabó toda la cosa. I was wondering, I was wondering too, I don't know, this sounds like, should I do a hair pull? I was thinking I should cut the hair. I don't know. Should I leave it, let it grow? I know it's kind of, I mean, I kind of like it. I don't know. Sometimes I like it and sometimes I'm kind of done with it. But if I cut it, it's going to be like short. There's going to be a little bit on the top. It's going to be a fade. A little, like the sides will go down and like the top will be a lot shorter. I don't know. It's just growing though, man. It's growing out loud. Damn, she's big, bro. Yo, you know, I was at, I think you see that shit? Yo, I was at dinner. What kind of white hair is that? I was at dinner with my mother and Maddie. I think it was Thursday or Friday. I don't know. Must have been Friday. And like, my mother starts looking at my face, kind of staring like this. I'm like, what? She's like, she thought it was something in my face. She's like, oh, you have a white hair. I'm like, Ma, I got a lot of white hairs. White hairs, man. Got those kids, you got those exes, all these women you gotta deal with. Cut it, cut it. Please, Mel. You look 10 years younger if you cut it. Let's do a little poll. Fuck it, why not? Mel, we want you to get the haircut that every other guy has, a buzz cut. Let's see. Hair pull. Embrace it, your natural essence. I like when it's wet too, like when I was at the beach. Hell no, I would never do braids. Okay, cut it, bro. Grow it. Or leave it. I like long hair too. You like me as a blonde? My father had like a full head of hair into his late 50s before he did what he did. I bet you it's gonna be like 50-50. They always do. There we go. Slowly getting into 50-50. Let's go. Cut it, man. Please cut it. $60-40. 60% say cut it. Cut it, Mel. We need you to conform. Please cut it. Cut it. Please, Mel. We want you to be like every other guy that's in our life. Cut it. Please. Please, Mel. Cut it. When I was at Chili's this weekend too, I saw this guy. Right? And the guy was looking really, really rough. And the guy was 20. He had told us his age. He said he was 27. And I was like, what? And his hair was growing out, and he looked so much older. I was like, but his beard was kind of rough too. It was like rough though. And his hair was all. And I was like, damn, maybe if I do cut it, maybe I'll look a little younger or something. Get Johnny Depp to cut it. Don't you cut your hair? Yeah, you know, it's increasing. The road, it's 62% say cut it. Ooh, Rachel. Ah, man, Rachel's gonna, the poll's negated. I'm sorry. Ooh. Let's see here. So they say cut it. Yeah, I think Rachel takes Rachel will at least give it another maybe a month. I mean, I've thought about getting like a trim or something. I don't even want to trim the top, but like I thought maybe the beard a little bit in the side. But the more I keep trimming the sides, the more this is gonna get higher, and I don't know if it's gonna look crazier without the sides. But I don't know. I don't know what I want to do, because sometimes it looks good and sometimes it looks like what do you call it? Hoax call it a mop. If you cut it, I'm reporting your channel. Shave the sides and trim the top a little. Don't cut it off though. Carly. Okay. Rachel, man. Oh my God. Rachel. Style that believe the length. There is no style. Roll out of bed. Gonna trip one day and clean your floor. Go ginger. Go ginger, mate. I'm not into braids really. I don't think I could ever braid it. Oh, that's let me see. Lori's the hair expert. Oh, yeah. So Lori says, curly hair always gets bigger before it gets longer. Stay the course, it will pass. So the thing is, I've never grown it out. I've always cut it short, and I like it when it's short too. I mean, it looks really, if I do the little line thing, but like, yeah, my hair is like super curly. Right now it's dry, but if like I had something water or like something, it would probably curl up. I used to have it like really curly, but there's like the phase you got to go through when growing your hair, right? I told you about that time that well, I don't know how much time we have. That my mother, because this is like, she's a Jehovah's Witness, and like we were having like these, I was having these online internet Zoom meetings or whatever. I don't know what it was. I was going through some shit in life, and I was like, let me just learn something, you know, whatever. Even though I prefer like a regular Christian church type of thing. But I was going to these meetings. It was like, I think it was like once a week or something. I just thought like it was interesting to like learn a little bit about the Bible, even though, I don't know, I just feel like the different language interpretations can have different meanings when you're reading something. So depending on how it's translated, there's so many different translations. But anyway, like towards the end, at one point they were talking about like, oh, you know, maybe you should like come visit us at the church. And I really wasn't interested. I was happy to just keep a distance. You know, like a neighbor, you don't really want to, hi, you know, just in passing. And so one day, the guy's like, he tells me like, if you want to join, if you want to come to church, you got to like shave your face. I was like, what? And he was like, yeah, you got to shave your face. And I was like, nah. That was the last time I ever went to the online session. Jehovah, and if you look up online, and nothing against those people, but if you look up online, that was it for me. I was crossing the line. I'm not shaving my face. If you look up their images online, they don't even have mustaches. Oh no, some of them have mustaches. Well, no, a lot of them don't have mustaches. It's like some Alec shit. Does Alec have a mustache or Bro, I can't do that, man. I'm sorry, bro. That was the last time I went to that shit. Last time I went to that shit. I'm telling you, that's what the guy told me. And my mother was like, oh no, maybe you can do it. Maybe, you know, just give it some time. I said, hell nah. I'm not shaving this, no. I've trimmed it down and stuff. I used to have this like a lot lower. Sometimes I like it kind of lower. I don't like it too much because then it gets itchy and irritated sometimes for me. But that's when you got to like take care and put oil and stuff like that. I just wash it. I have like this beard wash and I just wash it in the morning. But they say you got to shave off your face. Look. You never notice? Next time they knock on your door, look at take a look at the face. And I guess it's just like I don't know if it's a cleanliness thing or something, or Do they have bushy eyebrows? You're a Buddhist? I was telling a friend about this the other day because we covered this once on the live stream. You guys heard about that whole temple that all the Buddhists, oh no, not Buddhists, the monks, they all did meth? It was a meth out monk house. Monks on meth. It was pretty crazy. We talked about it one time on one of the live streams. The entire temple, Buddhist temple, left without monks after they all test positive for meth. Bro, that was wild, man. Those them boys partying it up. Jehovah's Witnesses say you got to shave supposedly. I mean, I don't know if they force you, but like they prefer it or something, you know? Meth monks. We covered this one time. I was wild, man. There's multiple articles that talk about this incident with this particular temple. Buddhist monks keep getting arrested for corruption, murder, and drug trafficking. What the heck? Bruh. Yo, Jesus had a beard, right? That's true. Come on. Fastest way to God. I didn't read up on this one. On June 2020, a woman was traveling in a van with a boyfriend when a pickup truck deliberately collided with them head on at high speed. As she climbed out the van and scrambled to escape the scene, she was chased down by a 59-year-old driver and stabbed repeatedly with a knife. The truck driver later told the police in Buriram province, northeastern Thailand, that he had an affair with the woman and had hunted her down after she allegedly blackmailed him, threatening to reveal their clandestine relationship. With 2 deep wounds in her head and one on the wrist. The woman, 8 months pregnant, died at the scene. Her baby died too. Wow, holy crap. Their murderer was an abbot, the head monk at the local Buddhist monastery. The chilling case of the renegade monk grabbed national attention when oh damn, it's back. Damn. Monk's gone wild.
You bring the jury.
Excuse me.
The jury is present, sir.
Hey, yeah, cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
I wanted to begin by going over a few of your qualifications, you know, what we heard about kind of at the beginning of your testimony. Is your practice focused primarily on, would you agree your practice is kind of focused primarily on accident reconstruction?
I would say so, in failure analysis.
Okay. And that would be in your advertisements online and your CV that you provided?
Well, probably on the website, we really don't advertise, but definitely on my CV.
The website?
Yes.
And most of the work you've done would have been in that field, the accident reconstruction or analyzing things to do with mostly civil litigation. Would that be fair to say?
I would say, yes, that's fair. Most of the work that the company does, company-wide, is civil litigation, and so accident reconstruction, but that's a pretty broad description because, for instance, I have civil engineers, I have biomedical engineers, so they deal with a lot of different subject matters.
And primarily civil litigation, even though it's a broad area, civil litigation.
Exactly.
Very good. And your client today is the defense, is that correct?
Yes.
And you were retained by them. When were you retained?
Jim Griffin called me, I want to say it was about the middle of September of 2022.
And I know we've seen your PowerPoint. Did you, is that your report, or did you prepare a separate report for defense?
The written report that I did in this case was on the acoustics testing, but the PowerPoint was just trying to pull, it's a big file, of course, but just trying to pull it all into one place.
Did you provide any additional reports to defense, or was the PowerPoint the only one?
Just the PowerPoint, and then I had maybe a 4 to 5 page report on the results of the acoustics testing.
And when did you finalize your PowerPoint that we just saw today?
In its final form, that would have been yesterday.
So you finalized your PowerPoint one day before your trial?
Yes.
Oh, is that standard for you to do?
Yes.
Oh, let's go, baby.
All right. And what's your? How much are you getting paid for your services?
So the company charges $3.50 an hour for my time.
I told you.
And how many hours have you worked on this case?
Oh Lord, a lot. I couldn't give you an idea, but I made 2 trips down here.
Give us an idea.
I've been to Moselle twice. I read through a bunch of documents. Studied pictures forever. Got ready for trial. Of course, that took a while. I would probably say that I have, somewhere between 40, 50 hours in this case.
40 to 50? Is that your estimate?
I would think so.
And travel incurs additional expenses. Is that why you kind of mentioned it separately?
It does, yes. So, the company charges anytime I'm traveling or working.
Have you ever done any work for the law firm formerly known as PMPED?
No. Because I've been doing this for so long, and I do a lot of railroad cases, I have been on the other side of that law firm, and I've been deposed, like on the other side. They took my deposition. I was on the other side working for a defendant. But I've never worked for them directly, like say a personal injury case or a wreck case.
Have you ever been retained to work on the boat case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Tell me about that. What was your retention for the boat case? And by the boat case, which one are you referring? What do you understand that to be?
Well, the boat case, the Maori Beach case, so the one that occurred down at Paris Island. So I do boat accidents. I do small vessel, watercraft, jet skis. I've actually worked on ship accidents, ship collisions before, so I do a lot of maritime and boat accident work. And I was called by Jim Griffin a few years ago. It would have been probably within a few months of that accident, and I did an investigation of the boat crash.
Do your services also include a retainer? Like, is there some sort of retainer to work off of before the hourly billing kicks in?
No, our company is pretty simple. We just bill by the hour. So we don't do contracts or retainers. Some people in my field of work do.
So you were originally retained by Mr. Griffin for the boat case to do a boat reconstruction. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And that would be in line with your, what you primarily do with your services at your firm. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that just falls underneath physics, mechanical engineering. Anything based in physics has the potential for being explained, and that's what I do.
All right, and I know your educational background is in engineering. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I want to talk about a few things we can maybe agree on. And engineering is a field that, would you agree, engineering is a field that is based in science? Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Would you agree that engineering is a field that's based in some math? Is that fair to say?
There's a lot of math in engineering, yes.
We heard a lot about trigonometry and angles. I mean, math, right?
Yes.
Engineering's based, a lot of is based in hard facts. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And engineering, some of the things that really have no business in engineering would be guesswork. Is that fair to say?
Well, in engineering, you can sometimes make assumptions and then make guesses, but you always have to go back and test them, right? You develop what we call them hypothesis, right? So you look at the problem, you try to figure out what the problem is. You form a hypothesis, and then you test it. So, you know, you might say, well, I think this. And then you either mathematically or physically test it.
Okay. Going back to that question about guesswork, though, because I don't know that you answered it. In engineering, is it important not to use guesswork in making opinions?
Right. If I give an opinion, I'm not guessing. So whenever I give an opinion, there is a foundation based on my education, experience, and training for me to give that opinion.
So if an opinion's rendered and there's variables that aren't considered, would you consider that to be guesswork?
Well, it depends on how important the variables are. I mean, any engineer in any analysis procedure, you know, there could be lots of variables that don't matter. But if the variable matters, then of course, you know, that would affect your opinion.
And in engineering, you know, and we're thinking of, I think you said you're a mechanical engineer?
Yes.
By trade, by education?
Yes.
So do mechanical engineers engage in speculation?
Not in the context of giving opinions.
Okay. And do mechanical engineers, when they're, whatever they're engineering or whatever they're opining about, do they base their opinion on assumptions?
Not primarily, not even really. Your opinions can't be based on assumptions. Now, there can be aspects of your analysis that you have to test, but you know, whether it's an assumption or a guess, that does not make for a good engineering opinion.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Are you a member of have you had any formal training in pathology?
No.
Have you had any formal training in firearms or firearms, how they work?
No.
Are you a member of any organizations that do that line of work, that do tests on firearms or pathology?
No.
Have you taken any shooting incident reconstruction classes?
No.
Do you have any certifications in shooting incident and reconstruction?
No.
Have you taken any classes in gunshot wounds?
No.
Have you ever done any studies on bullet trajectory from out of the muzzle of a gun?
Yes.
Okay. What studies have you done?
I've done all kinds of testing.
All right. Such as?
For instance, one time I had a case, it was a murder case where a person was shot through a car door and was shot with a .357 Magnum, and the door had maybe 6 bullet holes, and each of the bullet holes had different characteristics. So I went to the junkyard and got 25 to 30 of these doors, and I spent a couple of weeks shooting that door with a .357 Magnum at different angles, different distances, until I could replicate the bullet holes in the actual in the door. So what you're doing there is that you have a door as evidence, and then you're trying to figure out, okay, what does that tell you? Not the same as what I talked about today, but similar. I had a case one time where there were 2 deer hunters in the woods and one got shot at long range. So we did a lot of long range ballistic testing of the ammunition in the firearm to determine the drop distance of the bullet and to understand where the one hunter would have to aim the weapon. I have done proximity testing with firearms by looking at the stippling. So in other words, I have a rig that I can put a pistol in, and then I put target. A lot of times I use sheetrock, and then what I do is I fire the gun at increments back and look at the pattern of the stippling. Sometimes you'll get soot and stippling, and sometimes that. So it would all be testing within the context of the cases. You know, when I get involved in a firearms case, those are the types of things types of tests that I would do. It's just a general part of our business. When we get presented with an engineering problem, we do testing.
And those testing, any of those studies that you did, were they subject to peer review or published in any publication?
No, I typically don't write papers or submit papers. I do the work.
So it's you doing a test on your own?
Yes.
Is that right? That's what it is?
Yes, or with, of course, people in my office help.
With your office?
Yes.
Okay. And are you a member of the International Association for Identifications?
No.
Firearms identifications?
No.
You have any certifications along those lines whatsoever?
No, I'm not a firearms expert or a pathologist or a wound expert. That's not my area of physics. It's not my area of expertise.
Okay, so is it fair to say then any opinion you rendered on relating to firearms, we shouldn't rely on it then?
That's not what I said.
Okay.
If it's related to exterior ballistics and terminal ballistics, then yeah, you can certainly rely upon it. But I'm not going to testify about wounds or pathology or anything like that, and I haven't.
Okay. All right, I want to start with the cell phone. I think we ended on the last slide, the charts. I don't know where those are. I'm showing you a defense exhibit 141 and 142. I believe you testified. Can I have the PowerPoint? Oh, sorry. I believe you testified that you created these graphs. Is that right?
No, I didn't. This is an Excel graph from the data, so it's just the raw data that was presented to me.
All right. Well, who created it then?
I'm not sure. I just reviewed it. I'm not sure who did this.
All right. Well, can you tell me? I think you testified before that. Well, show me the time, if you would, and permission for the witness to come down. Show me the time that you indicated the phone was thrown from the car, if you wouldn't mind.
Well, I got it specifically on my laptop. I can show you in general.
Oh, bring the laptop. You don't got the laptop?
I mean,
well, this is an evidence, so I'm asking for you to come down and identify on here where it is.
Yeah, come point it out, mister. Oh, shit, he getting up.
You want to know where the car passed, where the phone was?
And just for clarification, yeah, 1 second, sorry. Just for clarification,
Yeah,
we're
yeah.
looking at this chart. What is this showing us?
That is a graph of the speed of the Suburban versus time. So speed is on the y-axis, or this
I
is
don't know where to
speed,
put this at.
and then that's time. So time's going that way, and as the car speeds up, the line gets taller.
Okay. And it says total time 16 minutes. What does that refer to?
That's the time it took to drive from Moselle to the parents' house.
Okay, and the sled, and then it says next to that sled test drive during day. What does that indicate?
What that is it's just comparing. It took 16 minutes, Mr. Murdaugh, and then Sled did the same drive, not at nighttime, but during the day, and took 17.58 minutes.
Okay. All right. So as I was saying before, I think you testified. You said you indicated a point where the cell phone had been thrown from the vehicle, or at least the time correlation. Could you please identify where that is for us?
No, that's not what I said.
All right. Well, what did you say then?
I said that when the car passes the location.
Okay.
Right.
Sorry.
I don't have any information about.
When the car passes the location, where is it indicated on?
I think it's that line right there.
Okay. And you say you think. Why is it that you think?
Well, it's not labeled, but it's on my laptop. I'd be glad to get my laptop.
Well, this is an evidence, and this is what the jury's going to consider, so I prefer to work on this.
Objection. He has indicated he has a specific data on his laptop. If he wants the real answer, he'll be happy to walk to his laptop and get it for him. He says he's looked at this. That's where it is. I mean, he's asked the question 3 times. He's answered 3 times.
Cross-examination, you may proceed.
You're not able to find it on here, are you? Looking at this chart.
Well, it's either this line right there, or I think it's this one or this one.
All right, does engineering engage in I thinks and maybes?
Okay, well, let me get my laptop.
Well, I'm just asking you, can you identify it on this chart?
Well, I mean, this is a really big file.
Your Honor, I'd ask the witness, please answer the question.
Well, I will answer it, but I don't have the whole file memorized, so let me just look at it for you. That way you'll know the answer.
Can you point it out on this chart without reviewing whatever you're about to review on your laptop?
No.
Okay. Can you identify 912 on this chart without reviewing anything you're about to review on your laptop?
Well, I mean, you want me to answer the first question?
You answered. You said no. Can you identify where on 912 on this chart is?
No, they're not.
Okay.
It doesn't have any numbers written down.
Thank
on
you.
the bottom.
Can you identify where 920 is on this chart?
Well, hold on. You want me to answer your questions? You want me to answer the first question?
The questions, please. Can you identify where 920 is on this chart?
No, because there are no numbers on this, but it's.
And can you identify where 952?
His answer.
Let's give the witness an opportunity to answer the question.
And can you identify where 952 is on this chart?
Not specifically.
Okay, thank you. You can sit. You can, I don't need that.
Well, he pissed. What kind of stickers you got on the laptop?
I'm showing you what's been marked as defense.
Is that a communist thing? What is that?
142. And same thing. There's no numbers. There's no times on here either, right?
No, not on the x-axis at the bottom.
Was that Russian logo? Cuban logo? No, I'm just kidding. I don't know.
All right, you gave an opinion on objects being thrown, ejected, traveling at what was posited to you as 45 miles an hour. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Opinion? What are some variables, and you're an engineer with a math background, what are some variables you would need to know before determining the distance, trajectory, and speed of an object?
Like, is the hypothetical if somebody threw a phone out of a window?
My hypothetical is, in order to determine the speed of any object, what are some variables that you would need to know in order to determine the distance it was thrown, the trajectory it was thrown, and the speed at which it was thrown? Okay. What are some information that you would need to know in order to posit an opinion about that?
Well, there would be a lot of variables, but the main ones would be, and I think I understand your question, but let's say you find an object on the side of the road, and you want to know how fast, let's just assume that somebody throws something out of a car that's driving down the road. And let's say this would be a typical problem people ask me or we're presented with. It's like, well, can you calculate based on the physical evidence on the side of the road, how fast was the car traveling when the phone was thrown out? I mean, let's just look at it that way. So what you would need to know, like let's say that it was on the shoulder of a road and there was like an impact mark on the shoulder of the road.
Fortnite stickers.
And then 57 feet later is the phone, right? So you could make a pretty good determination. The phone tumbled 57 feet. Well, a tumbling object decelerates at about a half a G, and that's 11 miles per hour per second. So over 57 feet, you could back calculate it. You're going to come up with something probably like 30 miles per hour, right? The variables would be the condition of the shoulder, obviously the speed that it's thrown out, okay. Right?
Energy, right?
Right, because for instance, if you're driving down the road, you could throw it forward, you could throw it backwards. So you may want to add the speed or subtract the speed from the velocity of the vehicle.
And I'm going to let you keep going, but just
trying to answer the question, interrupted again.
Were you through answering that question?
I think so. I think that's probably
all right. Next question.
All right. About the strength, I think you said strength of the throw. Is that what you were talking about when we last cut?
Well,
it's variables.
Right, because if you just drop the phone from the car, it has zero initial velocity relative to the car, but the car has relative velocity to the road. So, for instance, it's going to have a different trajectory if you throw it straight down out your window than it would be if you throw it up in the air or throw it sideways. Those are all what's called initial conditions. And so, but if you had information, let's say you had a witness in the passenger seat that said, well, he tossed it straight out of the window, then you could calculate it that way. But you would need more information. So, to know specifically this type of problem, you would need to know a lot of different information to get like if you said, how fast is this car going based on how far that phone tumbled down the street? Yeah, you would need to know some more information.
So you need to know the energy thrown, energy at which the object was thrown, correct?
Yes, or the speed.
Would you need to know the mass of the object that was thrown?
No.
That wouldn't matter?
No.
Would you need to know the wind resistance, if any?
Yes.
Would you need to know the wind speed, if any?
It depends on the problem, but that might be a factor.
And absent any of those variables, really can't tell anything about an object that was thrown. Is that fair to say?
Well, it depends on the question that's asked. If you were asking me the question, how fast were the car going, then yes, you would need all those variables unless you wanted a wide range of answers. But if you ask me, if you toss a phone at near highway speed or close to highway speed, will it tumble? It's a completely different question. There's no variables there. That's just fact.
Okay. And while this may be obvious, I'm going to show you what's been marked, or what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 230. I'm sorry, I keep doing that to you. Is this the side of the? Is this the side of the road that you visited?
It looks like it.
Does that look like it also? States, sorry, I'm showing you States 231.
Yes, I know there's woods on the east side and there's an open field on the west side.
You know, I'll just do the old fashioned. And does that look like a shot from the side of the road that you visited on Moselle?
Yes.
Okay. And what are we seeing here in the background? What are we seeing?
Well, in the background, there's the field that's over on the west side of the.
All right, in front of the field, what is that?
That's the roadway.
Okay, and in front of that road, right in front of the road on the picture, the green stuff?
Grass shoulder.
All right, and then near at the bottom of the screen, what are we seeing?
It's like vegetation, leaves, sticks.
You'd agree that leaves and grass is fairly soft. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Showing you what's been entered as 232. Different angles. That look at the same road to you?
Yes, that's looking basically north.
And again, grass, right, on the side of the road.
Yes, that's on the west shoulder.
Sled. We do need a sled emoji. Huh? Sled.
All right. When you do sound studies, have you done work? Is it primarily for like OSHA related things, or I know you mentioned some companies? Is that what the sound studies have primarily been for?
It's typically the work that I do now.
It's the sound studies?
Yes, the acoustics measurements that I do typically would be related to train whistles, train horns, emergency vehicles, backup alarms where, say, somebody gets backed over with a truck, audibility of backup alarms. I've had audibility of warning alarms inside of a factory, like, could a worker hear the alarm and then get out of an area that was dangerous? So it's usually emergency signals is typical. I have worked on a criminal case where it wasn't a gunshot, it was a woman screaming. And could a particular, they call them ear witnesses instead of eyewitnesses, but could a particular ear witness hear a woman screaming at a distance? So
and would that be for workplace considerations? There was some accident at work and it maybe relates to OSHA?
No, this was a murder case.
Oh, so the other things you mentioned previously, sorry.
No, the other ones, typically are going to be civil litigation, where you know, you might have a dump truck manufacturer getting sued for not having an audible alarm that's, you know, loud enough, or just plain, or sometimes what happens in a car accident, but like a back over accident, they're saying that the person that got run over should have heard the truck coming and got out of the way, right? So people argue back and forth about who could hear and not hear like a backup alarm.
All right, I'm going to direct your attention now to the sound study that you conducted, and it was in your PowerPoint.
Oh, sure.
Of your defense.
Come on. Let's get it. Bring up the fire. Turn it up.
Referring to Defense Exhibit 140, and I guess digitally 143. All right, if you could please to page, I believe 75 or Exhibit 76. Okay, there you go. All right, and remind me again, and I know it's visual there, but what's the distance between the dog kennels and the house right there?
Straight line distance is 142 feet.
1,140.
Oh, what did I say?
I think you said 140.
Oh yeah,
1,
no, it's like 1,150 feet. Let's just call it 1,150. 1,150.
All right. And that's as the crow flies, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Please continue over to
No.
exhibits. If you just fast forward for
No.
me, sorry, I'm trying to find the number. Exhibit 1, just if you keep going, I'll stop you on the 300 blackout. All right, this ammunition, what kind of ammunition is that?
300 blackout, 147 grain, full metal jacket.
Okay, and do you know who the manufacturer of that is?
It looks like Cellier and Below.
Okay. All right. And that's the ammunition you used on the 300 blackout test?
Yes.
All right, if you would fast forward a couple. And this is this your rifle?
No.
Okay. Is this a person's rifle that was working for you?
No. This was a law. The lawyer Jim Griffin provided the 2 weapons.
Okay. Did you yourself actually fire these weapons?
No, an engineer in my office. His name's Michael Whitley. So since I was running the acoustic equipment up in the house, then Michael Whitley was the one that actually pulled the trigger.
And are you familiar with this type of firearm?
Yes.
All right, what is that?
Well, it's a 300 blackout, which is the name of the ammunition. And so basically what it is an AR-15 style rifle with a shorter barrel. And when they shortened the barrel, they needed a specially designed ammo for it, so it would be efficient. In other words, it's the type of weapon that might be used in close quarters, so it's shorter and you can move around and maneuver. But when you cut the barrel down to say 8 or 9 inches, you need to chamber a different round. That's basically what this is.
And is it actually, are you aware it's actually considered a pistol for purposes of government identifications?
I don't know if this particular one is considered a pistol or not. Like I said, I'm not a gun expert. But
that's fine.
Yeah.
All right, if you would please fast forward to, there you go. All right, this, reverse one, please, thank you. All right, this picture, what are we looking at?
That's the ammunition, that's the buckshot that we used.
All right, and is there a reason you chose this particular brand?
The Winchester was similar to the brand of ammunition used.
What kind of ammunition is this type?
It's a 12 gauge buckshot. It's like 2 3/4 inch shells. I want to say that the buckshot in the murder was maybe a 3-inch shell, but okay. This is a similar load.
So similar but not the same?
That's correct.
And not the same manufacturer?
I think it was Federal. I'd have to go back and look, but I think there was Federal and maybe Winchester. Okay. The reason is just because I know that the plastic shot cups were found at the crime scene, and I think that's Winchester. But I would have to go look.
Okay, so but you concede you didn't use the same gauge for buckshot as was used in the murder of Paul Murdaugh?
No, it's probably slightly different.
Okay. All right, if you would please continue to Exhibit 7. And again, what do we have here?
That would be the turkey load or bird shot with the smaller pellets that we used.
Okay. And again, this is not the same load that was used in the murder of Paul Murdaugh.
I don't think it's the exact same. It's just representative.
All right. All right, if you would please go to Exhibit 24. I think it's like 2 or 3 slides. There you go, right there. Thank you. All right, and again, this is the interior of the house at Mizell, is that correct?
Yes.
And I believe you already testified to it, but what was the ambient decibel reading inside that house?
35 decibels. Pretty much steady state.
And is that, well, I guess we heard an audio clip, right?
Yes.
that we played for the jury. Does the ability to hear something, is it affected by the ambient noise?
Yes,
in
that's
a room?
right. Yes.
Did you do a test on what the ambient noise is in this courtroom?
No, I can do it right now if you want me to.
Did you do it before? Does the ambient noise have an effect on how we hear something?
Yes, that's what I explained. So in order for you to be able to clearly hear something, it's got to be 10 decibels above background.
And we've
if
heard
it's 10 decibels below background, you're not going to be able to hear it. And when you're in between, it depends on if you're listening for it. Like if you're really listening for something, like if you're at a train crossing and you're listening for the train horn, it could be right at the background level, like you've got the radio on a little bit. The train horn can be right at the background level, but since you're listening for it, you might be able to hear it. If you're not paying attention, then you might not. But if it's 10 decibels above your background, you will hear it. 10 decibels below, you're not going to hear it, because again, that's twice as loud or twice as soft.
And if sound's relative, and I know you gave an example of the concert, how did you decide, or how did anyone decide what volume to play that sound clip? Would volume affect your ability to hear something?
It does, but it really wouldn't matter because, again, the shot from the kennels was only 1 to 3 dB above background, so it was about 36, 37, 38 decibels. And even if you rustle a piece of paper, that could be in the 50s. And so it doesn't really, in this case, the volume of the TV, it really didn't matter just because the sound of the gun inside that house is so faint, it wouldn't make a difference.
All right, and I know this may be outside your expertise, but just asking you common sense, are you aware that trees generally grow?
Yes.
Okay. So remind me again, what day did you go out and perform these sound tests?
The sound tests were January 5 of this year, so 23.
And I know we have some pictures, if you wouldn't mind backing it up to Exhibit 14. The closest representation I could find. Okay, right there is fine. Sorry. Would this tree line on the back of picture Exhibit 10 be consistent with what you saw in January?
Yes, that is January.
Okay. And are you aware of what the date of the murder was?
Well, that's June the 7th of 21. So basically, this picture's taken, let's say, 18 months later, 19 months later.
And I think you did testify that sounds, because speed travels in a straight line, sound would be affected by the tree line. Is that correct?
It will be on the other side of the tree line. It's also going straight up, too. It's like I said before, it's like a big half bubble getting bigger. The trees probably, obviously, did grow in the year and a half when it happened. And I did make correction for the trees, but it was only, I think it was 1.7 dB. If I recall, but so the trees made a difference, but not that big of a difference.
Well, without being there, and whatever the tree height were, would that have an effect on the sound level? I mean, I think you said you accommodated 1.7 dB, but will you agree that the height of a tree or a forest would have an effect on the sound?
Oh, it'll have an effect, but in this case, it's two. Let's just call it 2 decibels, and what I'm talking about is, background inside the house, if you had the TV on, is like 70 decibels, right? So we're comparing 35 or 40 decibels. Whether we add or subtract 2, it makes no difference because you got 70 versus 30 or 40. And remember, just 10 decibels is twice as loud. So 70 decibels is many, many times louder. So I went through the process of making sure that the numbers were correct, but minor variables such as wind, humidity, wind speed, the trees, all of those, even if you factored all of those in, it really doesn't make a difference just because the gunshot inside the house was so faint that you're just not going to hear it.
All right, if you would, sir, if you wouldn't mind turning to Exhibit 25, please. It would be toward the end, forward. It's a chart. Yeah, the next one. Next one, if you wouldn't mind, this chart. Okay. What's the decibels of a vacuum cleaner at 3 meters and a gas lawnmower at 30 meters? What's the decibel reading on that?
70.
It'd be 70?
Yes.
And you said the TV was at 70?
68 to 70.
So the same as a vacuum cleaner running and a gas lawnmower?
Well, the lawnmower is what, at 30 meters, which is, that's,
Just
100
check.
feet. It must be a pretty quiet vacuum cleaner because in my experience, a vacuum cleaner is a lot louder than 70 decibels.
What was the decibel reading that you measured for the shotgun blast again?
Around 154, I believe. It's on the next slide.
And what was the reading for the rifle?
165.
I think you talked about extrapolation. You know what I'm referring to? Extrapolating the sound over distance?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you said, but the sound dissipates 6 decibels for every twice the distance. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Is that accurate?
Yes.
And that's what you testified to?
Yes.
So if you wouldn't mind, could you extrapolate for me, so at 165, which is what the rifle tested at, could you reverse extrapolate that to 1,024 feet? Could you do the math?
Yes, I have that. Well, it's actually a slide, but I've got the chart, if you give me a second. Okay. So what I did was, when you add in the attenuation, what distance do you want to know?
1,024 feet?
So basically just like outside the house?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just the basic
Okay,
definition.
so because of the weather conditions, I adjusted the number up for, I'm assuming we want to talk about the night of the murders, right?
I just want to know if you could if you could extrapolate. I don't want to know about weather conditions or anything right now. I just want to extrapolate 165 decibels beginning at 3 feet, beginning at 3 feet, and then I want to extrapolate it to 1,024 feet, and those are even numbers.
It's 89.5 decibels.
Could you repeat that, please?
Yes, 89.5 decibels. Let's just say you're just right outside the house.
Wait, what are you saying? Right outside the house?
Yes. Inside the house, it's in my other report. Inside the house, it was maybe 35 to 38 decibels inside the house.
I'll come back to that. I don't want to know inside the house, outside the house. I just want to know in a lab setting, you have a 165 decibel blast.
Right.
Measured at 3 feet. So 165 decibels at 3 feet. If you extrapolated that out for distance, what would the decibel be? Just lab setting.
Setting.
What would the mathematical equation be?
Well, it would be a little bit different in a lab setting. This is not a lab setting. But if you did, you go, I don't have that written out. You may have already done it, but if you take 3 feet,
Would you disagree? Let me ask you this, and it's not a trick question. Lab setting, we can put all the qualifications in, but would it be at 1,024 feet? Would you have any reason to doubt that it would be at 105 decibels?
that sounds about right. I think I did that at one point in time and got about the same number you did.
And if you wouldn't mind, what is your chart indicating is 105 decibels?
Let's see.
Just what the chart says.
It says jet flight at 300 meters, which is basically 1,000 feet.
Okay. Thank you. Would you agree that a cat's meowing or a cat is fairly low on the decibel meter?
Yes.
Certainly if a cat was outside and you're inside, fairly low, hard to hear. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, unless the window's open.
All right. I'm going to reverse and now go to, if you wouldn't mind, starting at page or exhibit 57. Does it go backwards? Yeah, you have to keep going. Just the first part of this. There we go. Thank you. All right. Referring to your exhibit 57 on your PowerPoint, I know you testified to, but are you familiar with what this image shows?
Yes.
All right. And this is the feed room with the a view of the window. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And this is not a picture you took. Is that fair to say?
No, this is the night crime scene pictures from June 7th.
All right. Do you just visually looking at it, do you see holes in the window?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see a whole lot of other stuff in that picture? On the shelves, in front of it, behind it, below it, above it?
Yes.
All right. If you wouldn't please continue on to the next slides. I'm going to go to your exhibit 45. It's going the other way, towards the end of it. Right there. Or 44 is fine. All right, so I think you testified that you kind of visually looked through the hole in the window and kind of aligned your eye with the tree outside. Is that kind of how it went?
No.
You said you, correct me if I'm wrong, you can tell me in a second, but didn't you say you lowered your head to where you perceived a chest wound would be and looked out the window and tried to align it with that defect?
Yes.
Okay. So the only thing I missed was lowering your head, right?
Right,
You lowered
and I
yourself
didn't
down.
do it at the window. I did it in the middle of the room.
Now, we've already established you have no training, experience, or expertise in shotguns. Is that correct?
Well, maybe you need to explain a little bit more.
Well, what do you have any formal training, formal expertise, formal education in how shotguns work, how shotgun projectiles work, and what they do after leaving the end of that barrel? Do you have any formal training, expertise, certifications, anything?
Well, not formal training, but I've done a lot of study, and I've also tested shotguns, and I've fired many shotguns before. I understand what happened to the pellets, and this particular pellet is one of the pellets that would have passed through Paul.
All right. What's the spread of a shotgun pellet exiting a shotgun barrel? What's the spread every 1 inch?
Well, it's going to vary based on the choke and the ammunition, but for this one, it's pretty clear that the spread is about the size of a window because the muzzle of the shotgun was maybe, let's call it 3 feet inside the door. It's a 10-foot long room. So at 7 feet, the spread of these pellets after passing through a person, the spread of them is probably, that window maybe 26 inches wide. So that's going to be the spread. Obviously, there can be some deflection of the pellets as they pass through the body of the victim.
Would that be a variable?
Sure.
Okay. So do you know the spread of a shotgun Every yard, how much it spreads, the cone. Do you know how much it spreads per yard?
What kind of choke?
Any choke, any gauge.
I don't
Do
know.
you know?
I don't know the number off
Okay,
the top of my
you
head.
don't know. Do you even know it, not even off the top of your head, without looking it up?
I would have to look it up.
Okay. And do you know the range of fire for 10 feet, what that spread is? In centimeters, do you know? Or inches, well, either.
I don't have this committed to memory. I would look it up.
Is that even something you've ever known, or is that something you would have to look up?
Like I said before, I have tested such things before, and
Not
I've
asking
certainly
for what you
read
tested.
literature. But again, it's not something that I have committed to memory. Again, this, you know, if you wanted to know something like that, if that was helpful in this particular case, then what you would do is then you would go to the literature and find those answers. But I don't have that memorized.
Well, aren't you rendering an opinion by drawing a line, by saying somehow that exited the shotgun? I mean, we saw the pictures with you standing there with your shotgun up, and we see this line. Are you not giving an opinion of its exit?
I'm giving an opinion that a pellet from that shotgun followed that line and struck the tree.
And yet you don't even know the cone and the rate of expansion of a shotgun. How can you give that opinion?
You don't need to know that.
Okay.
So because what you have here, you got a hole in the window, and we have a slide for it. There's a hole in the window. There's a impact mark on the tree. That pellet traveled a straight distance between those 2 points, and 2 points forms a line. You don't need to know the spread. I mean, that's actually what happened. Was a pellet came out of that gun, it passed through the victim, it went through a hole in the window, and it hit the tree.
How do you know then? How do you know it passed through the victim? How do you know that?
Well, it has 9 pellets in the shotgun. Paul had 1 pellet in his shoulder. Sled recovered 7. I recovered 9. So I recovered the last pellet.
All right, so how do you know that? How do you know that? What are you basing that on? What you just testified to, what are you basing that on?
Well, when I looked at the sled records, they found 7 pellets, or that went through his body. They didn't find all the pellets, but he had 8 entrance wounds. He had 7 exit wounds. They found 1 pellet in his body, so that's 8. But we know the manufacturer puts 9. When I went to the crime scene in October 19 of 2021, the 9th buckshot pellet was in the window frame.
How do you know that was the 9th buckshot pellet that went through? Did you analyze it?
Well,
did you analyze it?
I didn't analyze it,
Okay.
but
Are you assuming?
Objection, Your Honor. Not allowing him to answer the question. He said, I didn't analyze it, but, and then he interrupted him.
I didn't hear the but. Go ahead.
Oh, so the window got shot, right? Most of the pellets went through the window. Some of the pellets went through the little white parts of the window. There was 1 pellet that Sled didn't recover, and the reason is it was under kind of the lip. You know how where you pick up on a window, there's a thing where you put your fingers. It was under that, but still there. So you have a pattern of buckshot pellets like this big, and so you got 9 holes basically, or 8, because there's 1 pellet left in the victim, right? So
How many?
9 minus the 1, so you have 8. There are 8 holes in that window. In my world, that's a very high probability that those are the pellets that came from the buckshot that injured Paul Murdaugh.
2 slides forward. 2 slides forward. What's this big thing here at the bottom? That big opening. Exhibit 47.
Are you talking about the missing glass?
Yeah, what is that?
It's missing glass.
All right. How many pellets went through there?
I'd have to go back and look at my notes, but I counted for every pellet, except for the one that was missed by the crime scene investigators, which is under the...
Let's talk about that. How many grains was the pellet you located on the windowsill?
I never weighed it.
Okay. Again, how do you know it came from there? Do you really know it came from there, or are you assuming it came from there?
Well, the
What do you
window
know?
got shot with buckshot, and there's 1 missing pellet. Again, in my world, there's a very high confidence level that that missing pellet is there.
Is that the same confidence level that you're using for all these other opinions? That
Yeah.
you found a pellet?
All my opinions are at a very high confidence level. Yes.
Well, we're going to go through them.
We're
The
going
line
to get
here,
to them?
we got.
I object
Sorry.
to that question. We're going to get to them? That's what he said?
All right, we, of course, sustains the objection to the comment.
The rope here, this orange rope, is that the one that continues back to the tree?
Yes.
All right, do you have any formal training in what a projectile does if it strikes anything, be it human flesh or glass, or any of the other items that would have been located? Do you have any training in that?
Again, not formal training, but it obeys the laws of physics, and I've tested it myself, and I've studied impacts. It's a big part of what I do.
Have you done a test where you shot shotguns through glass, through wood, and through a human body, and then measured where they ended up? Have you done those tests?
No, you don't need to test it because you can just look and see what happened to it.
So is the answer no?
I didn't do any testing with the shotgun here, but why would you need to test? Because I think we got the same slide up there. Would you agree with me? Well, I can't ask you a question, but that pellet right there went through that window and it lodged in a tree or damaged the tree. I don't need to test that because that's just what happened.
All right, is it your opinion that it can only be that pellet? There's no other possibility? No other possibility? Is that your opinion?
Well, I'm not saying that there might be some highly lower probability, but if you stand in that room and we have holes, and just like you've shown, they're scattered all over that window, and you look in the direction of the damage to the tree where Paul was injured, that is the only one. And it's just I don't think it really matters one way or the other. All I can say is that I think the shot went through Paul in the manner that I presented it today.
Okay. And
it really doesn't matter to me all that much which pellet went through which hole.
And I just want to be clear, you have no formal training in this, no pathological training, correct?
I am not a pathologist.
Okay. But you opine that you believe it went through Paul and then exited the window and struck that tree, but you have no formal training in any of that, correct? No pathology, no firearms, no shotgun-specific training other than anecdotal shooting a shotgun? None of that, no formal trainings. Is that correct?
I would disagree with all of that because, again, it doesn't take a pathologist. There's a small entry wound into Paul's chest. So all 9 pellets enter. 1 remains in his body. 8 leave his body.
Right. You are sitting here opining about pathology. Is that correct?
I don't see how that's pathology. That's simple math.
Okay.
It's 9 minus 1 is 8.
Exhibit, I don't know what page this is, Exhibit 81 or 80? All right, reverse it. We'll start there. Go back if you wouldn't mind, a couple. Yeah, right here. Did you take this picture?
No.
How many inches does that look like he is tall?
Well, you can't tell how tall he is because of the way this picture's taken.
Well, what does it look like?
This shows his shoulder 64 inches.
What about his head?
You can't tell.
You can't see a number at the top of there?
No, because you'd have to be above the top of his head or right in line with the top of his head. The only thing you can glean from this picture is that his shoulder is 64 inches above the floor.
All right, I'm going to ask you about use of Faro. Are you the one who actually operates the Faro equipment?
I do, but in this particular time, somebody else did.
And did your equipment, has it been calibrated recently?
Yes, we calibrate every year.
Every what, sorry?
Every year.
Did you actually operate it this night?
No, I believe Michael
Or
Whitley.
this day, whatever it is.
who's a biomedical engineer in my office. I believe he was the one that day that was doing the scanning.
You described Pharaoh as the as a sort of a time of flight laser. Is that your testimony?
Yes, it uses a laser and it creates points. It creates a point cloud.
Is it fair to say, though, it's not actually a time of flight laser, it's a phase-based laser? Would that be more accurate?
I have no idea.
Okay, so you don't know?
I don't know.
All right, beginning at, just toward the very beginning of the slide works. No, the first slide, just the beginning of the the defense exhibit. Yeah, like slide 1. Did you do the addition? I know that we're going to get to it, but there's some individuals you put in the Pharaoh report. Were you the one who actually added that 3D render, or was someone else do it?
No, I had several engineers help me on this project. So Aaron Kiefer is an engineer in my office. He did a lot of the work on the point cloud, and Matt Kiefer, actually his brother, did work with taking those scanned people and turning them into shooters. So I would say 5 or 6 engineers in my office have worked on this particular project.
All right. What we're seeing here is a quail, what's called the quail pen. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And again, this is not your picture. This was the one taken from the night of the incident.
This is a crime scene picture the night of the murders.
Okay. And next exhibit, please, Exhibit 63. Would this be a close-up of that?
Yes.
And the panel here, that's a paper product. I think you already testified to it, but that's a paper type product.
Yes.
Okay. You can actually see it's like bending, warped because it got wet.
Yes.
So it's pretty thin.
Yes.
All right, and the next slide, please. Now this is what's purported to be a projectile hole. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes, that is a projectile hole.
And you testified, I think you testified about the, what you tell me, what did you call this indentation on the right side of that hole?
I called it a white mark. The bullet's coming in at 41 degrees, kind of from the right, so that represents where the tip of the bullet first touched the cardboard or the fiber board.
And I think you already testified this, but you have no formal training or experience or certifications in crime scene investigations. Is that correct?
I've answered that. It all comes from experience and my education.
And are you aware that there's a margin of error for the angles that may be measured in a projectile, especially if it's a soft paper product?
Sure. There can be, and also depends on how you measure it. So I took what Special Agent Worley measured. Like I said before, it looked like our angle varied a little bit based on it didn't match up with the other physical evidence. That's why I picked a range. I picked a range of 1.5 to 3 degrees.
Okay. Keep going. Next one, please. And right here, we're seeing a metal dowel. Is that your understanding what that is?
I don't know if it's metal or fiberglass, but it's some type of material like that that's going to be straight.
And on top of it is an angle measurer. Is that
Yes.
fair to say? And they're sitting on top of that hole, which is essentially a paper product. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And no projectile was actually recovered from this direction of shot. Is that correct? Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding.
All right. If you wouldn't mind skipping forward to Exhibit 35. How tall is that doghouse at its highest point?
probably going to be about 4 feet tall.
What are you relying on when you say that?
This is Special Agent Worley's notes.
Does your FARO-scan make measurements of items? I think you testified to that.
It does. You know, if you wanted me to give you my measurement of it, I would, you know, have to open it up. It might take a while if you want to take a break.
So you don't know off the top of your head?
I do not have the doghouse height memorized.
All right, moving forward. And I think we saw here, this is the entry spot of the projectile into the doghouse. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. Moving forward. Moving forward. And this again would be the same thing, a rod, but this time in a more firm. You would agree the wood in this case is much more firm than the quail pen paper product, right?
Yes, it's thicker.
And the bullet, which appeared to have gone through the doghouse and was recovered from inside, is that your understanding, having reviewed the crime scene?
Yes.
Crime scene reports?
Yes.
And do you have any formal study, experience, training, or otherwise on what a bullet might do when it strikes wood or whatever the interior of the dog pen held, including the earth?
Well, again, it's the same line of questioning. It would be based on my experience. I can't say that I've ever done any specific testing for wood. I've certainly reviewed papers and literature concerning such, but typically I don't go into that area of ballistics. I look more at impact marks and then just the flight path of the bullet, because that's just physics.
And then I'm going to fast forward to some of your FARO images. If you wouldn't mind, scoot forward a little bit more. Keep going, please. All right, here in these, the body that's laying there covered in a sheet, that was added after the fact. That's not part of the FARO scan, is that right?
That is correct. That was added as well as the evidence markers.
All right, and I know the markers we see on this picture is just representative. There's the placards, and is this the one where you tried to merge kind of what the placards were with the FARO scan?
Yes.
And the little circular X's, is that the computer-assisted drawing that you made based on the measurements performed by Special Agent Worley?
That's correct.
All right. Okay. All right, if you would mind scoot forward to where we start with these green lines. There you go. All right, we're looking at exhibit, it doesn't even say, but exhibit with the two lines spread out. Is that the representative of the two different angles that were noted on the quail pen?
Yes.
So do you know which one's which one's the 1 degree and which one's the 3?
Well, the 3 degree is going to slope towards the ground quicker. So that would be the bottom line, and then the 1.5 slopes less, you know, it's more gradual slope, so it would be the top line.
Okay. Going forward 1. And here's where you inserted a 3D person as a 5'2" person. Is that who you inserted there?
Yes.
Okay. And you chose to insert a 5'2" individual shooting from the hip in that manner that aligns with that green line. Is that what you did?
Yes.
Okay. And nowhere on here is any other individual on that green line. Is that correct? You didn't put any other images here. You only chose to put a 5'2" individual slinging a gun on his hip.
Well, that's what matches. If the person was any taller, then they would have to be towards the quail pen. If they were any shorter, then they would be behind the shooter. Or the shooter would be in a different posture.
And do you have any idea if a bullet can ricochet?
Of course.
They can, right?
Yes.
If they hit something.
Yes.
And you don't know, because we didn't recover that bullet, but you don't know if that was a ricochet, is it? Is it possible?
It could be possible, but I don't see any evidence from the crime scene investigation that it was a ricochet.
Okay, but it's possible, right?
I think it's very unlikely because of the hole in the side of the quail pen. Usually when a bullet ricochets, it'll get upset, so the hole in the quail pen should have been bigger.
So the shooter, according to your lines here, the shooter could have been anywhere on that line. Is that correct? Anywhere on that line?
Yes.
All right, if we keep going. This is just another one showing them same posture, just on different points of those lines. Is that accurate?
Yes.
So as long as that's gun, and we'll not worry about the 5'2", 11-year-old, but if anyone's on that line, it could have been accurate, right? If that gun is anywhere on that line, according to you, it could have been accurate. Is that right? It could have been that shot.
Yes.
Anywhere.
That's what I explained is that the line, by definition, establishes where the weapon is. Then the next step would be to figure out where the person is, or where the shooter is.
I just want to be clear. Anywhere from this point all the way, I guess, until it hits it would eventually hit the ground, right?
Correct.
Anywhere until it hits the ground, somewhere back behind where the bodies are located. It's your testimony that that is consistent with what you're seeing.
Yes.
As long as that gun is on that line.
Yes.
So we can just remove the 11-year-olds from the equation. As long as that gun's on that line, it fits with what you're saying your mathematics is saying. It lines up. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
What did you say, 11-year-old? What are you trying to say, the 5'2" person, 11-year-old? What did you say, 11-year-old? What?
And you didn't provide any renders of any other adult-sized human beings, perhaps, kneeling, did you?
Is that what you said?
Repeat that.
You didn't do any other renders along these lines of an adult-sized human being kneeling on the ground while shooting, did you?
No, what I did do is consider that because, I mean, obviously from your question, you kind of can see that in your mind. Okay.
I'm just asking for a yes or no.
Well, I did. Let me explain.
He's attempting to answer the question. Again.
Okay, so what I did for that question, because I figured that you would ask me it, but what I did was at 1 foot increments from the quail pen, all the way out to 60 feet. And at 60 feet, you're getting pretty close to where that line goes underground. It actually goes underground about 73 feet, okay? So what I did was I looked at the height of the shooter's hand, just like we did this morning in front of the jury. And the other thing I looked at was where the center of the shell casings, the empty casings were, okay? And I looked in a 12-foot circle around the shell casings, like the center of those shell casings, figuring that everything that I've seen, typically these rifles are going to be 8, 10, 12 feet, big variable. And it's just, just a rough number. This is what I did though. First thing you look at is that Alex is 76 inches tall. I measured to his knee is 25 inches. So that means that if he went down on one knee, his shoulder is still 51 inches above the ground. And if he shouldered the rifle in a kneeling position, he still can't make the quail shot because the muzzle would be above where the hole is. So that's number one. So the more you back him up, then it just gets more and more improbable. So then what I said was this. So I looked at this, and the height of the shooter's hand, whoever the shooter was and whatever posture they were in, was between, assuming a 12-foot, big 12-foot radius circle, so however big that is, 24 feet circle around the shell casings. The shooter's hand is 16.2 to 27.6 inches above the ground. So that's basically 2 feet above the ground. So that's why it only fits. You said 11-year-old kid, but it only fits with a short person, or with some bizarre shooting posture that doesn't match an aiming position or a normal shooting position or just an abnormal shooting position. That's where I'm coming from and I invite you, with the blackout here, if you want to, try to put this gun 27.6 to 16.2 inches and tell me that that's not somebody that's very low to the ground.
Answer me this. How far off the ground is that gun right there?
Swagit, thank you too. I'm going to get the super chats in a break.
Which one?
12-year-old.
Objection is overruled.
Which shooter?
Doesn't matter.
There's no record, nothing in the record about a 12-year-old shooting this time.
Let's go with the back
Let's
guy.
go!
I'll call him the far shooter.
12-year-old. How high is that gun?
So he is 33 feet from the quail pin. And if you look at that, which is the 1.5 at 33. Yep, the bottom of his hand is gonna be like right there at that 28-inch mark.
Where's the line located? Right there. The line where the barrel, according to you, is.
At 33 feet, the muzzle.
The muzzle.
33 feet for the rear shooter. Uh, 39.6.
39 inches.
39.6.
39 inches.
Wow.
Do you have a tape measure? Oh, here we go.
With prosecution trolling his ass. Oh, yeah.
39 inches right there.
Yeah.
If we back it up 10 feet, back it up 10 feet, what's the distance? What's the green line at? 10 feet back, so 40 feet.
It would be 36.5.
36.5. That's 3 feet. 3 feet 5.5 inches. Is that right?
That is correct.
My finger, that look about right?
Yes.
Right there?
Yes.
Right there.
Yes.
Damn.
But we got this. We got your renders that you went with are these two, right?
Yes.
Okay.
They're calling this bullshit. You think it's bullshit.
Right, if we wouldn't fast forward a little bit. Right here. Okay. So now we got, what's the angle of this doghouse that you calculated?
That's 14 degrees.
All right, and the shooter, the little youth there, the youth is how far away from that?
.4 feet.
And how high off the ground is that green line where he's standing? The little guy.
The muzzle is 29 inches above the ground.
29 inches.
Maybe 30.
30 inches. So right here? 30?
Yes.
So 30 inches when you're up close right next to that doghouse. So what happens then when you back, I see the line, it's going upwards. So what happens when you back up? I mean, soon it's going to be over the little guy's head, right?
Yes.
Okay. But what happens if you're not such a little guy? If you back up, I don't know, let's back us up 5 feet, what happens?
Let's see, so that would be about 47.4.
47.4.
I didn't even hear that, the little guy.
That about right?
Yo!
Yes.
40, you see it?
Yes.
Okay. 47.4. It's right there.
Yes.
I'm glad we could demonstrate those heights to the jury. Thank you. If you wouldn't fast forward a little bit more about, it doesn't have an exhibit number, but like 5
Savage.
slides.
The throwaway lawyer. They could throw him away.
Right, yeah, right here's fine.
Well, Savage, they got nothing to lose. Fuck it.
That's good, that's good. Now, and I just want to be clear, you talk about casings, it's cartridge casings, and you're aware that shotguns have shells and rifles have cartridges, is that correct? Is that correct? Is that your understanding?
I call it a rifle cartridge, but a rifle cartridge would be the bullet and the casing. and the gunpowder inside the casing. But I call them rifle casings.
Okay. Well, I mean, before you just called it shell casings, I just want to be clear. All right, so and you talked about, I know you spent some time talking about the ejection of cartridge casings from a rifle or an AR style rifle, but you have no training or experience in that, other than the studies you've personally conducted. Is that right?
That's correct. In literature, which again, for this rifle, it's supposed to be 3 o'clock to 4:30, which is 45 degrees behind, but it can be forward. It can be straight out to the side.
And I'm just tapping into common sense here, but you weren't at the scene in the night of the murders. Is that right?
I was not there.
And so, is it possible that cartridge casings were moved?
Yes.
Is it possible that cartridge casings were ejected in an unorthodox manner?
Yes.
Is it possible that cartridge casings were ricocheted off of something, hit something and ricocheted?
Yes.
Okay. So where they laid, and this is just, again, tapping into common sense, not your engineering background, but where they laid may not necessarily be where they fell that night. Is that fair to say?
Yes. You're looking for just the area. For instance, if you're thinking about a shooting position 60 feet away, it makes no sense. But anywhere in that 24 feet that I'm talking about, yes, because there's casings there.
And here, what are we showing here? Remind me again what this, and I think there's one before it too, an exhibit before. What are we seeing here with the intersection of the 3 lines? What are you saying?
I'm saying that the 2 shots made in 2 different directions can be made from approximately the same spot.
Does that assume, though, that someone's shooting from approximately the same spot? Does that assume that right there? This is assuming someone's in the general same area when they shoot.
Well, I used a constant height shooter, put them on the trajectories, and they end up in the same spot.
Is it possible that someone shoots from one position and then moves to another position before they shoot again? Is that possible?
Sure.
Okay. And along your lines, it's still it's very possible that someone could have shot over here, and again, they were maybe a bigger person than the 12-year-old, and someone could have then moved before they shot again. Is that a possibility? Is that possible?
Of course. Well, I mean, that's what this slide depicts, is the shooter moving.
Right. Is it possible that they were back here and moved maybe just a little bit more than the 2 feet you put on your drawing?
No, they would have to change their shooting posture. That's kind of the whole point. It's like, for instance, you know, if you want to, like your line of questioning, let's say that the shooter is laying down or on one knee, then stands up and shoots from the hip. I don't know if that's really consistent with a moving shooter, but it's my understanding from what people have determined and what I've heard in expert reports from the state is that they think the shooter was moving. So I was thinking that it doesn't have to be, but what's most likely is somebody is walking around shooting a gun.
Okay. Again, you weren't there. You have no firearms training, is that right? Or certifications? Or crime scene training or certifications, is that right?
I was not there.
So this is your best guess. Is that what it is?
No, that is not a guess.
So it
that is based, let me finish. That is based on all of the engineering principles, the physical evidence that was collected by both myself and Special Agent Worley. That is the physical evidence. Now, as you've done today, you can think about alternatives, and there very well can be alternatives, but you have to look at how likely the alternatives are. And that's what I'm doing here. There's always going to be variables. You can move things around, but I think, as I've tried to get across today, is that you draw a conclusion when you look at the evidence.
Take it easy, man. You're going too hard. Okay, got it.
And you're here to testify to these jurors that your most likely answer is that it was a 12-year-old, two 12-year-olds at 5'2".
Your Honor, there's been no testimony that 2 12-year-olds are involved in this anyway, misstating the facts.
Sustain the objection.
You're saying, though, that 2 5'2" which
I was gonna say 5-year-olds.
we can all guess approximates what size individual or age of individuals. That's your best guess of what went on that night?
It's not a guess. And again, it's not two individuals. It could be one person moving slightly there. But that is not a guess. That is my opinion. And I've tried to explain it to the court as best as I possibly can.
I mean, a lot of people that are sure upset, probably going to get tweeted at. I don't know if he has a Twitter account. I mean, a lot of people upset about that. Hmm.
Just to be clear, I'm going to move to exhibit 50, I believe it's 53, right there. Did this line account for the trajectory of the bullet either going through glass, other objects, or a human being?
Well, as we've discussed before, I would not anticipate any deflection through the glass, but there could have been some deflection through the body. So what that would account for is that where I'm standing or where that string is could have moved a little bit going through the body, but I think everybody's agreed that the shotgun is inside the door, so that would limit how far you could move the shotgun side to side based on deflection due to contacting something solid inside the body.
All right, so I didn't hear a yes or no. Did it account for the projectile traveling through a human body, glass, or any other objects that were then located in that room that night? Does it account for that? Yes or no?
No, it doesn't account for it, but you could see, how that has to change or could change, because the amount that you can move the shotgun around from that position is limited by the opening in the doorway.
Okay. And same thing for the green laser lines we saw earlier. Does that account for the projectile passing through a human body, wood, any other object that it passed through? Did your calculations account for that trajectory?
Well, that path is a straight line path. It could have passed through a human body. It passed through the layers of the quail pen, but it's traveling straight at that point.
Did your calculations, I'm going to ask it again because I need a yes or no answer. Did your calculations account for the projectiles in the other examinations, the green line ones? Did it account for the projectiles passing through an item such as wood or a human body? Did it account for that?
No, I did not put there that the projectile somehow interacted with anything else and was deflected.
All right, I'm going to go over a few variables if you wouldn't mind. So variables in doing all these calculations are, would you agree, it's where the gun was held? That's a variable.
Not for the trajectories.
So you won't concede that where the gun was held is a variable in a calculation, such as yours?
Which calculation?
It doesn't matter. We're talking about either your shotgun calculation or your rifle one. Was where the gun held a variable that you have to account for in making this determination? Where the gun was held physically?
Not for the shot trajectories.
All right. Will you concede then that it was a variable in the AR-300 blackout scenario?
No, the shot trajectories, it doesn't matter where the gun is being held.
So where the gun's held in your mind makes no difference?
No, the gun is on the shot trajectory. I think I've explained that.
Is it a variable of how the gun was held?
No.
Not a variable. Is it a variable if the party shooting was moving?
Again, no. The barrel of the gun was on that shot line, in my opinion.
Is it a variable if the party that the bullet would have potentially passed through was moving? Is that a variable?
No.
Is it a variable to you if the party was jumping or ducking? Is that a variable to you?
No.
Is it a variable if the party was maybe turning side to side? Is that even a variable?
Not for what I've done.
Okay, so you're saying no to everything I just asked, and all of those, you would agree, all of those variables that I listed include motion. Is that right?
Yes, those would all be if you were trying to figure out the orientation of the person that was shot, which is something that I did not do, and that's something I don't do. It's not my field of expertise.
You strategizing and replanning. Thank you, Janie. Damn, this was like 4 hours ago. Kayla, thank you for the 2-month membership. Says at me next time. I just got that hours later. Charms, thank you for the super chat. Says, oh damn, this judge is pushy. Damn. Damn. Oh.
Stand while we're indulging.
That boy judge ain't playing today. Charms, thank you for the super chat. It says, it appears that the defense is trying to confuse the jury with these demonstrations and questions that lead to nowhere. Rachel, oh yeah, I got you ready. Thank you so much again, Rachel. Appreciate it. She said, don't cut it. Don't cut the hair. Chrissy B, thank you for the super chat. Oh, Chrissy says it too. Chrissy says, I second that, Rachel. Do something fun with it. All right, I'm going to keep it going. Fuck it. Hopefully you guys still stay here and don't unsub. By the way, make sure you subscribe. If you're watching, you're not subbed, please subscribe to the channel. It helps out a lot. I appreciate it. I think a lot of my base is here watching, but if you're not subbed, please sub. Painting Services by Steve. Thank you for the super chat. Says, stand on your head and scrub the floors, bro.
All right, and further to the variables.
I get the rest after.
I think you just said is it not a variable to you? I'm trying to ask this as clearly as possible. Sorry, strike that. Is it a variable if the person that is being shot is moving? Is that a variable to you?
That is not a variable to me.
And is it a variable to you if the person who's doing the shooting is moving?
That is not a variable to me.
Would you agree, though, in general, people do move?
Oh, shit!
Yes, in my experience, people move.
That's it. No further questions.
Who's that, Dick? Dick. Gotta clean it up. Pamela, thank you for the super chat.
Straighten out. So let's deal with his last questions. About
I'll get it up.
These variables. You're an expert. I'm going to give you a hypothetical real quick. Bullet hole 10 feet up, bullet hole 5 feet up. What does that tell you?
And the bullet's descending.
Right. And if you put a dowel through that, would you see where it possibly came from and where it possibly went?
Yes.
Okay. Basically, it's a line, correct?
Yes.
So what does knowing where the gun was being held have to do with any of that?
It has no bearing on the physics of the flight of the bullet. It may have something to do with maybe where the shooter was positioned relative to the weapon, right? Or, if some other variable, but I'm not testifying about those subject matters.
Right. So well, let me ask you this. The data you relied on for this trajectory, the trajectories, was that generated by SLED?
Yes.
And so, did they indicate any evidence of ricochet?
No.
Did they indicate any evidence of the bullet passing through a person?
No.
Didn't they test the one bullet they found in the dog shed for DNA and tissue or some sort of organic matter?
Yes.
Didn't find any?
No.
So you're basically just saying this is the line based on the SLED, Agent Worley putting a dowel through and then figuring out the angles, correct?
Yes.
The two people you put here are based on the angle from the quail pen going down. It was an upward shot, correct?
You cannot lead the witness, though I've heard no objections to it.
I haven't heard any objections either, Your Honor.
Damn, the judge.
Objecting, you cannot lead the witness.
Damn, judge over here helping out. Okay, well, I'm gonna call the objection for you. Sure. Okay.
You were asked a question about the number of pellets. Did you review Agent Worley's report of her notes based on her visit to the location on July 16, 2021?
Yes.
Let me hand you these to see if it refreshes your memory. You go through those for just a moment, please.
Okay.
Let me see it, please. Right. Any objection to putting this into evidence?
Judge Newman with the assist. Yeah, high five. Christina, I just saw your message. The chat. Your dog's barking.
No objection.
Elma. Offer this in evidence, Your Honor.
Submitted without objection.
Let's go page by page. This is the page one, and then we'll go through. Okay, how about take it down a little bit? Oh, no, that's okay, that's fine. So, what is being recorded in this document and by who? It's a SLED report, right?
Yes, it's just a listing of the observations that
Okay.
Special Agent Worley was observing at the crime scene.
Okay, so let's go down to the bottom of this page, okay? What's there that shadow? What's that about? Okay, so tell me what that says. What does that mean?
Those are the following bullet defects in feed room, the doghouse, the small animal cage, and the workshop were scaled, labeled, and photographed.
Okay, so what is the defect A, B, C, D, and E?
Those are 5 projectiles in the feed room window.
And I think we previously heard those are buckshot pellets.
Yes.
You can't lead the witness.
Okay. Go to the next page, please. So how many is that?
5.
Okay, keep going. Top of the page, please. Okay, and so it can. What happens here? Defect F, G, and M.
F and G are projectile entered the interior side of the window. Defect K is a possible defect in the exterior side of the window screen.
And that accounts for how many pellets?
You got 7.
Okay, and how many pellets were there?
9.
Okay. Is this where you got your information that you were asked about by the state?
Yes, and I mean there was a report by Tom Bevel. He talked about the evidence. The evidence been listed. So there are several documents that you could go to find the stuff that was collected at the site.
Okay, and then going down doghouse, this would be what is that? What does that cover?
Maybe push it down.
Push it down just a little bit.
Just a little bit. Yeah, the doghouse was there was the entrance defect. Then there was a possible entrance defect. It was like a really small hole. No projectile recovered, and then there was a projectile entered the lower middle area, the southeast exterior side, exited the interior side, and entered the bedding. And the projectile was previously collected from the bedding.
Okay, so it says a flight path rod was placed through defects 1 and something.
I think that's I and I1.
I and I1.
Yes.
Okay, and was documented with photographs. You've seen those photographs?
I have.
An angle finder determined the vertical angle of the... You know, I'm just reading, I'm not leading him, I'm reading the document that's in evidence. I'm publishing it.
All right.
Thank you. An angle finder determined the vertical angle of the flight path to be approximately 76 degrees, and a protractor, and a plumb bob determined the horizontal angle to be approximately 84 degrees. Is that right?
Yes.
Was that or was that inconsistent with the photographs you saw taken by Agent Worley of her performing those tests?
I think it's off the horizontal angle. I think was off a degree.
A degree,
Right.
based on the photograph.
Right.
But you weren't there.
No.
So you're looking at a photograph and saying it's off a degree, but maybe she had a better perspective. Could she had a better perspective than you did than what you saw in the photograph?
Yes.
Okay. Small animal cage. That says defect J, projectile entered the exterior side of the cardboard on the southwest end of the cage, exited the interior sides of the cardboard and the chicken wire. Defect J1 traveled through chicken wire on the back wall of the cage and entered the southeast wall of the workshop. Defect J2 exited the interior side of the workshop wall, defect J, and struck a vertical shelf beam that was perpendicular to the wall. A flight path rod was placed through defects J to J2, was documented with photographs. An angle finder determined the vertical angle of the flight path to be approximately 87 degrees and the horizontal approximately 41 degrees. And is that consistent with the photographs you saw?
Yes, except for the one that's 3 degrees.
Right,
and
that's
then,
3 degrees.
And then there was one with 1.5, and again for the reasons
And that's
I've
why we
stated.
see the two paths. You do 1 at 1.5, 1 at 3. Now, in any of this, did you read anything about I'm not quite done yet. No, I'm done with that one. But about ricochet or any biologic material on anything or anything that indicated passed through a person or a wall or anything? Was there anything recorded by their agent that would indicate any of that? That was collected by their agents that would indicate any of that?
No.
Okay. Now, what do you know what this is?
This is Agent Worley's drawing of the window.
Okay. And what does it indicate?
It indicates the 7 buckshot pellets that passed through the window.
Okay. How about let's see the other one? What is this?
It's another drawing showing where the 7 buckshot pellets went through the window.
Okay, one's from inside, one's from outside, or
yes.
What? Okay.
Yes.
So there are 7 buckshot, and which one of these is the one you measured through?
If that's the outside,
yeah, maybe it is.
I measured through a defect B1, which would be the upper leftmost
exterior side. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So I went through B1.
Okay. And is this consistent with what you saw?
Yes.
Okay. So you didn't get to look at this until October, correct?
Of 2022. 22.
Right. Now, these drawings, their examination was done in June and July of 21, within a month of the murders, correct?
Yes.
And what you had to go on basically was photographs, right?
Objection to the leading room.
What, if anything, did you have to rely on to do the analysis?
Well, the information and data that SLED collected. Because
I'm sorry, who collected it?
SLED.
Okay, and?
Right, because they were there very early on and I was not, and then also went and took a look at the physical evidence, and I found some stuff there that was helpful to my investigation itself. So it wasn't 100% based on SLED, but a lot of this information came directly from SLED.
Okay, do you know when Alec Murdaugh was charged with murder? Was it July of 22?
I don't remember.
But at some point over a year after the murders?
Yes.
Okay. And you were retained and got out there within 90 days of his arrest, correct?
Yes.
But they waited over a year to arrest him, correct?
Yes.
Oh.
So my question is, I mean, these issues raised, would the ammo that you use for your sound testing, whether you were using the same brand or some different brand, did it make any difference?
No.
Objection, no basis in his expertise.
What, if any, difference would it have made in the acoustical issues you were testing? Different ammo?
Same objection.
None.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Was he able to I'm sorry. Was he able to
Yes,
answer that?
objection was overruled. Your answer.
Thank you.
It makes no difference. All the shotguns are right in the same range. It doesn't matter. The rifles are in the same range. Weapons of this type are not loud enough to be heard inside the house from that distance with all the variables.
Okay, you were also asked a question about how loud the sound was if you went in a laboratory. The length of the distance you said was between the kennels and the house, outside the house, and I think you said, was it 100 decibels?
Yes, it's about like 103, 104.
Okay, and he went to a chart saying that would be like a airplane at 300 meters?
Yes.
Would you be able to hear that inside the house?
Depends on what's going on inside the house, but you know, at that level, you would just. I don't want to. It's been a long day, but it depends on where the energy of the sound is in what's called octave bands and 1/3 octave bands. So in other words, the sound of a gunshot is different than the sound of a jet airplane because it's not the same noise. So there's more to the question, but even if apples to apples, if you had that level of noise outside, which it wasn't because it wasn't a laboratory setting, it was actually only about 85 decibels outside the house, which would have been audible if you're outside. You could be a couple miles away and hear these gunshots if you were outside.
So if you were a couple miles away and you were outside, not inside a house, you could hear those shots.
You could, yes.
But
You know,
about-
as long as there's not a lot of traffic or you're not cutting the grass, if it was quiet and you're outside, you could hear those gunshots. You just can't hear them in the house.
Can't hear them in the house. Now, did you find any data, any reports, anything you looked at for SWAG, that they did any of the trajectory calculations that you did?
No.
They did a computer simulation, right?
Or a scan. They scanned the same way I did.
And then when you look at it, we saw it 4 weeks ago, there's a sort of a
Objection to the leading.
Objection sustained.
Did they do, what if any Faro did they do? Faro computer generated. Did they do one?
All I know is that they did scan the scene in July, just like I did, but I have not yet seen anything from them using their scan.
And did they, again, not again, but I want to make sure I understand this. They got the information, strike that.
Yeah.
What if any trajectory computations did they do, SWED, the state, any FBI, anybody hired by these guys over here, do on trajectory? Did you see anything?
No.
So the first time anybody's done any trajectory calculations is you, and as you indicated, we were going through that PowerPoint last night, trying to make sure it was understandable.
Objection to the leading. You understand?
Dick's a little tired today.
Sort of,
And had that fire he had the other day. I was making a video just for him. He was fiery the other day.
one last question. Was there anything to prevent SWAT, FBI, anybody from doing the same calculations you did? Well, just two last questions. That you did. Anything preventing them? Do they have any? What if any obstacles were there to SWED or FBI or one of these private people they hired doing the same thing you did?
None.
And let me get this straight. He kept talking about children 5'2". Young lady, stand up. That's a clerk in my office. She's 5'3". So,
Objection is sustained.
she's not a child. That's all I'm trying to point out.
So who's 5'2"? What? In the crowd? Oh shit. Why y'all mad? Y'all been doing all kinds of shit the whole time. Come on, let him sneak one.
Based on your calculations and based on the assumption that somebody would be holding a rifle either at their hip or at their shoulder in a way in which you could operate that weapon, what, if any, opinion do you have as to whether that person could be Alec Murdaugh shooting into that quail pen?
It can't be.
Thank you.
Oh. Boom. It's damning. It's riveting. Everybody's so moved by
I know
that.
you just answered that question, but it could be anyone on those green lines. Is that right? Your green lines that you drew could be anyone along that green line.
That is correct.
Could be anyone who could fit along that green line. Is that true?
The weapon is on the green line. And then so, as I've tried to explain before, the next thought process is that, okay, for people of different sizes, what do they have to do to put their hands on the weapon to fire it?
Thank you.
While it's sitting on that green line.
So to be clear, is that a yes, anyone on that green line? As long as this gun travels on that green line, it would fit anyone on that green line.
That is correct.
Thank you. And if you were down at the kennels when a shotgun was shot and a 300 Blackout was shot, if you were down at the kennels, would you have heard it?
Yes.
No further questions.
You step down. And ladies and gentlemen, that will be it for this day. We'll resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Just in time.
Looking at it's almost 5:30 now. We'll resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Please do not discuss the case. Have a good evening. You just hold still while the jurors leave, since it's taking you a while to get up.
It was all right, man. I mean, it's all right today. I mean, I don't think it was all right. I mean, it was the 10-year-old, 11-year-old, 12-year-old thing was pretty funny. And I guess this was like they were. I mean, this guy, the other people didn't do trajectories. I think the prosecution still fucking, I don't know, shut him down though, kind of cut him up.
Yes, to 9:30.
Cut him up, man. I don't know. It's all right. It's all right. Did they create more reasonable doubt today? There might be a chase too. So if there's a chase, we'll just hop from here to the chase. How's that sound? If there's, I ain't getting excited. Let me tell you, all weekend. Did we get? Did we even do one? We might have did one. It was a lame one. We might have did one. Trust me. Even I was at the beach yesterday with Maddie, and some little Twitter notification. I was like, meh. Before I'd be like, oh damn, I guess I'm gonna miss out on a chase. Now it's like, meh. Chances of it's gonna happen, meh. I mean, I'm sure one of these days it'll happen when I'm out. But I'm just like, they're not really trying anymore. Chases, bro. Where did they all go, Mels? Did they strike you? Strike what? Didn't pay other... the Mels on the screen? It was just too crowded, man. I just think it's too crowded, and some people were saying they like it without the crowd. And the thing is, too, sometimes now they're actually showing us on-screen displays, like full-screen displays, and so sometimes I think it's a little easier to see without all the characters. Even though more people were voting and they wanted the characters there, I forgot the vote. It was like 60-40 or something like that %. But I was like, just kind of a clean cut. You know what I'm saying? Well, I think the one that my friend wants, Rachel's, she don't want the trial characters. That would be funny though. I might work on a little merch thing too. I don't know. I don't know. I don't have time, y'all. I say I'm gonna do that. I've been saying the same shit for like 2 years. Yeah. We'll have a merch thing. I mean, there is some stuff up now that the ladies put up, but how y'all feeling about Alex, man? So did this help your case? So all right, Mo, let's see what's the right word. The unbiased person, I guess, right? Something like that. What should the poll be? They wore that witness down, right? They wore the shit out of that guy. That guy was tired, man. They wore his ass down. Plushies, that imagine that. Rachel, I will. I'm gonna come up with something special just for you. What? What does that mean? What did you mean by that when you said that? What kind of poll? The mods, is that better? Is that non-gender specific so they don't cancel me? Pretend juror? Okay, pretend juror. Or AI juror. Artificial juror. What kind of poll you guys want? This the guilty thing, the one that we've been doing all this time? Don't cut the hair, Mel. I dig it. There's a lot of ladies that are saying to cut it. I gotta go with Rachel said don't cut it though. So she won the vote for now. I'll see how long I could last. Maybe another month, maybe. Wait, what'd she say? With a bow? Gonna be the same result. Maybe people have changed their mind, Hoax. Maybe people let's see. Let's do this. How are you leaning? We're not gonna. We already did a hair poll. Talking about Alex Murdaugh. How are you leaning on AM? Okay, there we go. Reasonable doubt, guilty, undecided. Okay. The only thing with the undecided is some people are going to wait to the very end until the jurors decide, and then they're going to be like, you see, that's what I said, I knew it. At some point, you got to pick something. People don't want to pick either, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes you have to make a choice. Damn. Off rip. Oh, shit. Off rip. Oh, shit. Somebody said he guilty as F. Oh, hold on. What's going on here? Alex, we love you. No, not really. He's leaving. By guilty, you mean not enough to convict? No, I think that's reasonable doubt. Right? Busta. We did a haircut poll earlier, and you know, like 60% said to cut it. But I'm gonna keep it for now, though. Lorette, I got the package today. You see the chase over already? All right, so far we got. Oh, okay, they're going. Hold on, they're going. I'm not excited yet. Foothill in Pursuit. Who's this? NBC. Okay. Let's see. All right, let's take a look. We'll see here. Oh, got all kinds of mess over here. Okay. All right. Damn, somebody said the worst judge. Ooh. I mean, he's giving freebies. He's giving little tips, helping out the prosecution a little bit here and there. Was interjecting, calling objections. Damn. Woo! Oh no. Okay. Let's see. We're just kind of hanging around waiting to see if this chase pops off. Going. See if we get more information from here. All right, LAPD in pursuit. Avery. Oh, let me get the super chats too in the meantime. Oh, so a couple things. Oh, football already. So I'll tell you, man, you can't get excited with these chase shit. They're all like a letdown. Lately, it's mostly a letdown. They're all kind of trash. We had one good one actually the other day, a decent one. It's not like what it used to be. Pamela, thank you for the super chat. Says bald with a goatee would be sexy, man. I'm gonna try to keep this hair growing, even if I cut it short. I don't think. Why would I? Could never see myself shaving bald. I mean, unless I started like losing hair up top or something. I just couldn't see. Wow, that's just crazy, bro. Look how that shit is really getting up there. Getting up there, man. Oh, look at that. Holding power. We're getting holding power soon, too. Yeah, I couldn't see myself. There's too many bald guys anyway. Like, I don't know. Brian Laundrie shit, you know? Mandy, thank you for the super chat. Says, put some silver streaks. Hella yum. Silver streaks? Is that a hair thing? Can you do that? I don't know if that's a hair thing or what that is. Maybe that was from 2 hours ago, though. KG says, he's no Tinsley. We're all thinking it. That guy was pretty savage. Dr. Edward Moskowitz, I'm having a panic attack. My phone dropped and it said it reported something. Computer literally, I tripped over my cat. Damn. And then Dr. Edward Moskowitz again. Thank you for the super chat. Says Mel, it was an error. Darn kitty. No, you're good. Don't worry. I'm sure there's a bunch of people. Well, not a bunch, but quite a few people that are not happy with the channel. I'm sure they spend their days waiting for me to go live and hitting report. Waiting for every video that I upload to hit report. Rachel, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for all the love today. Gracias. See you too. Some people used to get pissed when I was combing my hair on the Johnny Depp trial. People were getting upset about it. Some people did. Janie, thank you for the super chat. Daisy, thank you for becoming a member. Janie says the leg lamp from A Christmas Story did it. That was a good movie. Classic. Jennifer Ladybugs, thank you for the super chat as well. And it says it was a 12-year-old. It was two 12-year-old youths. This is great, Mel. Thank you. I should try to clip that, but I don't even know if I'm gonna have time, bro. I think gray hair is kind of dope, right? Doesn't gray hair look good? Maybe one day. I'm not gonna speed the process up, but Chase canceled football. Shocking. Okay. Well, I guess that's it for now. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Oh yeah, I gotta take the baby out for a little bit. But yeah, imagine bald. Hell no, Brillo. Hell no. Yeah, some people. Yeah, there's no way I would go bald. Like cut my hair to go bald. Hell no. Mel gray hair holds my beer. Teabag. Loaded up with hair, white hair. You got lots of grays too? Yeah, Rachel, thank you so much. Appreciate it, man. The new Netflix. Oh, really? The new Netflix Murdaugh show is out? Is it really? What is it called? See if I get the title. Murdaugh. I thought it was supposed to come out later on. Let me see. Alex. Murdaugh. Murdaugh, she wrote. Murder, she wrote. Murdaugh Murders, a Southern Scandal. New Netflix series. It's out. Looks like it's out. Oh, it's coming Wednesday. It's not out yet. Tomorrow's coming out.
Well, this is my boat.
He was out of his mind drunk.
You don't know Alec Murdaugh? That's his son.
I heard a scream and then a bang.
911, where's emergency?
Oh my God. It's coming out. I wonder how it will compare to Low Country, the HBO Max documentary. Oh, you tagged me on Twitter about it? Okay, cool. Amazing. All right, well, thank you guys so much for being here with me today. I appreciate it. But we'll be back tomorrow. And I'll see about tonight. I don't know if I'll do a video or not. I think we'll see. I'm not going to push it. Either if there's a chase or if something small I can cover. But I'm going to get off for now for a little bit. Yeah. I feel like I want to do some exercise. It's good and important for me. Keep my head clear and strong. So, all right, guys. So yeah, I'll hit you up. I'm gonna transfer you to the new stream, and also make sure you wait a minute. Wait a tick. I don't know. Okay, I thought that was. Okay. Oh, Dr. Edward Moskowitz says, Mel, how do I fix my error? I dropped my phone trip. What? I dropped my phone trip? What error? You want to email me? I mean, if you reported the video by accident, there's nothing you can do. That's it. It's over. Like, it's gone. Unless you're talking about an error on your phone. I don't know. Don't worry about the video. It'll be there tomorrow. Trust me, not the first time. People have been trying for a long time. Esta gente aquí parando sin dormir to report these live streams and videos. What poll do you want, Danielle? Tell me what you want. What kind of poll? The poll, should I end it? Alec, I didn't even put a description for it. So, yeah, reasonable doubt says 26%, which is a little bit higher than before. It's a little bit higher. You gotta give them something. 62% say guilty and 13% say undecided. I don't know. Wear pink? I think I have a pink shirt. What's tomorrow? Hey, Tink. Jason Momoa, that guy's like, he's a good-looking guy. I don't want to be too complimentative because like, pause. Jason Momoa, that boy got that long hair, Rico Suave shit. Momoa. All right, yeah, I guess I'm gonna be out for now. I'm gonna transfer you guys. Wait, what burns calories? I'm going to transfer you guys to the new stream for tomorrow. Just hit like on there. Set a reminder. I'll do a thumbnail like later tonight or early in the morning tomorrow. Oh, you know what? Yes. So let me just do this real quick. Chrissy sent this to me, and I thought it was really nice. I peeked at it earlier, but I didn't see her in the chat earlier. And this is like it's like a blender type of thing. It's like a frother, but it's also like you can use it, which I thought was pretty nice because I'm always using shakes. Either I make shakes, smoothies, protein stuff every day. Let's see something. Open it up. I appreciate that. I like thoughtful like gifts. And believe it or not, I don't even have a coffee machine. When I move to the new place, I want to buy one. I want to buy. Somebody recommended me. So you got to get Braun. That's the only way to go once I move. But this is like a thing. Let's see. I gotta focus. Okay, there. I want to focus, huh? Let's see. There, kind of. There we go. There we go. Struggling to focus on the right thing. Let me see. I don't know if it has batteries in it. Oh, okay, I'll have to put batteries. Ooh, and I think I packed the batteries already. Yeah, take some batteries. So I'll have to, when I go to the store again, I had a bunch of batteries and I packed. I threw it in the box. I was like, I never use batteries. 2 AA batteries. So when next time I'm gonna try it out. But I appreciate that, Chrissy. Thank you so much. Because I do use that stuff all the time. And the way I mix my little, oops, unplug this. The way I mix my drinks is that I just kind of shake the cup around, or sometimes I put a spoon in there if I don't have a spoon, just whatever I can find, a knife. So I'll definitely use that. Thank you so much. Grade machine. Thank you. Kachava, bro. You gotta use it for Kachava. All right, man. So yeah, I'm gonna move you guys over. A Keurig. Keurigs are good too, right? I wonder if that's what's better. Breville espresso maker. Oh shoot, that sounds kind of gangsta. I might have to get a Breville. What is that? Is it easy? You just push a button? Yeah, I want to try it out with some coffee too. I mean, for now, I'm going to use it on my pre-workouts. I can't lie. I've used pens before, and I just real quick to mix my pre-workout. I know it's bad. All right, guys. So yeah, I'll catch you tomorrow. Maybe later if there's something. There might be a short video I do later. Yeah. Yeah. I will catch you guys later. Bye. Love you.